Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final presentations of our postgraduate Housing and Urbanism MArch students. And this year we'll have 10 students who will be presenting across the day. It's been a particularly robust year, I think, both in terms of numbers and the quality of the work. So we're very much delighted to be able to present this. For our online audience, my name is Lawrence Barth. Together with my colleague George Fiore, we run Housing and Urbanism, have for many years. George in particular has been working with the program for a few decades now and guiding it through a series of transitions. Our program, in a way, partly under George's leadership, has always had a strong interest in the politics of the city, the deeper understanding of how the city changes and the way in which projects can help drive that change. So a big part of the program has been the way in which we have progressively incorporated design reasoning into the way in which cities can be encouraged to shift, to alter, to change. Now, one of the things then that's important about that is the idea that at the heart of this is the building, the project. And increasingly how Housing and Urbanism has started to look at that is that we need to pay attention to two fundamental aspects of what architecture really is about. And that is bringing together how things are built and how they're inhabited. And by looking at these two things together, the building itself becomes a starting point of opening up a wider conversation in the political realm, in our understanding of who can be actors, who are stakeholders in the transformation of the city. So all the projects that you will see today, and they're typologically varied, and they vary in terms of the kinds of conditions or situations in which they're set. They all have the characteristic of looking across scales from the way in which a building might accommodate a new kind of way of life within the building, but also begin to provide opportunity for thinking differently about how neighborhoods form, how groups can become active or, in a sense, agents of change within the city. We have come recently to emphasize much more questions of construction, structure, because buildings are having to work harder these days in order to deliver the kinds of responses both to economic realities and the possibility of living differently. So today you'll see a lot that emphasizes dimension, structure, and this may be surprising in a program that is quite overtly about urbanism, but from our point of view, it is the role of architecture to be able to think carefully across the scales and to really understand what it will take to deliver a building that begins to make a difference. For us, buildings do not simply appear in a setting or reside in a setting, but they begin to shape that setting, shape an urban landscape. And so we're really looking for projects where the idea of the building is one that is beginning to encourage change within the city. Sometimes change that shows leadership, other times change that is accommodating things that we're already seeing emerging in environments. Now, before we go further, I'd like to introduce a really wonderful jury that we have today. And in many respects, the spectrum of their skills and experiences reflects what we're really looking for in the program. I'd like to start with Sarah Allen. Sarah Allen is the head of Architecture and Urban Design at the United Kingdom Ministry of Housing, Communities, and Local Government. It's always such a mouthful. I don't know why we make these long ministries. But the important thing about Sarah being here is not only is she shaping, in a way, how the UK government is guiding and enabling change in how we encourage the disciplines, both architecture, planning, governance, to shift their understandings of what might be possible in our cities, to encourage things that might be as Important to us is a broader distribution of services, but also creation of opportunity, beginning to level up areas where there's deprivation. And Sarah has long experience with that. She was previously with CABE, the Committee on Architecture and the Built Environment, that also helped to shape government policy. But she also has practical experience. She was behind and as a project manager for some of the more innovative London projects that Solid Space did, and began to change the way in which we look at what might be possible in complicated sites in London. So she has a broad spectrum of experience that is really important to the kinds of things we're looking for. Next to her, Hamed Khosravi, and Hamed, we are very fortunate to have as a key player in the Architectural Association School of Architecture. Hamed plays a number of roles across the school, from running one of our most illustrious diploma units, Diploma 7, as well as the Projective Cities postgraduate program. But Hamed is also involved in the academic management of our school, and has a keen eye for all the things where the school is changing. So we wanted to involve Hamed in helping us think about the future of the program. But also, Hamed is somebody who's a scholar and a writer, and in addition to his architectural practice, is always working to improve our understanding of the field, its history, how it might be exhibited, and how it becomes transformative through a greater awareness of how we communicate architecture. So Hamed, we're delighted you can join us. Next to him, Jonathan Rose. Jonathan is a longtime friend of Housing and Urbanism. Jonathan is a director at Pryor and Partners, one of the globally most important planning offices. Jonathan first came to my attention when he explained to me and to many others the fundamental significances of a range of projects that were all geared towards bringing architecture, bringing infrastructure, bringing planning together to see the power of the way in which these disciplines can work together across a series of projects in Europe. And Jonathan brings this knowledge to bear on a range of projects for Pryor and Partners all across the world, from as far away as Bhutan to back to London and Cambridge, Birmingham. And so we're really happy to have Jonathan here with us. The Pryor and Partners has been a huge support for Housing and Urbanism in helping us understand the relationship between architecture and strategy. And finally, I'd like to introduce Simon Henley. Simon has been with us a number of times before on our juries. We always value his insights, and a big part of the reason for that is that Simon's buildings, in his role as a founding partner of Henley Hale Brown, Simon's buildings are some of the most beautiful, well thought out, articulate and transformative projects that we have in London today. And so he, in a way, works as an example of the kinds of things that we ought to be producing around the city more often. They span from really thoughtful approaches to the way in which we might work with the existing, to really fresh ideas about how we might combine uses in buildings and make them exceptionally beautiful at the same time that we're welding together things that were often understood to be incompatible. So Simon, your insights in design are hugely welcome, and we're delighted you can be with us. Now, we're going to see 5 students in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, and we're going to begin with Julio. And Julio has been one of our student representatives across the year. He's played a key role not only in his leadership intellectually, but also in helping the student program keep running in his role as leading the students and their responses. So Julio, please come on up. We've got there's a laser pointer for you. You now have your choice of two in case one breaks down. But I first want to say that Julio's project is one in which you will see one of the central sort of notions of the program, and that is when we're working in complicated sites, perhaps sites that are troubled by infrastructure, are misshapen, we often need to find ways of working with a fairly simple and regular structure to produce buildings that are perhaps irregularly shaped. And at the same time that they do that, might accommodate perhaps dramatic shifts in the way in which we inhabit them on the inside, but also to give a new kind of grace and opportunity to the public ground. So Julio will tell you more about that. Thank you very much, and we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Larry. So, thank you. Hi, everyone. My thesis name is Compressing the Block and Widening Care, Expanding Opportunities for Care-Oriented Living. Today, I will take you to an area here in the South London, Bermondsey. It's an area that you already know. Here in Bermondsey, we encounter a very typical condition found across London. A regular urban grid that is cut by a rail line, delivering and creating perturbations that often result in challenging, but for me, really interesting triangular plots. What I'm suggesting, as Larry was saying before, is in response is that a structurally regular building, but with an irregular shape. Nevertheless, it produces an irregular form. This building allows me to adjust to the complexity of these kind of irregular sites, while also bringing a new kind of realm towards the city in form of the shaping plazas. So I'm not going to, so I call that introduces an internal complexity and allows me to start thinking about widening patterns of care. I'm not going to go into detail on that. It could be more institutional, it could be more about mutual aid, but for now, I'm really interested to show you how one of these buildings starts working. So these buildings are in between the threshold of the tower and a courtyard building. So the project is based on 4 deep plan atrium buildings, and one compact courtyard building that, when we put them together in close proximity, it creates a series of triangular plazas and gardens that I call them civic rooms. They are sequential, so instead of having a system based on a strong street frontages, like in the surrounding area, we have a continuous landscape ground-based on the relations of the facades and the interiors of the buildings. Let's take a look to one of these buildings more closely. Let's call it House A. House A, for example, can be understood as the compressed version of a courtyard type to an atrium building. So we reduce the footprint of the whole building while we maintain the perimeter of the building. So this allows the type to have a lot of dwellings facing the outside while intensifying the inner band of the building. So the relations of this inner band starts being more intensified. So I want to show you the potential of this inner band in terms of care and collective environments. We can link this approach to the compression of the courtyard typology series described by Atelier Campethil, where courtyard atrium and atrium buildings can be understood as part of the same lineage, ranging from more open, compressed forms, treating the inner band in different ways. From open to atrium, one really elongated atrium, one offsetted atrium. So the way the House A is treating this inner band is that surrounding the void, we can have a sequence of layered spaces where the kitchen, for example, is directly adjacent towards this inner band. So rituals of cooking became visual and shared, and they are the threshold towards the private units. While in the middle part, behind this opaque wall, shared amenities that enhance mutual aid and neighborhoodness can take place. So these spaces are based on a very rigorous structural system, the tunnel wall construction system. As the structure is built, the partitions are built at the same time. The walls are almost like act as a expanded beam, but it can be selectively pierced, as long as the loads go directly, clearly towards the ground. So in some part of the buildings, we might have perfectly stacked openings, while in other ones, we have these scissorings that allows the building to act differently in every level, first in every level, and then across the whole floor plate. So we have spans of 5.4 meters in directly adjacency towards the atrium, while we expand this span to 7.2 meters in this part. So where the apertures are scissored, the 5-meter zone, this part, runs alongside the gallery and becomes a flexible spatial band, the one that I was talking about before. Depending on the level, it acts as an extension of the gallery, or an expanded threshold to the dwelling, or a shared space for the building. So this flexibility is also enabled by the spatial infrastructure of the building. By shifting the plumbing inside towards this inner band, or outside towards the perimeter of the building, we might expand the space in different ways, delivering different kind of conditions that can be understand as, for example, as a 7.2 really generous apartment that combines sleeping and working functions, or operate as more sociable spaces for shared activities and conversations. These units are designed for residents who wish to downsize their households while remaining part of a collective environment. Through the scissoring of the plan, the same spatial band can alternate between enclosure or opening. So when we push the plumbing towards the inside, we can have storage spaces for those who want to downsize their households, and they want to keep their momentums. While in another level, we can have such as a therapy room with a reception that is directly open towards the atrium. There is a continuity. So at the end, we might have a continuity of spaces from the atrium to the exterior of the building. So we have the expanded inner band of 5.4, that we have the storage spaces, the plumbing space, and a really generous private space. Well, this continuous kitchen goes from an atrium and exterior balcony that is facing maybe a rail line adjacency in our London triangular plots. So while these cells can accommodate those who wish to downsize their households, these ones, where the apertures begin to stack in this part of the building, the apertures begin to stack. This brings a broader opportunity of a wider opportunity for spatial adjacencies. So we might take advantage of the triple orientation of the corner in different ways, while we keep the stacking of the apertures in the side. So, such as intergenerational houses that can conceive into a series of sequential spaces based on diagonal relations. So we might imagine two students that can live with two persons of the third age, where mutual support and mutual aid is understood as a base of care. Here you can see how the shared spaces create spatial continuity across the interior. Light filters through layered thresholds connecting maybe workspaces, living, and shared areas without collapsing the privacy of the dwelling. Moments of sharing, while private rooms remain really clearly protected. These intergenerational environments that I'm proposing are part of a broader architectural shift. As people seek to live longer and better, care and mutual aid increasingly appear as everyday special conditions. Through the depth of the plan and the organization of the building, we might have collective life proliferate. So we might have collective life proliferate around the deep of the plan, around the inner gallery, and around the really generous private units. The project meaningfully engaged with its context, particularly the viaduct, rather than treating it as a background condition. The structural and spatial logic of the building is now readable from the outside, producing a clear relationship between the structure, form, elevation, and we take advantage of the piercing and scissoring by breaking also diagonal balcony differentiation and diagonal relations from one level to another. So the compression of the courtyard to an atrium building also delivers new differentiated pockets in the corners of the building. Life is pulled back into the depth of the plan, reducing direct exposure towards the rail line adjacencies, but maintaining visual and spatial connection. The spaces oriented towards the track capture sunlight along the rail corridor, but while others receive the indirect northern light, avoiding direct confrontation to the trains in this part. So we might imagine that in one level, this can be a generous shared kitchen for 3 residents requiring 24-hour care, with a caregiver living directly adjacent towards them. On another level, the semi-spatial infrastructure opened the space towards the inner band, allowing to be shared by the entire building. Here we can imagine people gathering together to play indoor games, study together, or share stories across generations. At the end, I argue that these different variations demonstrate that within a continuous and rigorous structural system, multiple spatial arrangements can be accommodated, responding to the growing proliferation of care. In this way, the building spatial infrastructure supposes multiple layouts, placing generous private spaces in close adjacency to collective environments. While at the same time, the same spatial infrastructure can accommodate more compact private units on other levels, suitable for temporary residents, such as researchers or people working in our well-being, all within the same building. Now, let's step back to the plan and look at what happens when these type of buildings begin to cluster. Rather than operating as a singular object, it starts to read as a group of buildings brought into close proximity. At this broad scale, these buildings support different modes of care through continuous floor plates, generating collective environment around the atrium first, and then extending it into the system of the open spaces, these triangular plazas that I was talking to you before. So instead of one singular ground, I begin to generate multiple grounds that operate as urban thresholds rather than fixated courtyards. Through this threshold and dialogue with different actors and stakeholders, the landscape can differentiate into quieter gardens, more active communal spaces, and shared environments. Together, they form an ecology woven through the site. So this ecology both buffer the presence of the viaduct and also extends towards the collective environment of maybe a courtyard or an atrium building. In this sense, the ground operates as an extended care environment capable of hosting multiple forms of care, from everyday mutual aid to therapeutic, cultural, and recreational activities. We might envision our children coming down to play in a courtyard, neighbors gathering informally, or residents attending a therapy session in a space that still feels part of their home. The ground floor of House A and B operates as a research and care-oriented facility. At this level, the tunnel wall construction system is adapted to allow different kind of openings that brings continuity towards the ground while also maintaining a cellularized structural system that can be taken advantage for a clinic or a research environment in these really long spaces facing our rail viaduct. So across the assemblage, there is a consistent sequence of spaces based on the idea of the building envelope in between space envelope building, where the continuous landscape and interlocking triangular plazas can host much wider range of activities related to, as I was saying, health and well-being, but also we're never gonna miss the realm of a courtyard because these spaces start being more generous enough and more like, there is gonna be a consistent landscape that can generate really good interrelationship between the building, the infrastructural adjacencies, and a plaza. So rather than conceiving development primarily through fully tower-based schemes, we can argue for maybe an alternative approach. By working with viable footprints and consistent 6-story high buildings, this assemblage can be delivered rapidly under currently planning conditions and regulatory conditions, while still retaining the capacity to integrate taller structures as part of a wider urban strategy. By working through depth rather than height, these buildings support more diverse and accommodating environments, allowing collective life to emerge both within the buildings and across the spaces between them, establishing what I call a new relational morphology for the contemporary urban living. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really beautiful, Julio. I'd like to open it up to, I have microphones here, and I'd like to open it up to our jurors. Is there anyone who would prefer to speak first? I'll bring it to Sarah.
Yes, got it. Well, thank you very much, Julio. I just thought that was a really sophisticated narrative that you gave, your verbal presentation, that really sort of engaged me with your project. And I think you turned, I just wanted to start with how you sort of presented it verbally, because I think it's something that architects really undervalue, that importance of how you talk to people who haven't sort of experienced your project at all, and you're sort of getting them to buy into it. And I think it was a very sort of bold move to move away from the traditional approach of starting with the wider area and you sort of gradually zoom in. You took us straight into the structure, and which is also quite unusual, I think, for an architectural project, and that the structure drives everything. So the structure combined with density and the depth of the plan has brought a real sort of sophistication for this. And I was sort of lucky enough to see this a couple of months ago, and I think just presenting it in this way has sort of demonstrated a real depth of thought. And then just sort of getting onto the project itself, because I think what I struggled with before was understanding the relationship of how you bring in daylight, how you make a deep plan work. And now I understand it, because you presented it in such a clear way, but also by taking us in first to the layers above the ground, that helps you to understand how those living spaces relate to the communal space, and then bringing in what's happening on the ground plane, which it would have been nice to hear a bit more, I think, but because that relationship is much more complicated, so bringing that in second, once you've understood the principles of your project, I think completely made sense. And then that's the sort of careful relationship between the buildings. And I think that's what I would have liked to have heard a little bit more about. But I just wanted to say first, well done. I think it was excellent.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Julio. It was a great presentation. I love, there's a very clear move here to compress the urban block. Not only for the intensification of the atrium, the shared space which organises the core of the communal building essentially, but it's also to form and create these landscape spaces between the buildings. And instead of just a differentiated streetscape, we've got some really nuanced and interesting spaces there. So my question, the third point was that move, you didn't say anything about the rooftops, which is also another part of this extended communal opportunity at the scale of local neighbours on one level, within one building, within the wider public realm. So I'd love you to tell us a bit more about this ground plane. You talked about this being where all sorts of social amenities are concentrated. Could you tell us a bit more about that life, how you've enlivened that? And could you imagine here there being residential duplex apartments or rather residential to differentiate between each of these spaces that you form between the buildings? So I'm just really impressed with this idea of compressing an urban block, but then actually very consciously, very intentionally forming the spaces then between the buildings. But I'm wondering, what about the rooftop, and could you take us in more deeply to the ground floor and how the buildings are activating those spaces? To differentiate between one space and another, I can see, the relationship between this street, the adjoining existing context, that is a different relationship with maybe a space which is formed deeper into the plan, a more, let's say, semi-public space as opposed to more public space.
Can I answer? Yeah. Okay, if I can explain a little bit, like, as we were saying, like by compressing the block, this kind of also intensify the relationship between the buildings. So these spaces that I named the civic rooms have directed adjacencies towards different kind of environments. But first, I was looking at the idea of working environments that can have synergies between the rail line and the building. So the tunnel construction system allowed us to have really elongated spaces facing different kind of adjacencies. So in this part, I can argue that we can have really dry research labs that are around our care or well-being, direct adjacency towards a rail line, while we also can have a back house of of the building where we can have shared amenities for either our residents, like storage spaces for bicycles in this part, or also at the real of a clinic in this part by taking advantage of the solarization of these kind of spaces that are facing maybe a communal garden in this part. So yeah, it's more about like this kind of space than the adjacencies towards these plazas and the infrastructure.
So I suppose the question about the London garden, the opportunity of the rooftop shouldn't be lost.
Yeah.
But also, shared gardens, semi-public shared gardens with residential lining some of those spaces could also be part of your armory. I'm incredibly impressed by this apparently rigid or at least a highly rationalized structural system. You've really worked into it, showing enormous diversity of use and the way in which that the structure supports essentially a very great diversity and I think variability over time as well in terms of how these structures are used and adapt to different demands.
Julio, if you stay back here and use the pointer,
yeah,
because then the streaming can pick it up.
Thank you.
Julio, is that working? Great. Thank you. That was really interesting and clear. It's fascinating how an idea, just breaking a very simple rectangular plan, and it's evident in the final diagram that this very simple adjustment creates not only enriches and creates complexity in both the appearance and the form of the building, but also the interrelationship of spaces through that central atrium. And perhaps it's sort of almost inevitable that it was going to happen. But there's something very beautiful about the apparent geometry of the spaces within the building. I mean, the single primary space in the building and the space between the buildings. As if somehow it doesn't strictly tessellate, but it has that kind of hugely compelling sort of rhythm that means that there's a kind of an equivalence, isn't there, between what's going on inside and outside, which is an interesting challenge for any architecture to as Larry said, shape the city. I mean, the mistake that architects make is to make objects. We shape space. We shape space inside, and we shape space outside. And so what this illustrates very well, and there's a kind of informality, which then invites a kind of, it seems, I mean, this is where, when you were talking, I was thinking about, there's sort of logic and empathy. And the design of a building is often sort of, well, there's intuition, but there's a lot of logic, and there needs to be a lot of logic, because whether it's to do with dimension and activity and ergonomics or perception and climate and so on. But I think the interesting threshold in anybody's work is their capacity to empathise, to foresee the experience and almost to project the future of course we talk about, we imagine that you have to imagine what's going to be like to be in the building, but actually to empathise, to have the emotional experience that people might have. And so I suppose, for me, I guess the question, and it would be really good for you to, when we make a room, and we make I've just read a book new book on Vanbrugh, and you make a room, and every room has a window, and that window has a relationship with the outside world. And more often than not, he was making country houses. So there's a sort of idealised relationship between the room and nature, not just as a prospect, but actually in terms of as a receiver of light and things like that. But working in a city, you're already dealing with incredibly complicated external conditions, proximities of other things, the limitations that the context places on what you can do. So on the one hand, your scheme, in a sense, is an idealisation. But that idealised proposition confronts a reality which it part makes, but it part finds. And so I guess the question is, back to empathy, is what will people's experience, perception, and emotional response be precisely in certain spaces? Well, maybe precisely is the wrong word, because empathy is perhaps a more freer condition, but it translates into experience. And I think that's the challenge in a project like this, is to have where you're pushing the limits of conventional expectation, where, how successful is it? Which is not a criticism, but actually it's about methodology. Because in the end, to make this building, you would continue to, I would say, empathise.
Yeah, I have. Would you like to respond, or should I?
Yes. In terms of the empathize thing, there is a whole. It was 10 minutes, so there is a whole research about how the Apple Be Blue and research start making different kind of spaces around these new things. But maybe I will answer later.
So I guess in a sort of maybe this is all in it exists in your work, and if there's time, maybe this is something that if you haven't done, in a sense that it's like, could you do an audit of the constituent parts? Because the project makes a cohesive whole, but to make the whole, it's made up of parts, and those parts have there are certain elements. I'm not talking about structure. I'm talking about space types, and it perhaps, to in a sense, classify those space types, and then give yourself a kind of critique on, in a sense, where you think, I don't mean in a simplistic way of strengths and weaknesses, but observations about further development, and how, on reflection, if I was going to keep going, what would give, as it were, what might develop. That makes sense.
Thank you so much. The presentation was fantastic, and you apparently got us hooked up with the project a lot. It's my first time seeing your work, and naturally I have a little bit of questions about the line of reasoning that made you make specific choices. Actually, I have 3 questions. First starts with the typological choice. Could you walk us quickly and briefly through limitations and opportunities that you kind of explored and investigated to arrive to this typological choice? So why not, for example, perimeter block? Why not slabs? Which type of densities you were basically looking for?
Yeah, actually, I was looking at the term of the deep plan buildings because of the frugality that they have. We have an idea of, I have 4 domains of research on this kind of deep plan buildings. One is the frugality of them, that we have more wall ratio floor area per, more floor wall ratio area. Then also they can accommodate extensive landscapes in the roof, as we were saying. Also, we can accommodate different kind of things in the ground, while also we have a tripartite division in this kind of typology that can be differentiated from ground to roof in different ways. So first, that was one thing, the frugality of the type, the tripartite segmentation, and also the idea of creating and, as we were saying, shaping the space in this way. I mean, a linear form or a linear building or a slab can start bending and start shaping the space in different ways. But I think the synergies of the deep plan buildings are more can bring another realm towards new demographics, towards new research environments, towards new care environments, while the linear building might not can take that advantage of it. First of that.
That's very clear. Thank you so much. That takes me to my second question, which is the scale of the actual plan, which, first of all, I have to congratulate you for your design and meticulous, let's say, sorting and organization of the plan and geometry of it, which is very apparent in your, and the quality of the drawing also says it all. But I would assume that your understanding and the choice of deep plan as your preferred typology translates into those gray walls that are potentially, let's say, flexible, because you rendered your plan through the solid and the gray walls, which also what you called the inner room or the inner band.
Inner band, yeah.
If that's a kind of the gist of the translation of that idea of the type coming to a specific form of organization of the plan, I was wondering who changes this plan in different scenarios and what are the conditions for that change? What's the kind of community or the inhabitants say, or the caretakers or, I don't know, organization of the state in this kind of alterations, which is basically holding the core quality of your ideas?
Actually, I mean, there will be a whole range of different kind of stakeholders that can take advantage of these deep plan buildings, no? So if we say that we make, can I go to a plan? Let me see, well, here. So we can say that this can be host for a community first, that wants to downsize their household, but it's not really institutionalized. At the moment that we can institutionalize it, the inner band can also start bringing as a service delivery unit. If we see the courtyard types that are all around, like that, we might say that a courtyard type is really good for delivering services because of the inner gallery service. So this building, if we have an institutionalized stakeholder coming in here, can deliver services towards nurseries or also people that want specialized care in these kind of spaces. So it will, yeah, I mean, it's a very flexible and respondable. I don't know if I answered your question.
My last question, and I will stop. Which kind of change would you imagine that your project trigger in the neighborhood?
I didn't get, okay, like we might imagine a really new therapeutic network for London that is based on maybe a 6-story buildings, that instead of relying on height or linearity or linear forms or tower developments, we might also look at as a cohesive realm of these kind of plazas, or also in another way that can also bring the different kind of stakeholders with this kind of assemblage of 3 to 4 hectares that can have certain kind of synergies with maybe more institutionalized big buildings like hospitals that are next to transport hubs. So we might start looking at realms that maybe, so we might like look at different kind of synergies between these big, massive, big care systems towards these really compressed assemblages, or maybe all around London. We have different kind of this kind of triangular plots of 3 to 4 hectares, and maybe there's a lot of them, so we might look at something that they can have these synergies between them. Thank you.
I just, I mean, we're running. We've got to keep to time, Lawrence. I think,
Yes,
but
we have a couple minutes.
okay. Well, I just again, I'm left with kind of 3 associations from your work, and one of them is actually I was lucky to walk around with Stephen Whitford, the project in Southwark as well, the Appleby Blue, and what you have here in your compressed interior, Lightwell, is this very intimate social space. I mean, it's creating conditions for a very intimate relationship between neighbours, for people to find opportunity in that, but also to resolve kind of intimate neighbourly life. The other one is actually a desert island building, which is, I went back to again in the summer, which is Casa Mia, which of course has this fantastic light wells with all the circulation around it. And it's actually the way that those buildings are performing environmentally as well. So I think, in the building physics of this, I think it'd be interesting to see how your thinking develops over time around how these devices are also part of the internal environment, the light quality, but also the air circulation, ventilation, practical things around fire management, etc.
Yeah.
But I'm left actually feeling very strongly that you've opened a door into a lifetime thinking ahead, which places you, with that whole school of from Habraken and structures all the way through to some of the latest rising generation in Amsterdam who are exploring this deep plan, efficiency and what that can drive, and changing the economic rules of buildings as well to find greater internal area, which offers different kind of vast opportunities. And I think that's so you're touching on lots of interesting subjects which prefigure your life's interests ahead, I'm sure. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, I just briefly wanted to touch on the policy aspects that I think what you've been able to do very cleverly is actually take this away from us talking about the functions of this as a building, and you come in here and then you go there and you go up these stairs, to actually bring together some really pressing issues that we have now. Aging population and how we house them, how we make the most of limited supply of urban land, brownfield land, and the cost of building, so all the sort of building safety impacts that really it will be, if it isn't now already, pushing down heights of buildings. And I think sort of thinking about those things in the way that you have through a sort of exploration of typology and the relationship, not only typology of building, but actually of the sort of place you can create, and the need, I think, to sort of Simon's point about empathy, actually thinking about that caring environment, which is a very particular type of use. So it's not only habitation, but it's actually those other facilities that you need to support people's lives. And that sort of, the porousness of your thinking, to be able to bring those things together, but creating that actual porousness on the plan is very sophisticated. And you've given me lots of food for thought, which is a really good start to the day. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I have one more juror to introduce. We're pleased to welcome Samas Engin, who is an associate director working also at Prior and Partner together with Jonathan. We've had the pleasure many times of having Samas present the work of Prior and Partners to us. In fact, Samas has been one of the key people involved in one of the most celebrated master planning projects in the UK recently in Birmingham. So Samas's work is directly relevant to what we're doing here in housing and urbanism, and it's one of the things that we want to always do is to promote that kind of crossover between practice, the sort of concerns around very challenging sites and projects, and Samas has a huge amount of experience with that, so we're delighted that you could join us. Thank you. Yeah. Our next speaker is Prokriti Prasannakumar. Prokriti is going to now take us in a way from something that, as you've all seen in the last one, is quite apparently complicated. And in a way, what Prokriti has done is to do almost the reverse, to celebrate actually something that is very straightforward and yet is powerful through its subtleties and simplicities. And one of the things then that Prokriti has been really interested in is how we can have a very ambitious attitude about the simple. And so this kind of question of how do we make mundane things work especially hard, I think is an important one within the wider context of the way in which we plan our cities. So Prokriti, I look forward to this.
Thank you, Lavi. Hello, everyone. Linear residential typologies have continuously enjoyed renewed consideration in London's redevelopment planning. Not only because of their efficiency, but also for their characteristic of space shaping and restoring neighborliness capacities. These characteristics are particularly important in a densely built but fragmented pieces of London. One such area is the area of Walworth, where we have two strong dominant arteries running from north to south, where one is the railway viaduct running parallelly with the Walworth Road. So these two armatures cut through the area of Walworth, and the east-west connection is not very apparent. London is also made up of streets, blocks, squares, back gardens, and passages, and these strong arteries that run through them. The linear building has a capacity to restore these conditions while also adding larger urban transformational value. Here we see three linear buildings in an assemblage, where the shorter linear blocks have galleries facing the south towards the existing back gardens and existing pedestrian paths. But the extended linear building here, which is in between the railway line and the Walworth Road, has the gallery facing inwards towards the block. So let's take a moment and look at the value added by the gallery to a dwelling. So gallery is a phase of shared activity, but it's also a starting point of the interface with the dwelling. The internal organization of the dwelling is dependent on the virtue of its engagement with the gallery. So, of course, not everybody will be occupying the gallery like this at the same time, but this is to represent the variations of uses and shared activity in this thickened threshold. In many parts of Europe, we've been seeing continuously about how the potential of gallery is being utilized and implemented to increase the essence of shared living and collective life. But this is something London or England might have fallen behind a bit. Looking at this specific example, a few years ago, Buckner designed this cooperative housing, which had a very distinct attitude towards constrained dimensions, where the linear building turned and looked towards an inner courtyard, and the outwards facade looked towards the existing garden. So here there's a system of parallel walls with distinct dimensions in between, which continue to shear, and this shear is creating a narrow entrance and an expansive space at the back. So this shear also adds a sense of opacity and privacy, while creating multiple moments of threshold from the gallery to the other side of the linear block. So if we take a step back and just consider a simpler structure of the parallel walls like Buckner, and also combine it with a column and shear wall structure with the thickened gallery, the question is to look at whether there is a simpler approach or simpler organizational strategy that can be applied to achieve the same levels of moments of threshold, privacy, and opacity from the gallery to the intimate spaces at the back. So the column and shear wall structure allows us to situate an array of spaces which is at immediate adjacency to the gallery. These spaces can be expanded laterally, while also have a push and pull and a give and take from the spaces of the gallery and the dwelling. So this in turn creates a layer of threshold, which gives a new way of negotiating the rules of neighborliness. So this space can have spaces for a ritual of entry and exit, spaces for hobbies, spaces for work, study, etc. While the nooks and corners help the user to turn and enter the space instead of entering directly from the gallery, while the nook also accommodates storage and seating and internal spaces to expand into it. The second band of threshold is where we are introducing series of spaces which require plumbing, like the toilets and the kitchen. The darker elements here are the toilets, where the kitchens are embedded in between, which creates a sense of compression and expansion, and also having the spaces which require plumbing confined within this band, which allows the more intimate spaces arranged in a parallel wall system to have a more generous character. So this is the view from the gallery, where the spaces themselves are used as moments of threshold and opacity to increase the privacy for the intimate spaces at the back. While the intimate spaces at the back enjoy a sense of generosity and also relationship with the thresholds in the front. So the parallel walls are arranged within a structure of shear walls, where the shear wall is 7.45 of a span, and then divided into smaller rooms of 3.7 meters, which is while maintaining a standard dimension, but also enjoying a sense of generosity. So we get a repetition of private collective spaces on the other end of the dwelling, which is enjoying their own variation, while also embedded in a very simple structure. So this strategy can be retained as a shorter linear block, or it can also turn around the block to create a more extended linear building. So turning means we get corners and endpoints in the plan, which means the gallery converges at the corners and also have a transverse expansion of living spaces. So these generous spaces at the corners and the ends have capacity to accommodate larger family sizes like extended families or shared cluster living, where the ends have the gallery continues into the living space and also wrap around the private spaces, enjoying double aspect spaces all around. The structure also gives more freedom to expand the spaces laterally, especially the first layer of threshold, which gives us an opportunity to accommodate an entire floor plan of larger larger dwellings, where if the entire floor plan is filled with cluster flats, it means that the people who are coming here are comfortable with sharing common spaces and resources, which in turn, so this shared attitude towards collective spaces also spill over into the gallery, where the gallery is experienced as a collective face. And this floor plate is dotted with services and also shared amenities like the laundry, which is used by the people in the floor. So this laundry frees up the dwelling from spaces like laundry, washer, dryer spaces, while also adding to the characteristic of a shared space. In a larger picture, okay. In a larger picture, these linear blocks have the capacity to connect the neglected east-west connect of Walworth Road, where it is also connecting the existing church and its garden, and like back gardens of an existing block with, and also existing gardens with sports courts. If we cut through the main block, we can see a rich hierarchy of public space, a supermarket which is reintegrated, and a mix of soft mobility and services on the roads on either side, while having a face of gallery and residential life. The roof of the supermarket can be used for a shared garden, which can continue from the gallery and add to the sharing capacity of the floor. So the Walworth Road has a continuous frontage that runs all along. The linear blocks maintain this continuity, but the block embedded between the Walworth Road and the viaduct sets back from Walworth Road, where it lets this frontage breathe a bit and also absorb the soft mobility through the path in between. So this path has two phases that are feeding into it. That is the ground activities on the linear block, and also the small cafes and juice bars, etc., on the supermarket, which spills over into this. So the shorter end faces the viaduct and adds to the environment around the viaduct, where both the viaduct environment and the ground activities spill over. So smaller pockets are carved out within the block, where the roads on either side of the block is used for servicing, and a part of the service that is given back to the block for a small play area, and the wall, which could just be a solid shelving wall, is moved back so that the cafes and juice bars can open up into this passage, and also while the ground activities are spilling into this passage, while the refuse and delivery is taken care of by the roads on either side. And at the same time, the smaller blocks are also responding to their adjacent gardens and pedestrian paths. So the shorter block on the western side of the viaduct is occupying some ground spaces, which is part of the ground activities in the block, while also expanding into a public realm, which continues to expand to the existing sports courts and gardens. At the same time, on the eastern side, the shorter end of the linear block is adding to the continued frontage of Walworth Road, while the longer sides are facing the pedestrian street and the existing street, creating continuous through and through moments, while also being dotted by spaces like bicycle storage and smaller shops and cafes. So the church sets itself back from the Walworth Road, creating a visual anchor with its gardens around. So these spaces can also have the potential to continue to stitch this area further. Taken together, these ground conditions articulate the linear typology as an urban instrument that works through continuity and permeability. By extending the point and line structure into the ground datum, the project thickens the ground plane into a spatial field capable of absorbing movement, activity, and social life across multiple scales. Thank you.
Who would like to?
Prokriti, that was great. This is a topic that I love. The gallery as a social phenomenon, which I think are hand-drawn diagrams. I know you want to go to those. I just think that's really, they're very clear, very elegant, and kind of have that almost sort of philosophical, mathematical kind of reasoning behind them. You're it's like absolutely essential description of something which is drawn, which actually then has a reality. The notion of a threshold, but also the kind of intent. If you can go to those plans, quite near the beginning.
The spatial infrastructure.
So you keep going back. So it's these sort of drawings on the right, which are the absolute underpinning of your idea. And I think they're really important because they constitute research, and in a sense, how you then interpret that in detail is a slightly different matter. But you can come back to this kind of, as I say, kind of mathematical logic, geometry, which has spatial and social connotations, emotional connotations. It's really important. In a way, it's under attack as a spatial condition, because the regulation. It's really good that Sarah's here because no. But I mean, it's a really difficult thing to do now. Perhaps sort of always has been, and I don't want to oversimplify things, but because there are clearly projects, perhaps further afield. But one thinks of kind of projects like Park Hill, which was an early example of a deck, but on a kind of different gallery. But the notion of it being a street, there was social connotation, but actually back to that thing about the relationship between the diagram and reality. There's a sort of diagrammatic logic to that, which probably it was not perhaps as successful as they thought, because they hadn't broken down the threshold between the home and the street, perhaps as much as they might have done. Okay. And one could go sort of go through a whole series of projects for better or worse. Something like Zumta's project for old people's housing, in my mind, stands out as one where there's a real sense of the person or people who are living in that building. It sort of goes beyond what is initially a systematic idea about infrastructure and logic of kind of how you assemble buildings and how you move around them. Like corridor or deck. Just even language, etymologically, deck versus gallery, loggia. The words we use have all sorts of different connotations. The historical references we use have very different connotations. But to talk specifically about what you've done, the crucial thing is both in the configuration of the shape, the shaping of that gallery, but also the immediate activity inside, which will certainly inform and influence and hopefully do what you say it will do in terms of the life that it will conjure up, that neighbourliness, that conflict. I mean, housing in a way functions, certainly at least from a UK perspective, it functions in a very pessimistic context. A pessimistic context of a crisis, a pessimistic context of cost, a pessimistic context of regulation. There's many things which are kind of sort of under siege. So what is fundamentally an optimistic proposition, I think, is, and it has a simplicity, which is by no means a kind of understatement of what you've achieved, but there is a kind of simplicity that one can come back to this again and again, because fundamentally, what you're exploring is the idea between inside and outside. Therefore, you're dealing with the relationship between tempered space and untempered, and nature. you're dealing with privacy and sociality. You're dealing with things which have that kind of binary thing, and so many aspects do, and so therefore one can come back to it in a both sort of qualitative and a quantitative way. But, you know, there are all sorts of technical challenges which are actually, you know, they're not absolutes. They depends on which country you're building in, which climate you're building in, and within which policies you're building. So actually, curiously, you know, so as a kind of intellectual proposition, it has a liberty. In a reality, it has constraints. But that, I mean, you know, for the purpose of this, that's sort of irrelevant. I thought what was also really interesting about the project was, for good and bad, but what was really good was the notion that the gallery, because it's kind of an invitation, not only an invitation to your immediate neighbours, but when you talk about orienting the buildings one way or the other, so the gallery faced away one way or the other, you are literally kind of, it's a performance. You know, it's a sort of rear window. It's all the things that are going on, and again, coming back to that optimism and confidence, it is literally a display, and in the process of doing that, it's inviting the life. You know, it's not completing a space, an urban condition, but it's adjusting and animating and activating. Some of these words are kind of generic architecture speak, but what you get a sense of is that you are going to change the situation, not by making an object, but by shaping the space. And by it's actually the nature of the surfaces that you create that change the activity. So as a kind of as a methodology for design, it's sort of almost endless in its capacity. One last kind of, I guess, a small criticism. When you go to your ground plan, and it's a product of dropping your plan form to the ground. For example, if you go back a couple, hang on, I think that will do. So here, you know, shall I point? Yeah. Anyway, I feel like one thing that's missing is that the galleries on the upper floors, which are finite, could and should have become open-ended on the ground. So that they become a kind of armature of movement, because you were talking about movement, but then, for example, here you close the ends. So I can't see the gallery from the Walworth Road, and I can't see the gallery from the church. So I don't just set off. I mean, it's completely familiar stuff, but wouldn't it be wonderful if I was walking undercover from the church to the street, and from the street to the railway arches and beyond? And so the way in which buildings build public space or make public space, that's, I think in your case, in this instance, an easily adjusted oversight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I really like your title. So I think the negotiating neighbourliness is sort of key to all your study of this gallery space. And I agree with Simon. I think I'm not really going to talk about what you've done on the ground plane, because I think it's, in a way, that's a completely different proposition. But the sophistication of your analysis of, well, what we call here, Simon said in a very derogatory way, the deck, and what it raises in policy terms is what we call dual aspect. So being able to get daylight from both ends, and it has become such a point of contention. Every summer since I've been working in my job, I have a fight with my colleagues who always want to tear up the very term dual aspect. And I make, you don't, it's not about, they just see it by the language that we use to sort of shape not only the arrangement of spaces, but actually the qualities of the environment in a home. So the aim of trying to bring in more daylight into a space and encourage relationship in an apartment setting of shared outdoor space, which is what the gallery is, we sort of turn it into very sort of dumbed down language and sort of very derogatory. And I think what you've done is brought back some humanity to this quite small distance between the say the back of the kitchen and the edge of the gallery, and sort of looking at how you can bring that sort of humanity back into policy, really. And so some of it could be about a change of use of language, but also thinking about how people will use those spaces. And so this idea of negotiation, so in the gallery, and I suppose you're sort of showing it in your sketches perhaps, but still sort of for people, the edges, the boundaries of what's theirs and what's their neighbours is very important.
Yeah.
And how people use those spaces in terms of putting out pots, or do they store bikes there, and actually you're in my space. And I think that would have been a really interesting next layer, or could be an interesting next layer to explore, is where those conflicts happen. But I think it's really, I admire you for just taking in a way that one issue and bringing in those different layers of sort of interrelationship between the technical sides, the sort of policy ambition, how do you get density, but also these types of, again, a derogatory term, slab blocks, very much derided, but as you said, they're very sort of familiar in not just London, but many cities, and I think we don't appreciate, we think about the sort of quite hard facades that they create, and perhaps that is something that you might also have looked at, is how you deal with the gallery edge, because often they're sort of concrete panels, if they're sort of post-war blocks, but actually how might we deal with them now? I don't think I saw that in your plans, but well done.
Would you like to answer that about the edge of the balcony? I think it's a great question.
So the gallery was imagined to be a continued element, like accentuating the horizontality of the linear building. So it sort of wraps around. So to accentuate that, I've made it a solid strip which wraps around the gallery and continues to wrap around the building, instead of differentiating it as a railing or a more porous element. So it was a decision based on the elevation of the building.
Okay, well, I think definitely more that one might do there in terms of creating these balconies as really special spaces. But so Lawrence introduced the day's discussion about the need for architects to think at every scale, from, you called it the ritual of the front door, I loved that expression, all the way to seeing a problem which arises in many cities, South London particularly, but I mean Walworth Road and the railway viaduct, and the lack of lateral connectivity. So I recommend you on the way in which you've covered that whole spectrum in your thinking, and really fabulous. I mean, Simon said everything about the threshold through to the privacy of the home itself. But I think rehabilitating slab blocks, rehabilitating the idea of deck access, these are really important missions. I'd like to say that the long, endless streets in the sky failed because they were just continuous everywhere. And actually the opportunity is to say that, you're creating an opportunity to share a balcony. Not a gallery, but sharing a balcony. And the question then is, like Julio's question, how many neighbours are able to reconcile how they resolve living closely together and see an advantage in that.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to live in one of those Neve Brown houses, which are 5 neighbours which lived in a communitarian way. We shared a threshold at the backs of our houses. And 5, nobody could ever imagine it being more than 5 neighbours. Maybe it could be a 6, but that could be, there could be a crisis. So I think having understanding, how you scale that from the Walworth Road to the lateral walking street to the actual intimacy between, I think it would be good for you to articulate a position or some reasoning behind that. The other one is actually the shared balcony is, of course, if it's to really offer amenity, the idea that it's bathed in sunshine would be good. And here you've got an east-west lateral thing. So I understand that you've chosen to put the balconies on the middle slab block on the north side to animate the interior path.
Yeah.
But there's a loss there. There's a loss of sunshine, and particularly if you see it as a more static space rather than a circulation space, a shared static space. So I wondered if you could say how you reconcile that decision to in the central block. Why did you choose to put the shared balconies on the north side as opposed to on the south? Are there other devices which would have activated that lateral walking path between the church and the west side of the railway? So how did you make that decision to make the balcony a north-facing balcony?
Okay, my initial thought process was to let as much as consistent southern sun to the living spaces on this side, because they are deeper, so that the sunlight reaches till the end of the space. And then I assume that the narrower spaces next to the balcony are spaces you use during a nice morning sun, and spaces which do not require the consistent sun we need for living spaces on this side. So I thought that, okay, it serves 2 purposes, where it has a softer light but also looks inwards towards the block. But then my thought process was different for this, where because there's an existing garden and a larger, an active public ground over here, I was thinking that the gallery is an engaging phase over here. So
It's a difficult decision.
yeah.
Personally, I would have put the shared balconies on the south.
Okay.
That might have caused you to explore a different condition on the north side.
Yeah.
To make sure that you've got an active and socialised walking path, which I think you're achieving at ground level with the supermarket. Perhaps the secondary uses on that level, with those kinds of thinking. Anyway, I just really commend you on, Laura said, this is about the front door, the intimacy of how you come in and out of your home to actually resolving typological problems within the city program. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I totally agree, and I congratulate you on making very difficult decisions and making them consistent throughout the scales. What I particularly really like is the attention that you gave to the complexity of this gallery space, about a balance between care and negligence. In fact, the way that you kind of pace the vertical, let's say, access points along the gallery allows neighbors to kind of just arrive to their doorsteps, only passing maximum 1 neighbor's, let's say, wall, which also gives them a little bit of, let's say, sense of belonging to these extended spaces that you provided with them at their footsteps, at their doorsteps. At the same time, the kind of almost meta question of the gallery space in this type of typologies is always about choices that the designers make in necessity to share that space and needing to share, and opportunities or choices that they have to share that space. So, for example, putting the laundry space makes them use that space on a regular basis. I was wondering if there are other type of these kind of spaces that you might imagine could be added in order to kind of choreograph this and at the same time organize the kind of type of animations that you want to make in these galleries?
I was looking at very strictly programmed shared spaces. I was like thinking that all, if a shared storage or shared bicycle parking, etc., everything else, I've situated it on the ground. And I thought this was something that made sense to be on every floor. But I can actually explore more if I can carve out more spaces like this on the floor plan.
Seeing this, which I totally appreciate, kind of let me almost think about the temporalities of use here, which I think is a very key in the kind of the qualities that you want to achieve. How often I have to go out of my doorstep to do something or to share a cup of coffee with my neighbor or to use that space and extend my life to that space. So this is a kind of very deliberate balance between avoiding that space and avoiding eye contact with the neighbors and willing to share or going out to do something or to perform a task, which I think your laundry space and the way that geometrically you positioned it at the center point or the distance that it has between the vertical axis really suggests a very good thought behind it, and that's why kind of triggered my curiosity a bit further. Also, this kind of, I really appreciate this kind of recessed and setbacks at the doorstep, which also reminded me of James Sterling, St. Andrew's dormitory space, which is proven to be very effective.
Thank you so much.
Just for the sake of time, I think we'll cut short now and try to get back on track. But as we're making the changeover, I know, Simon, you wanted to say one more thing, but perhaps we can do that as we start to change over to our next speaker.
It was just to, a couple of things. One, Jonathan mentioned this thing about how many neighbours, and perhaps it's worth looking at Robin Dunbar, the sociologist's research into sort of the social relationship between people, about trust and all this. So it's called Dunbar's number. And within that, there's a spectrum of group sizes where, you know, evidence would suggest empirically you can expect people to sort of behave certain ways. A few other things, but I can just talk to you later.
Thank you. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Adiba Farheen. And what is interesting about the transition that we're going to make is that the first two projects that we looked at were, in a way, responding to the current policy on high-risk buildings by remaining below 6 floors and thinking in terms of building quickly, being able to move in a way rapidly, because they're the kinds of projects where we should see the simplicity of them and be able to implement the ideas. On the other hand, one of the things that current policy is producing is the idea that if we're going to build tall, we have to include the safety infrastructure in them to address the kind of fire challenge that is expanding buildings, tall buildings, in ways that we haven't seen before. And it's putting tremendous kind of pressure on the life of tall buildings, where one of the things that they end up having to do is to raise the question, is there any meaning to the life on the upper floors and tall buildings when they accumulate so many people there? And if we're going to end up with a kind of landscape which might be positioned between, on the one hand, tall buildings that are exceptionally large and 6-story buildings, are we looking at a new kind of landscape? But in order to address that, we have to begin to question the life inside of tall buildings, and that's exactly what Adiba Farheen has done. So Adiba, thank you.
Hello everyone. So the name of my thesis is Above the City Among Friends, Reshaping High-Rise Topology Towards Resilience. This image in a way becomes a very important point of what the thesis is trying to argue. The reason it is crucial is because the thesis essentially argues for a high-rise topology that hits the ground in a way that contributes to the wider neighborhood. The reason why that is a crucial attribute for tall buildings relates directly to what makes tall buildings problematic. So if we look at current situation that can be seen existing in central city conditions like Clerkenwell, which is predominantly consists of low-rise buildings, within it, tall buildings exist as out-of-scale interventions that disrupt the continuity of the city. And they, at the end of the day, end up offering little or no sense of neighborliness at urban scale. As a result, single towers fail to do what the image was sort of indicating, and instead stand as isolated enclaves. So if tall buildings are this problematic, why do we have to build tall? I think the reason being the new fire regulation, which kind of forces us to enlarge the core, and due to the economic viability of it, mid-rises are sort of becoming economically unviable. As a result of that, what is being delivered currently is what we see in here, a rigid set of topologies within high-rise buildings that have little or no sense of conviviality within them. So if there is going to be an increase in trend in building tall buildings have to be approached differently. And the thesis sort of explores, can they become resilient? So what do I mean by resilient? Resilience refers to the attribute of being able to adapt, transform, and remain socially and economically viable over the long term. In an essence, for a high-rise topology to become resilient, it needs to have 3 major characteristics. One, it should be adaptable to incorporate diversity. It has to have a sense of sociability within it, which can be incorporated by introducing shared forms of living or collective living within it. And because collective living is being introduced, individual autonomy within that collective living becomes a very important key characteristics. A spacious strategy to look at this attribute of resilient being achieved is segmentation of the form. Clues can be found in precedents like KNSM Skydome, where segmentation allows generosity of the dwelling. Dwellings achieve the advantage of dual orientation. And the differentiation of segments allows it to react to its immediate site that is probably not consistent throughout the form. So using that advantage of differentiation that segments allow, the exploration looks at triangular awkward parcels of land that can be seen situated across London. One of them can be found in Clerkenwell, right beside Sparfields. Such awkward size, when we try to intensify them, can this segmentate form be an answer to that? So the ground floor strategy, in a way, looks at how 3 generous spaces can incorporate civic spaces, while service spaces are flanked through these civic spaces. As a result, the ground opens up and reacts to the immediate surround 3 different edge conditions that can be seen within that parcel of land. This transforms it into something that is not an isolated enclave, in an essence absorbs what the edge conditions is. Moving up within this building, how can the segmented form incorporate within it collective life? So this image right here shows how these segments can incorporate 3 cluster flats within them, while the spaces in between becomes a space where an associational life is enjoyed. To look at how the associational life can work, the typological exploration looks at Campus Hall by C.F. Moeller as a starting point. In this precedent, 3 regular segments are organized around a segmented core. Due to the segmentation of the core, the collective life of the building is internalized. And the segmentation of the core also creates various thresholds right behind the spaces adjacent to the stair. While this kind of institutionalized collective space and nuanced arrangement shows how associational life can be incorporated within the building, in order to remove the type from the specificity of user that it has, which is student dormitory at the moment, it has to be deinstitutionalized. And the institutionalization of the type incorporates majorly 2 innovative strategies. One, the core is consolidated, which in a way frees up spaces around it and pushes the collective life out towards the exterior. Second, the structural logic of sheared wall is shifted to a more flexible point grid structure. These strategies transforms the type to incorporate a flexible spatial infrastructure. And this flexibility will be further explored now in 2 scales. One, what happens within the segments as it incorporates cluster flats, and what happens in between the segments when these cluster flats kind of come together to create varied hierarchy of spaces. So in order to look at first within the segment, let's start with the most smallest scale within the segment, which is the rooms. The dimension of the room has been carefully thought. The rooms have been elongated to a proportion of 4/8. This elongation allows it an indeterminacy of use, incorporating different diverse multiple modes of life within it. The elongation does so also because it allows a kind of functional layering. So there can be different functional layering by different users. One can assume a couple living in here and the room divided into 2 zones. Workspaces are pushed out towards the exterior, while the interior houses a more cozy bed and closet space. The same space can be incorporated by an elderly lady who decides to layer it into around 3 zones according to her needs. These indeterminate cells, when are brought together, are composed in a way to look at different iterations of the shared space within the cluster flats. The iteration looks at how the cluster flats can become expanded or contracted owing to the fact whether workspaces are part of the cluster flats or are part of the in-between segments. The shape of the shared space within it is also explored through how the cells are grouped. So when it is grouped in 3 groups of 2, it forms an L-shaped collective space. When it is grouped in 2 groups of 3, it forms a more centralized collective space. And each has its own different value, which is further explored in here. So the L-shaped collective space has the virtue of allowing differentiated functions happening within 2 ends of its corner, which can be seen in the volumetric expression of this space, where 2 contrasting needs of the residents living here can coexist within 1 shared space. The centralist collective space has a more celebratory character to it. One can imagine 3 families residing within this cluster flat, with the central space functioning as a more shared living room. This collective room volumetrically enjoys a greater transparency and visual connectivity compared to the L-shaped one. This essentially demands probably a greater sense of sharing. These segments, when are brought together, form majorly 2 different characteristics of in-between spaces within the in-between segments. One, they form 2 intimate residential lobbies. Another, they form 1 very generous shared space that connects across level. So one of the challenges of these intimate residential lobbies is how to convert them, how to not make them claustrophobic spaces. And it does so by situating everyday ritual functions like the laundry space right beside the residential lobby, and the laundry space in a way opens up to it, animating the residential lobby. Similarly, on the other end of the residential lobby, a kitchen window and a pantry door ends up animating this space, and these are the activities that kind of transforms it from a claustrophobic space to a more animated space. Now we look at the generous space that connects across multiple levels. This generous space has multi-level connection and becomes a very critical point when we are looking at associational life. One, because it is now exposed to a lot of inhabitants coming together, which in a way increases chances of conflict. In order to manage that, amenities are used as functions within this place, because in a way amenities allows cooperation to be built over time. The section shows a gradation of privacy as well, from the mezzanine level to double height spaces to a more triple height space that is the shared terrace. This gradation allows varied degrees of sharing to exist within one generous space without creating a lot of conflict. Overall, these innovative strategies result in an organizing principle of segments, where individual autonomy enjoyed within the segments is essentially not in conflict with the collective life that unfolds in between these spaces. This independence allows this in-between spaces to take different geometric forms and allows it to be morphable in the future. So the exploration, if looked forward, could look at how can the segments maybe contract in dimensions or expand in dimensions, and the in-between spaces can change in different geometric shape as well, as long as the organizational principle is kept intact. This segmented form, therefore, sits within the city as an object that is responsive to its surrounding due to its differentiated form. And the resilient tall building, through its absorptive quality, becomes a tall building that is not an intimidating object anymore, but a landmark of civic infrastructure within the site that it sits in. Thank you.
Who would like to start?
Again, thank you very much, Lawrence. You know, we go from urban block to slab, and now we're rehabilitating the tower. So fantastic! It's really great to see that. And I thought, I mean, there's lots and lots of fantastic thinking here. I absolutely agree with you. London is way off the curve in terms of really thinking hard about tall buildings again and what they can offer. And I think we need to look to East Asia in particular to see how that really can be done. And I think, you know, to Simon's point, we're developing a series of very negative tendencies towards these type of buildings. And I really commend the spirit that you're bringing to the question. The only question I have is really, at the beginning you talked about the way in which tower blocks come to ground. And so I was completely absorbed by the interior life, the way in which, you know, the Dunbar, what is it, Simon, the Dunbar, what's the spectrum? Is it a spectrum?
150 is Dunbar's number.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of other numbers.
So there's intimacy of neighbourhoods, then there's you know, the clustering. What's the scale up from that? What's the scale up from that? And you know, you're beginning to explore further and further iterations of that. So I thought that was really exciting. My only question is just how the building comes to the ground, and comes to the ground in a London context, which is this, you know, European city with street frontage, etc., etc. And the role not only of the ground plane but also of mid-level roof spaces to actually become part of this extended social life. So I wondered why you brought the buildings all the way to the ground and didn't think about a kind of intermediate. Were you, well, I suppose I'd be interested to hear about how you think about this building, a super large building dropping into a very localized context. So perhaps you could take us back to that urban response, the specific location of Clerkenwell, and how, you know, the internal life of this block looks fantastic, but how really does it come to the ground and add to the local context of Clerkenwell?
Sorry. So I think this here hasn't been explained within the presentation that much very well, but the idea of how each segment can react to 3 different edge conditions forms a very important spatial strategy of how the segments kind of open up to it. So if you look at it, one of the there are existing 3 different conditions. One, which is the Spa Fields Park, which the segment kind of takes as an anchor point and kind of takes it within the upper segment. And that space, in an essence, incorporates cafes, exhibition spaces, also because of its proximity to the London Archives that is situated here. And the ground floor is thought of to extend up to 3 floors. So this segment, in a way, reacts to these conditions, and we can welcome stakeholders, for example, like Clerkenwell Design Week, because of the functions that are happening within it. The section below, the existing site already has a youth center right there, and within the youth center, there are spaces that are dedicated to social services, sports facilities, and play spaces. Yeah. So when I'm introducing the buildings, the idea is to absorb those functions of youth center right at the lower segments. So the lower segment, therefore, houses a community center, which would within it have how to uplift the community, the wider community, and the community that the high-rise topology is going to house. So it would have spaces for vocational skills, connected right to the play space. So it becomes a more space that is oriented towards family. And then right beside that is where the sports facilities are kind of absorbed within it. So this absorptive nature of the ground floor is what kind of transforms it into something that's not an isolated enclave. Yeah.
I accept all of that. I think that's very well presented. I just say there's this intermediate, the whole question of the podium,
Mm-hmm.
how that might adapt to form streets and allow different ways in which the building comes to the ground. So particularly your northwest facing over Spa Fields, that looks like a really interesting way. But I'm wondering if there was another, you've been obviously committed into thinking through the tower typology, this super large building, and what it can offer. But I think there's also this the role of kind of intermediary scale building, which works with the street, creates interior spaces which help to absorb some of the needs and amenities of the scale of a wider community as well as the building, and indeed the roofscapes that forms as well. So it's just not to forget that podium doesn't. I mean, I think maybe we're going to come on and talk about podiums next, but podium doesn't always have to be a dirty word either.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it as well, and I agree that although it's a very kind of known type, but you kind of started tackling the challenges and sheer problematics of it as well very well. I was taken very well with the quality of the spaces of sharing that you kind of showed us, and the way that they work in different clusters and different scales, both in plan and section, which is specifically you showed a section of a 3-floor and 3 stories that kind of thing, all intermingled into each other. If I'm just to challenge you, I wonder how much of it or which part of it is kind of derived or is dependent on your typological choice as a tower. So can it be a 6-floor building, let's say, or kind of a block or a perimeter block or different type of cluster building in a very much, let's say, Swiss cooperative building. So in a way, what are the tectonics, spatial relations in this very, let's say, core quality of your design that is dependent on the choice of tower? Is it clear what
Yeah.
the question is?
I'm trying to think through it. I think through our discussions, that has kind of come up, like how tall are we hoping to build and how much of this sharing is actually dependent upon tall buildings. I think in a way, the multi-level connection would kind of work as a translation of ground that is needed just for tall buildings. That kind of justifies how these kind of spaces become more suitable for tall buildings, because maybe I wouldn't need this expansive, generous multi-level space for something that is a bit smaller. However, I am not specifying height. Of course, the new fire regulations looks for something that is taller than 18 meters. And taking that challenge, I am proposing something that is as generous as this, that is only probably needed as a translation of ground for very tall buildings which are kind of disconnected from the ground. So I think that...
This is a village in the sky. Right?
Yeah.
But this could be an 80-story building. You didn't tell us how big it was, but it could be an 80-story building.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And I think because of the way that you described your proposal very much about the sort of social units and the relationships to each other, it made me wonder, did you do any research on the sort of economic model that you would use? So who would be the client? Who would build this? Would it be like a private developer, or are you seeing it as a local authority, or is it public or social housing, or is it private? I just wondered, had you thought about it? Yeah.
I mean, you look at big buildings in Singapore or Hong Kong or something, and they're private buildings,
Yes.
which are competing to offer this kind of thing. So, London's way off the curve in this conversation.
Yes. Well, that's why I wondered, had you thought about that, the type of
I would like to answer that, but also would be very careful. While it has been thought, it hasn't been really developed as of yet. But mainly, the whole idea of it started from looking at it from an affordable aspect of things, because tall buildings essentially become spaces for high-end dwelling types. So how can they incorporate people that are not rich, let's say, and that, so in a way, that we were looking at rental tenureship, but also looking at how voluntary associational forms like cooperatives or CLTs can form within them associations and then own a cluster flats jointly within them. So these were kind of being discussed, but obviously this hasn't been developed.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but I think that's really interesting, because I think just going back to the example Jonathan gave of Singapore, because they have the sort of nationally led housing program, so providing sort of affordable homes for the whole Singaporean population, and I can see that is something that I think partly why here in London, particularly, we struggle with we will struggle increasingly with residential tall buildings, because we see them very much as privately led, and the way that we sort of pay for their upkeep is through service charges that will be astronomical for tall buildings in the future, because you're not only paying for lifts, but the more sort of services that you have, somehow those have to be paid for. So I'm just really interested, because I think it is a layer of the sort of tall building discussion that your project sort of gets stuck into, but I realise obviously you're not going to do all the economics of it. But I just think that aspect of how you support the social life of such an expensive building type is really key, because I think the few tall buildings that I saw in Singapore that had these incredible public spaces in them, these sort of green spaces, really well planted, amazing playgrounds and tennis courts and so all sorts of facilities. And that comes partly because the government is able to subsidise them.
Well, they're also private. I mean, America, it's full of, it's the condo. Singapore has plenty of private condos, which are service charged as funded. In fact, the competition in that market, is to provide greater and greater immunity and differentiate between the immunities. So I think it doesn't always need to be a state provider.
Yes.
At all. Depends on market context.
Yes.
London is in this conversation around build to rent, particularly, and I was thinking also of Simon Hall's latest building Urban Nest as well. I thought this kind of rather interesting. The way that your progenitor here was a student housing project. You mentioned it, but forgive me, but I recognise the plan, but I couldn't tell you what it was. But so I think this communitarian life at super high density is a real question, of which London is dipping into this in build-to-rent, and for example, the student housing model, the urban nest, is a good example of that. But can it extend to achieve larger households, mixed income households, family lives living at this kind of density? I think that's a question which has been continuously explored in much denser cities than London. So I commend you for the thinking here. I think it's really
I agree too, but I just wanted to sort of highlight that it's that you're tackling a really it is a challenge of now that we do need to deal with. But I did also like that you're challenging the idea of the family unit, and that you may have several families or 3 families sharing a common space, and how that it's sort of I think particularly in England, the UK, but England particularly, we're very shy of sharing anything, hence our love of net curtains. So I like your sort of social provocation is great.
I think across a lot of the projects that we're looking at in housing and urbanism, one of the things that we're asking is, can we look at design as provoking a question around changing ways of living? So many young people today are left with little option other than to think in terms of pooling resources across households and creating new kinds of households. And so I think that it's not so much that we have an essential bias towards the cooperative, but it's more a recognition that the market perhaps needs to be nudged a little bit to think about possible alternatives. But I just wanted to give the microphone to Anna Shapiro, and our colleague in housing and urbanism, who recently has been working on the planning of a tall building as part of the Earl's Court redevelopment.
Thank you, Larry. I just think, Sarah, you've raised the kind of the central question of development model as what would actually allow us to think differently about tall buildings, because unless we raise that question, we can experiment spatially endlessly, and we will still be building what we, I think, all as a field don't really convinced by and struggle with. But to me, what happened in this project that is really interesting is the kind of assumption that in order to innovate, we need to move away from institutionalized approach to a floor plate. So basically where Adiba is saying, well, let's look at it differently. This is not a serviced living approach, is where she is actually creating the beginning of an answer to a different version of serviced living. And, I don't mind that you're not spelling it out in the end, but for me, the answer to how can this be done is in actually bringing service providers and asking them to appreciate an alternative approach. Because we are seeing currently the viable tall buildings are the buildings that involve service providers. They are student residential, they are a different version of co-living. They're pretty much everything but open market sale towers, because open market sale towers, A, there is almost too much of something that isn't really desirable out there, but B, they aren't really viable anymore. And if we go back to your kind of 3 points of what it needs to be, what we need to consider, in a way you are telling us that if it's adaptable, if it's if that kind of the aspect of sociability is there, and if it still retains that individual autonomy that we all want and value, well, it will be resilient. It might end up being the next model of assisted living in the sky. It might be the next model of some kind of shared environment for students, not necessarily the typical students living. But for me, this began to challenge actually the kind of serviced living at high densities more than it helps us to rethink the private market somehow. yeah.
Can you go to, there's a drawing you made, which is the view looking at the sort of three-story space. It's a three-dimensional drawing towards the end. There we are, go back. I just wanted to touch on this. So you had already presented a whole series of plans and analysis of how, in a sense, how adaptable and resilient and how interchangeable and so on. And I thought this image was incredibly important because it's one of the kind of fundamental aspects of being an architect, which is to evoke an idea. If all the other images were gone, to me, this is the most important image in conveying an idea about, this is your idea. As long as I've got in the back of my mind the sort of simple story by story adaptable way of, so you're creating an architecture which has a duality, a binary morphological structure, grandiose terms, but effectively you're making architecture of lateral space and vertical space. And the lateral space is kind of the workhorse. It's doing you can sort of, over time, you could tune it to be more and more efficient, let's say if the economics start to play a part. But the thing which gives me the curiosity to want to live here is not those floor plates, it's this image, and it's that series of spaces, which, of course, is both spatially interesting, but the fact it's in sunlight, which may or may not always be the case. So in other words, and it's taking a tiny piece. We said, we've no idea how tall this building is, and that's why this drawing is really interesting, because I have no idea how tall this building is. I probably wouldn't be able to look at the building and go, that's where I live, but I can be in that space and have a very strong sense of the life I've chosen to live in that space, because it's not just about being in a cell and looking out, or in an apartment looking out. It's that, as it were, it's like sometimes when stage designers design a multi-story stage, it has a kind of vitality that the flat surface, even in theatre, for all the performance, that three-dimensional aspect is hugely powerful. I think just one thing I would reflect on, to a certain extent, it's a kind of an observation about everybody's work, but there was a time when we, as architects, were essentially propositional, intuitive. Seemingly, increasingly, everything has to be evidenced. I mean, we expect a building to be constrained by its site, to be constrained by, not constrained by, informed by climate, and obviously responding to a brief. But this question keeps coming up, where is this building? Or in fact, we could ask that of every building. And if it's in London, if it's in Singapore, if it's somewhere. And that, the sort of, trying to think of it, in other walks of life, maybe, there is this reality which is that the poetic, well, let's just say specifically, the poetics, the possibilities are ultimately informed by context, by which I mean kind of regulation and policy. So there are things here which one looks at and goes, oh, that's possible, it's not possible. It might be possible in Belgium, it might be possible in Switzerland, not here, whatever. And so it's, as a kind of, not a profession, but just as individual architects, it's fascinating how we're being forced, ultimately, to be so precise about the spatial proposition predicated on evidence, technical logic, if that makes sense. Which is not to undermine the power of what we can think, but it sort of means that we have to think and demonstrate with such precision, in time. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Any other points? If not, we'll make a transition to
Just note it's the third time we've seen fantastic thinking around a communal living environment. Not just the vertical space that Simon's highlighted here, but also this shared group living, a group house.
Yeah.
So I think we've seen three of them now, and we haven't had a chance to talk about any of them.
Yes.
But again, just
We
to
will.
acknowledge that's part of the thinking as well.
Yeah, thank you. Adiba, thank you very much. As we transition to our next speaker, one of the things then that we've just done is we've gone to something that is incredibly muscular and demanding in terms of the kinds of thinking that have gone into the architecture of this and trying in a way to meet the challenge that has been imposed by some of our recognition of risk and how we adapt to that. We're going to come back to something that is now getting very close to the ground again. And so here, as we move to Namita Matthew, Namita has picked up on another trend, very, very different from some of the previous ones, but where the emphasis is a little bit less on the housing itself and much more on what it is that supports the housing. And that is a kind of emerging convergence between education, culture, well-being, and all of the things that make up our civic life. And so what Namita has done is to really look at these things in a very composite way, where we see the convergences and start to translate that into an urban architecture that then supports the housing. And so in Namrita's case, we're going towards something that begins to emphasize let's say, spatial qualities over some of the questions about spatial infrastructure. And so it's more about the characteristics of the building that really allow us to envision different sorts of actor-stakeholder relationships within the city. And so some of the questions that you're starting to raise are addressed more directly by Namita.
Yes. Hi. So today I'll be taking you through an investigation of linearity as a tool for regeneration. So over the recent years, we have come to appreciate projects and environments that have shaped through civic initiatives, being a physical manifestation of mission alignment, collaborations, and partnerships. The Hackney School of Food is a fairly small project developed by the end user, chefs and schools, with a small budget. And we also celebrate places rejuvenated in collective formations. Today, the field has shifted towards more complex and layered approaches that work with the existing conditions, balancing preservation and also renewal while addressing social and economic pressures. So here's a before and after of a project in Angel, Edmonton, taken less than 2 years apart. And here the transformation has happened through a fairly engaging process involving different actors. JKA was commissioned by the Enfield Council to create a quick and positive impact at a very low budget. And surely an approach like this can accommodate more and can also accommodate housing within it. So while we've seen projects come up through civic initiative, the way estates are regenerated has been long defined by a limited spectrum of responses. Either minimal improvements that leave the fundamental problems unresolved, or wholesale demolition that risks displacing communities and erasing value. And South Kilburn is one of many estates in London that's currently undergoing transformation. It has a very distinct morphology that sets it apart from its surrounding context, and it's been looked at for over 20 years, and it's going through its fourth phase of transformation. In the pre-modern city, terraced houses established a very clear distinction between the public and private, with an emphasis on streets being the only public offer. And during the modern period, how it's left currently, the public and private definitions were a lot more unclear, with slabs and towers set within fairly generous blocks with loosely defined open grounds that were intended to be for all, but it became residual spaces that were disconnected from everyday life. And the South Kilburn Master Plan was introduced to address this fragmented structure of the post-war estate, aiming to re-establish the clarity between the private and the public through perimeter blocks. Now, we know perimeter blocks as an urban artifact that strengthens the logic of streets and is also highly geared towards privatization with an enclosed green space for all the residents and everything outside the perimeter as public. Now, the eastern part of South Kilburn has already been transformed, but this vision for South Kilburn was made several years ago, and we also know that it takes time to be realized. In South Kilburn, as a reaction to the lack of attention to civic infrastructures or civic presence, both Adam Khan and RCKA have come together to rebuild the Granville Community Center with an approach that values local actors and engaging with the community. So this project is a reflection of, it's a reflection of their wider portfolio. It's working with a combination of adaptive reuse and infill, densifying it with housing, and is also attempting to improve the life of the park. So it's a small project, but a huge step forward to improve the civic life of South Kilburn through densification and intensification. But it does not have to be seen as a singular project. The master plan of the area is also expecting new infrastructures for the existing nursery and schools. They're also rebuilding the library, and it can also benefit from affordable workplaces, a leisure center that serves the school and the wider community. And there's also a need to build more and densify with housing. And there's always a question of how these civic infrastructures get delivered. And it's often left for the later stages because funding may be an issue. But we can look at a different model that brings these infrastructures and different actors together while also reorganizing our streetscapes and bringing a different attitude to landscapes and building better housing. One way to do this is by looking at a version of linearity that works with two sides. So a civic front and it's a residential front. And the civic edge engages with the Granville Community Center, turning its back of house into an active layered front. And it pulls together residential environments with different civic elements involving a school, sport infrastructure, a library, arranged in sequence alongside rich associated outdoors. And all of these uses require varied spatial needs and hence differing structure. And this organizational strategy can allow pluralized environments to coexist within a systematic framework. So the nursery and school require an intimate setting where children can play, learn in secure spaces, and hence this educational environment is arranged around an intimate courtyard. And it also allows the spill of the classrooms onto it. And the leisure component have specific spatial needs occupying large uninterrupted spans and hence is offset from the structure of the housing while pushing all of its necessary service spaces into the structure behind. And this generous space and volume can accommodate an NBA-sized court, lending high service provision to the school and the wider area affordably through shared use. So all of these spaces are complemented by outdoor areas that support the spill of these uses onto the exterior, reinforcing landscape as an active spatial extension. And the third component of the building accommodates a library and co-working environment. And here, the atrium performs as a generous co-working environment for people to work together, meet, and promote collaboration. And it also offers an intimate setting catered towards mutual and collective care for families and children. And so it's rather than operating as an isolated institution, by being part of the larger civic sequence, the library gains more footfall. And the additional upper level also creates a redundancy of circulation that serves as an operational tool, providing direct connections for surveillance and ease of management. It also builds a visual connection, encouraging curiosity and engagement within the entire complex. Hence, linear organizations constitute a field of architectural and urban research capable of assembling complex civic systems into legible and pluralized frameworks that operates between two parallel conditions, incorporates the landscape as an integral part of the infrastructure. And here, landscape is not a visual amenity, but where formal and informal activities overlap, social behavior is kept in check, and where care and knowledge is transmitted. And due to acute budgetary constraints, it no longer makes sense to think of institutions in isolation or singularly. We're already seeing a pairing of libraries with leisure centers, schools and leisure centers, enabling shared governance models and co-joint operations. Here, circulation plays a critical role in translating shared governance into spatial clarity. This organizational capacity culminates in a condition of civic convergence. Here, the programs are arranged through adaptable adjacencies rather than rigid containers. And the diagram is conceived to absorb change, allowing users to expand, contract, to be reassigned, or overlap without undermining the overall spatial logic. Now, as seen in the Barney campus, these models are traditionally associated with outer city context, often enabled by expansive land availability. And since there is a desire to, or an attempt to have a different attitude to streetscapes, these models are migrating to the city. And in dense urban conditions and in the context of estates, housing is then critical and central to what we're trying to do. Hence, these models can't be without housing in central city environments. So housing is not understood as a passive layer above public programs, but as an active participant of the civic ground. And the two don't compromise each other, but makes it a rich living environment that gives the residents multiple choices in how they want to participate in collective life. So the second floor level, comprising of the continuous terrace, accommodates a critical negotiator between the civic and residential domains. And rather than seeing it serving a singular function, it becomes extension of all the uses. So accommodating children's play as an extension of the school, spaces of retreat for the residents, and also hosting capacity for collective events. In this instance, the point block is adopted as a densification strategy and deliberately reworked to support collective life. So conventionally, we know point block type blocks to organized dwellings around a central core. These are the range of buildings that were studied, and some of these projects show a shift in the position of the circulation cores to the edges. By pushing the cores to the edges, there is an attempt to create a collective domain in between. In these variations, the flow plate design aligns degrees of sharing with patterns of occupation across tenure types. So long-term tenure catered towards families prioritize stability and intimate sharing, while short-term supports higher densities and more fluid connections. Mixed tenure types accommodate both, creating a mix, facilitating learning and crossover among different groups of people. Now, and today let me explain one of these types. So the long-term tenure type for families, this one is comparable to the first case study, housing by Zanderoth, which accommodates 8 bedrooms per floor. Now, rather than fragmenting domestic life into autonomous units, these units are reconfigured to make the central domain a part or an extension of the dwellings. It incorporates a measured degree of sharing. So the kitchens and dinings are shared between 2 households, creating a small, manageable unit of cooperation that reinforces neighborly relations without eroding privacy. And 4 dwellings participate in a broader collective domain, forming legible social groups in which trust can develop over time. And the shared kitchen and the dining here, along with the central domain, form the social heart of this plan. This configuration supports collective childcare as children can play freely within the shared space that are visually overseen from the kitchens and dining areas. So the primary motive of estates is to build better housing. And some of the master plans for these estates have been sitting in our shelves for 20, 30 years without being questioned, and they also take time to build. And here, linearity can be used as a tool to create pluralized environments that bring in an approach to housing, an incremental approach to housing delivery. And it reactivates estates through civic convergence, shared infrastructure, productive landscape, creating resilient neighborhoods and desirable places to live in. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I thought at the beginning when you analyzed the evolution of the urban kind of morphology, it's very succinct and very accurately representing the cultural shift across different generations. And I think getting to the current, your proposition and the kind of the current thinking around the South Cuban area, I think that represents the current latest thinking, but you're also injecting some of the thinking that we were kind of just talking earlier about how the building meets the ground and how does it actually treat its relationship with the surrounding public spaces and public life, and therefore the idea of having a civic front related to the RCK proposal and then the residential front related to others. I thought that was actually quite interesting and successful in kind of trying to negotiate that and also bringing life into that ground level and activation, which is probably one of the challenges with. I know you're not really proposing a tall building, but one of the proposals of kind of taller living is that how does the ground plane actually work? And so I thought that was actually quite clever in terms of that relationship. And the scale seems to also be working quite well in terms of how the different functions that you have on the ground floor and related to the higher level and your potential use of that lower part for the active and communal life. And I also thought that the layout that you represented in terms of the family living kind of opportunity and the shared space among them and how that relationship could be built with the shared, an element of sharing and shared childcare, for example. That's one of the kind of key things of family life that is usually challenging in a big city like London. And so I thought that was all very positive, really. So I wanted to kind of congratulate you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I second all the commendations. And I have a question, though, that I think one of the key design element of your project is, let's say, the top of the civic plinth, so the second floor, where the housing, so basically you define a second ground for all those inhabitants to not only be connected, but also given an area of integration with all those civic facilities. So I wonder what are the design thinking in terms of the sectional connections or the way that you capture this movement or the forms of life and you direct them towards those services that they seem to me, at least to me, that they're a bit larger than the scale of the estates. They're kind of serving the neighborhood. So in a way, the interaction between the neighborhood and the residents of the housing seems to be on the second floor, at least part of it, the interface of it at least. So I wonder if you can elaborate on this kind of design thinking of this relationship a bit.
Yes. So it's seen as an extension of the residential environments and the civic, and it's also deliberately kept adaptable, such that whoever requires it can appropriate it. But it's So it's, yeah, in that sense, it's deliberately kept adaptable, but it is, like you said, it is a crucial part of the building and the design being a critical negotiator between the residential and the civic participants.
Do you see it as a space for residents or for the civic social life of the community, those rooftops? And we are talking about podiums.
I see it as for both, as an offer for both.
A very great presentation and a very lovely scheme. Can you talk about the space between the civic front and the back of the Granville?
Yeah.
And kind of what you imagine happening in that? What is it? Is it a street? Is it a yard? What is it now, and what will you make it, I suppose?
So currently, in the existing condition is streets, and here I'm looking at so two different approaches. One is as a more loose mobility pattern, allowing soft mobility and connecting this Granville to the building and the larger area. And while the residential front is seen as, it is seen as more of a servicing. I mean, it is there to service the building, but it's not seen as just a road, but also one that allows soft mobility, not as generous as the one in front, but still allowing that to happen.
I think I'm really interested. I mean, this is a great drawing, but the interesting thing about a three-dimensional drawing is there's certain things it's not as clear about as the plan might be. So could you go to the plan, yes, but the sort of context plan, or it gives us enough, yes, context that we can see it in relation to the Granville. So I think what you've designed, at least on the lower floors, is a kind of matte building. A matte building which gives equal value to inside and outside space, equal value to kind of what you might call programmed space and unprogrammed space. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a very successful execution of a I mean, it's a recognizable way of planning. Yeah. It works really well. What you've done, I think, works really well because it's sort of endlessly malleable. You managed to demonstrate that you can get entrances to residential, communal, spaces and flats above. You can create a library, you can create a nursery, you can create co-work space, all of which adds to the conviviality and sociality and the kind of notion of community builds. But I'm curious that you chose to not extend the mat to what I think is the geometrical limits of your site. As if because you use the word civic front, and I wonder if you used the word civic edge, or mm-hmm, use the phrase edge, because it seems to me that there is a slight abstraction of your composition. And I would be I'd like to invite you to kind of revisit the perimeter geometry of your building, mm-hmm, because I think, at least, I don't know what's going on in the Granville building, and to a certain extent, obviously you have no control of what's going on in it, but we respond to context as a physical thing. We also, and you are, responding to context as a sort of social thing. So what's going on in some of those slightly bigger rooms on the ground floor of the Granville building, yeah, or centre, even though the ones that are facing north, mm-hmm, in a way you're inviting them to be better spaces, or could be inviting them to be better spaces by the way in which you impress upon them, by the way you engage with them, that they should, that there is a dialogue to be had. Mm-hmm. So I feel like there's just, what do you think about the idea that there's a kind of abstract geometry to your building? Do you see what I'm? Yeah. Is that a fair observation?
Yes. Yes.
It's just a question, I think, but it's a question not of what's right and wrong, but a question of how one inevitably makes projects and gets to a point, and it seems to me that that's the kind of could be another step. One thing, can you just go to your residential floor? Of course, one of the problems of you, go back one. One of the problems of you standing there at the lectern and not even really being able to point to these things is when you were talking to this slide, you talk about a whole series of sort of social phenomena, but actually quite difficult to know which one you were talking about and what social phenomena you're referring to in which part of the plan. So that's just a reality. But then, of course, you did talk about this one, and if you go on to the next slide, I just have a question. I completely understand the idea of two flats, well, 4 homes being consolidated into sort of 2 shared homes, and so on and so on. Acoustically, what happens when one family is sitting, and this is not like you could say when the TV's on, but I mean it in a different sense. If the TV's not on, in fact, if it's quiet, very quiet, what are people thinking when they're in their adjacent living rooms?
I think in a certain sense, if required, it can also accommodate some sort of partition that if needed, the unit can function as its own. But for the clarity of what I'm saying, I've not shown it as such. But yeah.
I just think it's a really good illustration of the question of sensation, as in, again, architecture is often, the architecture of building and space is often presumed to be a largely visual thing. I know we recognise it is more than that. But in a situation like that, you're acutely aware that it's not just about what it looks like and what it feels like, as in physically to touch, but is what it hears like, as it were, and I mean, a good, not a good precedent as into, but an interesting past project is the Schindler Chase house in LA, which, for better or worse, explores those questions of kind of emotional and functional boundaries between 2 families. And, it's, again, perhaps something to look at.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You set yourself a really challenging brief because you've this sort of massive project of exploring, I think, sociability and civicness from the home and the shared spaces between the homes, as well as on the ground plane. And so that's a lot of thinking and a lot of sort of challenges you've tried to resolve. So well done for that. And I remember when I saw this before, I couldn't sort of grasp the scale, but now I can see it because I think you've put more of the surroundings and you've explored the sort of spatial relationships between things. So I think that's really good. What I suppose came across to me sort of very strongly was this intensity of use that you've tried to explore. So rather than the usual development model, which is you're trying to maximize use on the site, maximize value, economic value, I think you're trying to maximize the civic value. But I felt that I struggled a bit with trying to there are a lot of I suppose sort of familiar elements that you were able to sort of show. So it almost sort of collage together the sort of big seated stair that you can as a communal space, your different types of sort of sports facilities, and so there were sort of lots of clues, and I really like that. I like that idea that actually, because this is so complex, you've used quite subtly the art of collage. But then what it made me think was, actually the bits that I'm not quite sure about are this sort of, I suppose, on the ground plane, it's the openness and enclosure between your landscape, the street, and your sort of civic spaces. So that basketball court, and I just thought, oh, why isn't it? Could it be open? Or why is there such a hard edge to all of this when actually, I suppose partly maybe to Simon's point, that you've got lots of open space that I'm not quite sure how that's used. So if you're trying to maximize your civic value, you should be really pushing yourself to do that. And then the other elements, looking at your residential, I suppose I can see there, so are those the residential cores?
Yes.
The access points to your residential? And so I suppose there's something about the qualities of getting into your residential block that will be very different to accessing these civic spaces, which would be the much wider community, and being able to understand those different boundaries of the sort of more local and the sort of how quickly that needs to be private, perhaps, versus the rest of your ground plane. And then, lastly, what also interested me that maybe your research looks into much more is your sort of pushed out shared staircases in the residential plane, because you've purposely made them not your normal sort of dogleg, but you've given them curves, and there's something about the sort of sociability of shared staircases that I think is really interesting. And in a project that Pocket Living have done in Waltham Forest, they've done that. They put quite a sort of grand, not quite spiral staircase in the middle, and it's just created all this very different sense of commonality. And I just thought that feels like something that could be an interesting future research, because it means you're having to work less hard to do the shared space that you've created between your sort of apartments, but you're using the space that you have to have anyway, and that you've purposely made special somehow. You've given them special forms. So why not think about those as a sort of communal element?
Okay. I want to say, you mentioned in the beginning that it's not looking at the economic side of things, but it's also because of the economic pressures we're starting to think about things not singularly, but through plurality. And also the looking at, like, say, for example, the sports environment as an enclosed space, like you mentioned. It's in the weather conditions in London, it doesn't make sense to have all sport infrastructure as open, especially for schools, and while providing it for the wider area. So that's something that is deliberately given, and all the open spaces that are associated become an extension of these uses, where they also accommodate outdoor sports facilities. It becomes the school's open ground where for arrival and where children can play. It's so associated. Some of the associated spaces become mud clubs. So I've not mentioned the programs in while explaining them, but it's all part of the extension of the uses inside. Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks again. Fantastic spectrum. As everybody said, you've covered an amazing set of subjects here. And indeed, we are looking at a mixed use. There's no such thing as just housing. We are talking about intensive mixed use podium arrangement for this particular piece. I wonder if you could step back just to the figure ground plan, the one which shows the Granville and a little bit of context, this one. And I would really, I'm picking up on some of the things that Sarah was saying and some of the things Simon was saying. I think it'd be fantastic for you to draw that as a landscape plan, right? You've drawn all of the activities, you've got a clear idea about how these buildings are working. The interiors of the Granville would be really important to include in that. But actually draw it as a landscape plan. And I think that would be a really useful thing for you to do, but it'd also be a very convincing thing to do in terms of how you've responded to the first question you set yourself, which was around estate regeneration. So South Kilburn is a fantastic example of a long-term estate regeneration process which has been done in a really exemplary way. And there have been lots of excellent architects working into that question, not least Alison Brooks, who was one of the original architects. And you started by recognizing that, 19th century, pre-modern, you called it, streetscapes is, kind of quite straightforward. But actually it's incredibly sophisticated in terms of how all of those things really work. And the problem of the post-war estate is it just blew all of that away, and we ended up with undifferentiated, underutilized land full of social problems. Yeah. So South Kilburn is an example of how a piece of London is being put back together within that wider 19th century context. And the contemporary architects are working into that, are doing it in very intelligent ways. And there are some buildings here by Alison and Gore Scott and others who are really doing that. They're reforming streets. They're not only just streets with cars in them, they're play streets, they're connecting streets. And the problem of your plan at the moment is it doesn't show us your attitude towards that. So is this just, to Simon's fear, undifferentiated space, or is it, to Sarah's space, underutilized space? Yeah. I think it'd be a really good thing to draw this actually as a landscape plan and tell the story of how valuable this is to the center of the whole estate. Because it seems to me the Granville is doing one thing, but what you're doing is timesing it by 3 with all of the social amenity space. And so this is actually the center of the community, of the neighborhood, the thing that we used to call an estate. We don't want to call it anymore. We want to call it a community. We want to call it a piece of city. So that was very valuable. And I think you took us then, without blinking, into this whole series of hypotheses around a single point block building and its adaptability. And for me, that's the least successful part of the plan. That should just be a little sickert. It should just be a little cut through. And maybe, like Alison, you should be completing blocks and just doing some locally contextual pieces to repair the urban fabric. It looks like you've got some, if not some 19th century terraced semi-detached houses. So I think doing that drawing would help you clarify your own. You started by framing the question beautifully, as Sana said, but I'm not seeing yet how you've really resolved that in telling us back the story of what this intervention is to complete the estate and the value of these connected landscapes to the whole community. So I think that if there was one drawing to do, that's the one I would do. And it's really just to say that you've opened up the full spectrum of questions, from the acoustic separation between a conjoined multi-generational household all the way through to estate regeneration and how you do it. So the spectacular kind of covering of the subject. But I think that would be the one thing to challenge you to do.
Really, really nice summary there. Namita, thank you so much. Now, we have one more to conclude the morning, and we are now switching to Antonio Fernandez, and as we do, the microphone. This morning, you've noted that we're going across quite a wide range of urban challenges, and strangely enough, given that London is such a waterside city, we haven't addressed the waterside yet, but now we're about to. So Antonio is trying to pick up on where the logic of waterfront development has been changing around Europe and moving towards something that is, in a way, through its simplicity and regularity, able to generate complexity on the waterfront, which is, I think, as we would all agree, harder than it first seems. And so the way in which Antonio has been working with forms that are in a way quite obvious and simple to build and might work well with the industrial heritage of these sites can nevertheless generate something that has a richness to it that might help us re-inhabit the waterfront. Antonio.
Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be guiding you through woven legacies and domesticating the waterfront. Bleak, empty, and segregated conditions describe great part of London's waterfront. These sites have long been known for driving urban transformation, but have become fragments of the city where tabula rasa and opportunistic developments have become common, hence erasing the memory of the site and hardly enabling collective, productive, and meaningful ways of living. Many developments have faced these challenges, but regulatory hurdles and the lack of critical mass have provoked many setbacks. To understand the approach of other developments, we can see here Hamburg, Hafen City, Malmö, Copenhagen, and Oslo, which all of them have requalified their waterfronts through careful considerations where a balance between consistency and variation and a mix of complementary uses is established. Despite the impressive results of Hafen City's development, it took more than 20 years to initiate. So is it possible to develop our waterfronts in other ways by moving at different scales and with a focus that allows for more agile results? North Charlton gathers multiple conditions to explore ways in which the London waterfront can be integrated with the city. These sites come with important attributes, such as the industrial fabric and elements like flood defense, which give cues on how to develop these areas by possibly weaving them together by establishing new relations. Many creative professionals currently work on this site given the presence of repurposed sheds. Hence, the intention is to retain these jobs while allowing them to become updated and acquire relevance within the communities. So, what if models where housing and industry coexist became enabled? And in doing so, what spatial strategies are needed to make this happen? The weave comes as a spatial strategy to seek balance where active grounds, pathways, and blocks become part of an integrative response. Hierarchy, extension, differentiation, balance, and rhythm are all attributes that can be found in a weave and in an urban fabric where differences become unified, in such ways that the warp is composed by the fixed elements, which are the blocks and the yards, and the weft by the circulation spaces. Each thread gains different thicknesses, volumes, and materialities, which allow to create a series of balanced spaces to cater different needs. The project proposes a spatial weave that balances the site through scales, integrating spaces for events and uses to ensure continuous activity. Larger structures, such as sheds, are repurposed for meanwhile uses, like libraries, workspaces, and eventually even innovation hubs to support the neighborhood's evolution, while blocks gradually intensify towards the waterfront to sustain activity and enable the future expansion of the flood barrier. These relatively simple structures shape the built environment and the way of life simultaneously, where ground floors become active and adaptable by their thickened conditions, and the efficiency of gallery blocks is implemented above, where neighborliness is brought to the active facades and the waterfront becomes supported by collective living and working environments. The varied range of units can also attract and accommodate a diverse set of residents with different incomes and tenures. So to explore this typology, the gallery axis, we can have a look at House for the Elderly by Peter Sumter, which acts as a precedent in generous gallery spaces. Here, a sequence of differentiated thresholds enables users to appropriate and personalize the shared spaces. However, these sort of spatial qualities have been extended into buildings that go beyond elderly houses, such as Doskres Gugach building, where the gallery becomes an extension of the dwelling and offers opportunities to negotiate the collective life and domestic cultures with the neighbors. So this raises the question, what changes in these galleries can facilitate a way of living where residents get to share and socializing becomes part of the everyday life? These diverse ways of living are allowed by the spatial infrastructure of the blocks, which consists in segments that are 35 meters long, with a grid of 7.2 by 6.3 meters, which dictate the depth and the variable width of the units. So the central axis is composed by columns to allow more flexibility, and the two axes at the sides are composed by shear walls that indicate unit access from the galleries or to put furniture against them. This helps achieve a banded organization composed by the gallery, the social spaces, the service band, private rooms, and the balconies. So basically 4 rooms organize this planned system. Firstly, two unit accesses and a bench constitute a bay. Secondly, to enable generosity, diagonal views are created by shifting the private rooms from the structure, which means that the presence of shear walls and balconies alternates from room to room. Thirdly, the service band is next to the private rooms and alternates kitchens with bathrooms and access halls. And finally, all rooms have the same dimensions and 2 possible accesses that condition the room to the unit. So different ways of living can be accommodated within the same spatial infrastructure. For example, these units may vary their layout arrangements by having 1, 2, or 3 bedrooms with varying dimensions for their social areas. Although these blocks may appear repetitive, there are subtle variations in their shearing created by mirroring their segments and shifting the gallery or balcony orientations. This shows how the equivalent orientation becomes a tool to create distinctions in how domestic spaces can deal with their exteriors by shifts regarding their proximities. So close proximities between neighboring blocks, such as in this case, allow interaction between users of opposed galleries without affecting their privacy. And to augment the neighborly relations, galleries are equipped with benches, as the ones we saw before, that extend and become shared between neighboring units, while simultaneously dealing with the polarities that the typology brings between interior and exterior. Because they can become personalized, they can be used for dining, relaxing, chatting, or even buffering views, which becomes an element of both integration and separation. Views to the balconies are also buffered by virtue of the block distancing, and in cases where distances between blocks are larger, such as this one, the permeability of the ground floor allows the residents to engage more directly with the productive spaces as well, which have their envelope offset from the structure to create more space for productive activities to be carried out. This spatial infrastructure allows for multiple layouts at their interiors, where many uses can be accommodated. The type of uses that these spaces enable has a direct response on the yards they are facing. So the assemblage consists of 4 blocks, and it creates 5 yards, all of which play active roles throughout and become differentiated by virtue of their materiality, dimensions, and adjacencies. Highlighted in blue, the bookend yards mark the axis of incoming flows from the south, which connect straight to the flood barrier walkway through the ramps. The yards between the sheared and linear blocks create two environments. One is the service yard for trucks to unload and load, which is treated with hardscape, hard surfaces, and a secluded yard at their north with a more communal vocation treated with softscapes. And finally, the central yard, which brings civic life to the ensemble by extending from the industrial clusters into the site and allowing restaurants and cafes to eventually spill out into the waterfront. After understanding how the blocks and the yard work, the last element of the weave is the weft, which dictates the circulation system of the weave while adding balance and rhythm to the fabric. From up to down, the flood barrier pathway, the block passages, and finally the service way. So by treating the flood barrier as an urban infrastructure, it becomes thickened to 4 meters wide to allow civic activity to pour into it. It is also linked with the yards, elevated terraces, and the spaces below. Just cross the blocks at their ground floor in a non-linear manner, which gives these routes more dynamic experiences. And these block passages link the yards through the buildings by also using diagonal views, which give more visual depth. And in doing so, the productive spaces also start to become more exposed. The final weft element is the service yard, Harrington Way, which establishes the dialogue between workshops, logistic or storage spaces with the existing sheds. And these adjacencies enable connections in 2 ways, through transparencies by virtue of the materiality and also by their possible uses. And this possibility given by the space for extended views as well, from interiors to exteriors, allows workshops to exhibit their production processes and simultaneously engage with the external users. And the generic qualities of the spaces as well allow them to become adapted for different light industrial or creative needs, using double heights in favor to create variable layouts by space partitioning. So the project proposes the weave as a flexible, multiscalar spatial framework that integrates production, living, and public life along the waterfront, transforming it into a socially and economically active landscape. Through porosity, differentiation, adaptability, and retention of the existing, it positions architecture as an infrastructure for relationships, collective life, and long-term urban transformation, offering an alternative to conventional single-layered development models. So cities should not be made through formulas of familiarity, but through carefully constructed differences that allow new forms of life and events to emerge. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I feel like I'm speaking too much. That's an absolutely first-class scheme. Thanks so much. That's brilliant, actually. I think a whole series of things arise from that. One is the question that regeneration is about intensification. Mm-hmm. And here we looked at the estate regeneration as a question. Now we're looking at industrial use, or in California they're called PDR, I think it's a nice term, production, distribution and repair, so the actual functional life of the city. And that's under critical threat in London. And you know, we need to find housing. We need to find ways in which we can live in closer proximity to these things. I think what you've been doing here, I was just enjoying, as you described it, the deeper and deeper thinking you've put into that. So yeah, you know, I think there's another thing here about wharf sides and character, urban character, mm-hmm. which you're recovering from these monolithic industrial estates. So our mayor says that, you know, Jules Pipe will tell us that you know, we cannot concede any industrial land, but of course we must. Mm-hmm. And so it's this kind of thinking which really begins to explore how we can, and how we can meaningfully. it's interesting. I mean, we touched on social models, how communities are self-determining, self-organizing at different scales. But also working communities need to be as well. An industrial estate is a very dull place to be. Mm-hmm. It's inward-looking within buildings, facilities, amenities from a social perspective don't offer anything out between buildings. There's very little civic or urban character to the working life of those places. And here, I think you're really beginning to explore that. So, I think there's a lot of superb thinking in here, and I think it captures some particular wharfside London qualities. I thought you were going to launch into a Scandinavian solution here, but this actually feels very London. Its toughness, its intensity, and the proximity of one type of activity with the living environment. So there's lots of detail to prove that you can really achieve all of that. But I really commend the thinking and the way that you've gone about it. I suppose as a kind of prototype, I'm wondering to what extent you can see this as a model which could scale out across the whole of Charlton Riverside, which is a highly contested environment because we're yet to see a really good plan for Charlton Riverside, and it is a huge opportunity. So I suppose my question is, can you see this as a model for scaling out across the wider geography of Charlton Riverside, but also as a model for wider industrial and mixed-use intensification?
Yeah. I mean, I think so. It's a model that could be repeated throughout even this. What we're looking at is a 10-hectare site. So yeah, I've only worked with the 2.5 sort of 3 hectares that we're looking down. But I think that these spaces may even offer the possibility to include other typologies as well. However, I do feel like there is certain richness with the gallery access blocks, and for all of these possibilities in weaving the existing fabric within and dealing with different sort of conditions. But yeah, definitely it could be repeated through many other.
I suppose just to test that question, frame a better question, part of your approach here is to recognize, you said it very nicely in summing up about a contextual approach in the detail, that I'm negotiating very unique conditions in close proximity. So I wondered if it's not just a cookie cutter, it's actually a methodology.
Yeah.
How do you renegotiate this complexity and scale it out across a wider geography?
Yeah.
Do you think there's a limit to that, or
I think so.
Is there a secret formula?
Well, who knows? Who knows if it's secret or not? But there is certainly, like, at least given the spatial infrastructure and all of these sort of flexibility it allows for the different sort of layouts that can be created, it comes to allow, like, at least to explore how can it deal by placing it with different parts of these sort of sites, or what happens if I shear it a little bit, if it's 1 bay or 2 bays, or it all can sort of adapt to different conditions. So that's one of the, I think, drivers I had through the process to make it like more repeatable in a way. So yeah.
But you also chose a very unique place to
yeah, thank you.
Antonio, I thought it was great, and I just wanted to talk about, talk about one thing. The scheme, or the place, one immediately gets a sort of visceral sense of what it's like to be there. And there seems to be, for me, I mean, your diagrams are beautiful. I mean, it sounds like something that comes out of a computer, and maybe it did, but it has that kind of looseness of a sketch, or I felt like you might have been using charcoal and chalk to make your warp and weft, and so those were very beautiful and evocative, in as much as you were talking over them sort of logically, systematically, at the same time as these things evoking stuff which is softer and more kind of curious and unpredictable. But what was really striking about these, in a way for me, less the housing, because we'd already talked about gallery access, not to in any way dilute the work that you're doing, But what struck me as really interesting about it was the transparency. The transparency of those lower floors, which kind of reinvigorated the city. I mean, I'm kind of building on what Jonathan was talking about, but you know, William Morris talked about sort of useless toil versus useful work. And what your project does is it kind of creates this social foundation of the kind of pleasure and virtue and energy, dynamism, but the life, you know, of work as a place on top of which to live. And you know, you make no bones about the fact that you're making this kind of transparent framework of external and internal spaces, for which there's that porosity or fluidity, visual continuity, and that works both ways as to what happens. But for me, what was particularly striking, I think there was one view where you're taking a kind of corner view from the outside through an interior to an outside beyond, as one can. And in a sense, you round about these sort of images, maybe one or two before, and there was this, and then there's one where you can sort of see what's going on above a bit more. But it's really interesting how just the materiality, because there's a whole series of other things, typologically, the way the thing is organized, as you talked about with your diagrams. But for me, it's the transparency which just, you know, makes it so plausible and so kind of invigorating as a place one would really want to live.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I think what I've really enjoyed this morning with all the projects, and yours included, is this real rigor about pattern making. But I think the other 4 projects, I'm just speaking very generally, have perhaps, or at least 3 of them, sort of focused on patterns in relation to structure of the building type. Was what I think comes across really strongly here is the urban pattern. So this sort of pattern of the block that I think could be repeatable. And what is really good that London has really struggled with is that there's this real tension about getting rid of our production spaces, the spaces for making things, and the Greater London Authority has done a huge amount of work to create policies that protect those spaces, but also try and look at how we can put them back into our fabric in new developments. And it's really hard because actually production spaces, you know, light industrial space even, it's noisy. It doesn't sit comfortably with residential. But what I really like is that as your sort of starting point of your narrative was this creation of yards and streets, and then your sort of blocks above. And I met somebody some years ago who was one of the sort of early creators of studio space for artists, and he said that you know, London has turned into a place to consume art, and that artists are being pushed further and further out to find those places where they can produce it. And I could really imagine here as a place where people aren't having to live out in some awful industrial estate in, you know, beyond the M25, but actually that this could be a model that is reproducible in other places where you can make art, and you've got this sort of this density that you have a place that has a really quite distinct identity. And I think your sort of thoughtfulness about the waterfront and the sort of practicality of creating that this sort of flood barrier element and the sort of public space, and using those sort of familiar examples like Hafen City and Amsterdam, etc., is, I think you've done it really well, and I could imagine living there, living in your concept. So, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will second all the amazing comments, especially the integration with the light industry is really commendable. What I found a bit of a curious choice, for me at least, is the view to the waterfront. So the way that you kind of positioned your woven programs and form, in fact, makes only a few flats very lucky with a panoramic view, and the rest basically looking into each other and towards the yards, sunken yards. So I wonder, what were the parameters that, for example, you followed for this kind of compositional choice, which also, to another scale, could be discussed sectionally? So if, for example, the segmented blocks were in different heights, some of the flats had this opportunity to use that roof terrace or having a direct view towards water. So, in fact, where the water, I wonder if you can elaborate a bit in your interwoven diagram, how water could be visually, spatially, centrally more integrated with the rest of the program and the tectonics.
Yeah, very good question. So basically, it deals mostly, it's oriented this way because it still allows views to the waterfront, like from most of the flats, but also the ones that are not north-facing, they have the south. So basically, because the waterfront is at the north, south-facing views are also like useful to receive more solar exposure. But yeah, it's also a way in which the waterfront can sort of become thickened. Like through all of these yards, it's basically opening up, generating like more porosity towards the waterfront, rather than if it was a block parallel to it. Maybe the porosity wouldn't work quite the same. So yeah, in general, I'd say it responds to the concept of the weave too.
So the only thing I would add at the end is I thought you were, as I said, maybe you were going to take us off to Malmo and this fantastic innovation around soft landscapes and how soft landscapes relate to buildings and things. This is very hard, and you know, where is nature? So if there was a drawing to do, and this picks up on, you know, the question about the amenity, enjoying the relationship with the open space of the river, etc. And this goes again back to the very first question: the roofscape as an opportunity for real landscape value, in terms of social shared spaces, enjoying the light and air as opportunities to come together away from this hard and tough working yards, which are so much of London's character. So I would say if there was a layer to add, it would be the landscape layer, and to bring nature in and all of the opportunities that would give us.
Definitely, I agree.
Just very briefly, because I think on the waterfront part, actually I think you've taken a very democratic approach, because you're giving the pedestrian the opportunity of having views to the waterfront. And I think that sort of finger approach is quite successful. But maybe it could be thinking about if you actually just tilted the blocks a little bit, you could get sort of views, but perhaps, but I like that you've not done the typical thing, which is that actually you shut off the view of the waterfront from the pedestrians, from the neighbourhood behind. So I think it's important urban move that you've made.
But one colourful drawing, like the last one which shows nature, you know, infused within this as well, with the whole water story and fabulous.
This
Thank you very
is
much.
London colour. What? This is London colour.
Oh yeah. You are feeling miserable inside, right?
That's what makes it feel more local.
Yeah. Anyway, Antonio, thank you so much. A great way to finish the morning.
Thank you very much.
Now, we have run a little bit over time, so I'd like to invite our jurors in for some lunch. And rather than starting at 2 o'clock, we'll restart about 2:10. And that'll give us time to actually enjoy our meal. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you back shortly, and thank you for our morning presenters. Fabulous work all along.
No reason, just really fantastic project, presents so well. And also it's a really nice, easy to.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll again this afternoon be seeing 5 students, and then we'll conclude with something of a general discussion about the work of the day. And we have with us 3 of the jurors who are going to extend through the day. So Sarah Allen, whom I've introduced this morning, who is head of Architecture and Urban Design with the Government Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government. Jonathan Rose, who is Director of Urbanism, Urban Planning at Pryor and Partners. And we will also have Simon Henley joining us again, but Simon's not quite back in the room yet. But we will also have with us this afternoon Alex Ely, who's the director of May and the founding director. And Alex's role in London is almost unparalleled in the sense of someone who really cuts across the field of practice, advising government. He's been involved for many, many years in helping government as well as the wider field of practice to think carefully about the role that architecture plays in advancing our understanding both of pedagogy, policy, and the way in which we might want to use architecture to reshape our thinking about cities. We're also joined by Justin Nichols, who's the founding partner of Fathom. Justin has been having a wonderful sort of stream of projects, many of which are engaged with adaptation, reuse of the existing, and so Justin has really been a leader in that. But where I know Justin from is his long-standing understanding of the transformation of cities because of the knowledge economy. And he's been really significant in helping us understand the way in which changing sort of innovation environments and work environments are allowing us to rethink combinations of how cities are incorporating workspaces in a kind of synergy with both housing and civic development. Friedrich Ludewig. Friedrich goes back a long way here at the AAA from when he was a top honors student upon graduating, but he's then went on to a really important career where he has, first of all, helped shape new directions at various practices, UN Studio before moving on to his own practice. And now, in a way, what is really interesting about Friedrich's work is that he's an unusual example of someone who is bringing a kind of global thought into the heart of London practice. And Friedrich's projects in the Middle East, in Berlin, elsewhere, kind of always sort of shine a light on things that we should be learning and applying here in London. And Friedrich is also quite global in his teaching. So he's taught in Vienna, he's taught in elsewhere here in London and on the continent, and has been involved in the US as well. So Friedrich brings this kind of global presence right back into the AA where he started so many years ago. So we're delighted you could come. And then our longtime friend, Chris Lee. Chris is another global practitioner with his roots here at the AA. Chris was perhaps the most important figure in putting typological reasoning back on the agenda at the AA, and he has since taken that to helping, in a way, a broader audience understand the role of type as a dynamic way of reasoning, and his teaching at Harvard has reshaped the way in which that topic is understood there. But Chris, again, has been helping the world understand opportunities for really dramatic reconsiderations and innovative considerations of well-rehearsed genres and finding new opportunities in them. His projects in Singapore are simply astounding. So we're delighted to bring together such a wonderful set of jurors. Now, of course, that's going to create a problem for us because we're in limited time. So we might have to sort of, at some moments, think carefully about how we respond. But what we're going to do now this afternoon is we're going to begin with Yash Munot in his project, which is right up, in a way, the alley that I mentioned for Justin, which is adaptive reuse. But we've seen a range of projects already in the morning, both in terms of typology and in terms of urban situation. And we're going to start with something that, in a way, is kind of simultaneously subtle and familiar, and also a little bit radical in the way in which Yash is proposing a transformation of South Tottenham. And we'll move on then to other projects which are perhaps more typologically ambitious, and we'll tell you more about those as we go. But then we'll conclude with a project at the end of the day which kind of takes us right back to the core of our reasoning about typological variation and urban pattern and morphology to conclude. So I'll turn it over now to Yash.
So can I just ask you time, we have 5 projects to discuss.
Yeah.
What is the time boundary?
Well, we'll try to, we'll try to do each in about half an hour. Yeah.
Hi everyone. My thesis, Permanently Provisional, looks at how industrial land can be reworked to support new forms of living and making. It offers an alternative to demolition-led redevelopment by building on top of existing sheds rather than replacing them. The work starts from the idea that production and making are not separate from everyday life, but already a part of it. Work, learning, and social interaction often overlap without clear boundaries or formal organization. This raises a broader question as to how architecture might support these overlaps instead of separating work from living or pushing production out of the city. I want to bring this discussion to Tottenham Hale. It is an area that is shaped less by continuous urban fabric and more by infrastructure, large plots, and service routes. Rail lines and roads break the area into fragments, creating an inner peripheral condition that sits between neighborhoods rather than forming one. Closer to the Tottenham Hale station, development becomes much more intense and housing-led. New residential blocks cluster around the station while industrial sheds continue to operate nearby. These sheds are embedded within the landscape and sit between rows of terraced housing, infrastructure, and emerging high-rise development, which is around the station. Small-scale production in these sheds hasn't disappeared, but it now exists under increasing pressure of redevelopment. So instead of clearing the site or fixing it into a finished scheme, I ask a different question. What if the existing sheds are treated as a framework to build with rather than something to replace? This shifts the focus from completion to adaptation, allowing living and making to remain close over time. Looking more closely at the sheds of Tottenham Hale, you start to see a mixed industrial fabric. There are terraced workshops to the south, big box single-story sheds, as well as lighter steel portal frames, which are all operating side by side. The sheds themselves have a strong spatial potential. Their brick walls, repetitive base, clear spans, and service yards make them easy to adapt and rework. Historically, these buildings have always changed incrementally, and this capacity for adjustment is central to the idea of being permanently provisional. The yards and service lanes are key to this logic. They have the potential to operate as shared spaces between work and living rather than purely logistical zones. Informal meetings, learning through observation, and everyday social interaction emerge naturally through proximity and repetition. Looking back at the sheds of Tottenham Hale, the southern cluster is made up of terraced brick sheds with 10-meter and 16-meter widths, currently housing workshops and carpentry units. Because these sheds share structure and rhythm, the ground can remain continuous and allowing work, movement, and access to flow across multiple buildings. Housing is introduced on top of this productive ground, and I test two ways of introducing this housing. The first one is a continuous mat, which requires higher level of structural intervention and fixes the site faster, whereas another one is the slot approach, which is building exactly on top of the sheds, which is easier to do and can also allows capacity for change over time, which is why I developed this further for the project. Here you can see the slot approach working. Housing is added above selected sheds while ground level production remains active and visible. From there, I zoom into the sheds of individual sheds, working with the existing 10 and 16 meter widths to test what kind of domestic spaces they can support. The housing typologies are based on a few simple moves, such as interlocking units, improved daylight conditions, and occasional vertical connections. These are small shifts, but together they create a richer domestic environment within a compact and repeatable system. The system is organized around a 3 meter wide modular bay system. This aligns with MMC construction and also fits the rhythms of the brick shed below. Because the units are modular and transportable, housing can be added gradually rather than all at once. The interlocking system allows for a mix of unit types such as studios, one beds, duplexes, as well as cluster flats. This variety and flexibility in the layout is important because it supports different household types and makes the project more adaptable. These are the plans for the 16 meter wide sheds. This is the lower level plan and this is the upper level plan. Access is from a shared gallery and the entrances alternate between floors. Services are concentrated in the middle, whereas the living spaces and the bedrooms are on the edges for better light. The gallery acts as a semi-collective threshold rather than a corridor, allowing moments of overlap between the units. Selective double height spaces are introduced within the plan to bring in daylight deeper into the plan and create spatial variation across units without disrupting the overall logic. Here you can see how the typological moves translate into interior space. Double height volumes and large openings bring the light inside, while thresholds are deliberately softened. These in-between conditions allow everyday activities to overlap rather than being strictly separated. Structurally, the new housing sits lightly on top of the existing brick sheds. The original trusses which support the existing roofing are removed and a new deck spans between the retain walls. New columns are placed just inside the existing brick lines which support the load of the housing so that the old fabric is not overloaded. Zooming in, you can see that this is the existing brick line and these are the new columns which are introduced. And the load of the structure above is taken by the newer structure and rather than the old walls. Looking at the elevation, larger openings align with the double height living spaces and smaller ones mark bedrooms. Along the gallery, opaque doors and blinds provide privacy with clear glass above for light and a small slit for ventilation. Looking inside the unit, a lightweight stair and thickened walls for storage create a sense of generosity within the compact modular frame. Vertical and horizontal visual connections extend the perceived depth of each unit, creating a higher quality interior within the same overall footprint. At the lower level of the cluster flat, the space works as a shared interior where living, working, and movement overlap. This creates a more informal and collective way of living shaped by everyday use rather than fixed layouts. In the 10 meter wide sheds, the units interlock both horizontally and vertically. This allows the back rooms and the front rooms to overlap in different ways, creating compact layouts that still feel generous. These layouts show different spatial arrangements which fit within the same shell. Deeper rooms at the back can be bedrooms or studios, whereas the double height spaces in the front can operate as living or workspaces. Similar to the 16 meter sheds, access happens on every other floor. The central space is provided which can act as a shared library or study space with a mezzanine gym above it. As the 10 meter and 16 meter sheds come together, they form an assemblage where small corners naturally emerge, which can act as shared spaces for the neighborhood. One corner can become a tool library and a communal kitchen with a cutout that improves access and visual connection to the civic spaces below. Another corner can become a music or a making room, kept deliberately informal so that it can change over time. Looking at the ground floor, on the sheds that carry the housing above, the ground floor shifts to civic uses such as cafes, shared workspaces, or even a badminton court. And the other sheds continue operating as productive and carpentry units with minor modifications such as courtyards being introduced to improve the spatial quality of these spaces. Residential lobbies are clearly defined at the ground level with bicycle parking and waste collection arranged along the service lanes. Here the spatial layering becomes clear. A productive and civic base with lightweight housing frame above that, which can operate independently but stays connected. As these sheds are adapted, the character of the alleys changes and becomes more active and lived in rather than purely industrial. We can start seeing how the service yards now operates as a shared ground where circulation, making, and everyday social life overlap. People move through, stop briefly, talk, sit nearby, or with work remaining visible and close at hand. The yard functions as a threshold between living and production, supporting informal interaction through routine use rather than planned activity. This strategy that starts in the southern brick sheds, where this existing structure is the strongest, and gradually moves north across the site. This visualization shows how density increases step by step, first through reuse, then mid-density blocks, and finally deeper, more intense development closer to the station where land value is higher. Instead of value separating out from the station, it is built towards it, allowing growth to happen incrementally. So to conclude, this project proposes provisionality as an alternate strategy, treating existing industrial fabric as a base with capacity, where housing can grow incrementally, above and alongside ongoing work rather than replacing it. What emerges is not a completed neighborhood, but one which can absorb change over time, allowing density, production, and everyday life to coexist under continuous pressure. Thank you.
For the afternoon session, I'm going to turn the chairmanship duties over to my colleague, Florian Dierschädel. Florian, I'll let you take the control now.
Okay, how does this work? Well, that's very easy, because you have to start. Who wants to start from you? Alex?
Thank you, Ash, for your presentation. Really, these sort of sections and cutaway sections are really engaging. I think they reveal hugely the sort of juxtaposition between the existing condition and the proposed. But it also kind of begs a lot of questions as well. And I'm curious, on the one hand, there is a growing need in London for more creative industry spaces. And I think you kind of tackle that well in terms of not just enriching and retaining the existing light industry, but also through provision of new, very flexible homes, demonstrate how they can support home working, home industry, and creatives. The sort of, I have a broader kind of observation, which is in your kind of first slide, you showed the scale of development going on around Tottenham Hale, the sort of height going on. And I suppose when I look at this, I'm asking myself the question about permanence and whether you see these pop-up additions as being a longer-term plan, or at the end you alluded to the idea that there's kind of intentional ideas about growth of density towards the station. I mean, on the one hand, it makes me think of historical models like Illith Yards down in Lambeth or Southwark, down that way, with its kind of news studios for industry, and then it's kind of packed in. I mean, sectionally, it's very similar with the housing behind. Or more recently, Lacton Vasal's Kampnagel culture factory in Hamburg also floats small studio housing in kind of a glass box above a kind of very light touch retention below. But perhaps you could just quickly respond to sort of observation about whether you see this as a sort of temporary meeting housing need and addressing the sort of creative industries demand, or whether it's a longer-term approach to kind of adaptive reuse.
I think it's a longer-term approach to adaptive reuse, because I start off also by saying that this is provision at the beginning, but has the capacity to intensify, which will sort of meet the requirements of density in the future. And it starts off as something that's slower. So the scheme that I showed right now, this sort of has a density of around 48 dwellings per hectare, which can improve over time. And whereas towards the station, towards the northern sides, there could be similar adaptive reuse or demolishing the lighter steel portal frames, which could have higher density, which meets the density requirements.
Thank you. I realised probably people at the back couldn't hear me, but I won't repeat my question. Perhaps just to conclude my comments would be, I suppose, to help the case would perhaps be a demonstration of why this approach works better than, saying, taking out one of the industrial buildings and putting another tower like the ones to the north to achieve the same housing numbers. I think it's perhaps missing a sort of step in the narrative about sort of justification for this response.
If I could just, I think, follow on with a slightly similar question. I think you sit slightly, I think your plans are quite beautiful. I think the project is a really strong piece of work. It's a piece of kind of architectural response to existing fabric, but I think from a housing policy or industrial use policy point of view, I think you're slightly indecisive. And it would help to clarify whether you actually like industrial use or whether you just like that fabric. Because I think I was a bit disappointed when you said at the ground floor you've actually moved the industry out. And it becomes kind of, in the events where you've converted them, you've actually made them into residential lobbies, into creative workspaces, into other parts, which to me feels slightly more you actually just like that fabric. And in that sense, it is an interesting project as to how you could retain that fabric, even if the use is changing. What I thought you started with, I thought was a stronger project, which is to say there is a density in Tottenham Hale that probably should be built because it's a transport node. You can see the developers are going for roughly 18 to 20 stories. Probably that is the right density we should be looking at in this part of London. But it's a real shame if we're losing all industrial uses in the city. And what could we do to actually find a housing product that allows us to keep industry in the city rather than just taking out block by block by block? And I think we're trying it in Munich in the moment. We've tried it in Stuart's Lane in London. We've tried it a couple of times. And if you really are serious about industry, the things that we are struggling with is the cost, because people are prepared to pay. Industry uses are quite cheap, so you can't make it expensive. They have to be really good ceiling heights, and they're really noisy, and they keep coming at 4 in the morning with a white van. So, and it only works if that's possible. And industrial use doesn't work if you don't allow industry to actually work, to be a bit noisy, to actually do the things, why these elements are still kind of here. And I think that in the moment, I think you're a bit too open in terms of how you're saying these two uses can coexist. If you take the industry serious as industry, you probably need to look a little bit more as to how do they really coexist? Is there more slabs? Can they really share public space in quite the same way, or do they need to be slightly more differentiated, and how do I deal with acoustics, extraction, and those things? Because I think the second project, I think, is a really interesting project. The first one is too, but I think from a housing policy point of view, the second one is a really important project for a city, for a productive city. I just think in the moment, the nastier parts of industry you don't really quite address.
No question. Thank you very much. I concur. I think the drawings are fantastic. I think a few interesting things. I'd like to approach it from a kind of sense of identity. So you're building these layers on the city. You're taking your, Victorian industrial infrastructure. You're adding onto the top of that. I concur. I think it would be interesting to test it to more extreme. So what would a 20-story tower look like there? Could you sacrifice some of that Victorian grid and come down to the ground with the newer parts, and does that create a more interesting juxtaposition? Could you be more extreme with the uses? So I remember there's a scheme next to Battersea Power Station to build residential on top of waste processing plant, which is really difficult. The smell, the noise. So you really, really test your hypothesis here, and I think that could make it, give it extra kind of richness and be less. I think lazy is unfair, but you're testing and challenging your idea much more. Yeah, less romantic. And then if you look at the grid that you've brought into the building, I think having something that's above that follows a certain standardized grid makes a lot of sense. And I think then you could look at what are the qualities of the spaces downstairs, and what can you do in those that you can't do upstairs. And maybe in a different project that would be you put a particular type of living space on the ground floor, or in the older elements, and you put different types upstairs, so that, let's say it got very hot, you can retract into the newer part that performs better, and you can use the less well-performing elements for other reasons. So I think that kind of that environmental agenda on top of the kind of aesthetic, kind of romantic one would be quite interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I really enjoyed your project, because I think we're seeing parts of London where, and Tottenham Hale is a really good example, where these sort of, we draw a big red line around a site, build a new station, and we build very dense and very high. And one question it begs is, who are these developments for? Who will live here? Obviously, there is a great need for housing. But this felt to me, and particularly the way that you explained it, going into a really quite fine-grained understanding of the dimensions and the spaces between, the dimensions of the warehouses and the spaces between them, and actually the spaces needed for the living conditions and how you might build them. And I, at the end, I was left feeling, actually, this could work really well for a community, a sort of land trust, or sort of community to come together and do a community-led type development. And I just wondered, had that aspect of who is this, who would be the occupants here, had that been part of your thinking?
Yes, we did have a lot of discussions about that as well, and community land trust was one of the major, so the land ownership model will obviously be public, but then a CLT could manage the housing. That was the idea behind it.
Well, so I made a little speech earlier about PDR, production, distribution and repair, which goes to Ludwig's points about the dirty aspect of the industrial city, and industrial land prices are through the roof because land is a scarce resource, and industrial land is a very scarce resource. But again, I really commend the way that you have really devoted your thinking to one of the typological changes that are needed here, to the intensification of one of the three typologies you identified. So I only want to see you doing this for another 2 years, at least, to look at the other two typologies, which are the big shed, and there was an intermediate one as well, and see how those could transform, and particularly then the urban outcome, the urban legacy that you're trying to create through this regeneration and intensification process. So I feel this is a fantastic start in a longer-term trajectory of how we intensify industrial land uses and absorb the reality of their function, their meaning in the city, the essential economic purpose that they serve. So I feel confident there's an architect here who could address those different questions. I just wanted to see them, and I also wanted to see perhaps an urban framework. From we had a fantastic morning for colleagues' perspective that we've seen everything from the intimacy of how a shared living environment might work to all the way through to an urban strategy, and I think this is a case where you would have an urban framework overlaid across this, which talks about the spatial structure that you're going to recover, you're going to redefine here, and that would be about reintroducing nature. It would be reintroducing pathways. The one we heard before lunch, Antonio's scheme about the weave and the weft. You have yards which absorb heavy traffic at times of days. So there's management questions, of course, but I think there is a case for if the one drawing to do would be, it would be an overlay of how this pilot project, your phase one proof, essentially develops into a wider urban strategy for regeneration and intensification. Remember, the first rule is that if Jules Pipe's going to give us housing on industrial land, there has to be a net gain in industrial land. The housing is good, we want housing, but we need to intensify, we need to expand the footprint of the industrial needs of the city and the economic life of the city. You're not going to get a right to reply. There's not going to be 7 jurors. You're not going to reply.
No, please go. Okay, one observation, possibly a question. You talk about permanence and provisionality within the title, and the question, I guess, is contingency also, because to a certain extent, I guess every site makes what any architect does contingent upon the parameters. But there's a kind of exaggeration of contingency when you deal with existing buildings. It gives you more constraints. And I just wonder whether in the process of looking at these buildings, whether you either intentionally or perhaps inadvertently rejected buildings to work with because they wouldn't work. Does that make sense? I.e., how applicable is your methodology and your principles to all buildings?
I think with my working methodology, I chose this southern cluster of brick sheds because they have this architectural quality of having these repeatable the windows and the grids, and that was a part of my selection initially. So yes, that did affect my decision of choosing these buildings. But then once I selected them, it was about sort of what works best and trying out different combinations. I did try out with different buildings as well, but then eventually it was just about what was working the best.
Yeah, one thing to maybe highlight is that this is already reused, so former industry, and you were looking at retention of the new uses that are already there embedded within it. So there's a layering of reuse already.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we have time for the last one. So I suppose I agree with most of the things that has been said. Great drawings, great articulation of the structure. So I think maybe I would frame perhaps a comment more than a question, is that a little bit on the reason why we use precedent, right? Obviously, you are using a structure that, in a way, you would treat it as some sort of has a quality of permanence, and it's certain architectural ancestor that sits on the side. And if I were to discuss, let's say, when was the last time in which precedents and ancestors were questioned in, let's say, the discussion of architecture, I would say Rossi was one of the most fantastic example of that. But of course, within that discussion was the realization or acceptance that a permanent structure holds 2 things. One is that it holds a certain idea that can be held in common. And 2, it has a certain structure that makes that idea visible, felt, experienced, and worth keeping. When Rossi brought those ideas up, of course, it was in a time in which architectural modernism was discredited, and therefore the historical city and its permanent architecture was seen as a foil against the vast and rapid urbanization, generic urbanization. And therefore typology and typological reasoning was seen as a way in which the pace of change and the generic nature of architectural modernism could be modulated, could be tamed down, could be calibrated. And today we are talking about retrofitting as it were something so new, so radical. But actually it's not. Architects always work with something that is given, something that is found. But of course today's retrofit projects are couched in the discussion of carbon, how little carbon that you expend in the creation of your new architecture. So my question to you is, in accepting a structure of permanence, in accepting that there is a certain architectural ancestry on the side, what is a common idea that you've put forth in your proposition? What is the irreducible structure of the permanent architecture that you have taken? and the way in which your proposition could still enable us to feel, experience, see those permanent structures, and how do we experience that idea that, in a way, collectively living, collectively working, can be held in common? Now, I don't think there will be an answer to this, but I'm just saying that perhaps these are the next question. We could step back to say that besides the process of making architecture, there is also the process of thinking through the intellectual dimension of dealing with precedents.
Yeah, I'd just like to add something to that, and because this is housing and urbanism, and I think everything that Chris says is a very important thing. We said a number of very important things there, but I go back to the spatial strategy, right? What is the framework plan that you're creating here? And that, to Chris's point, might be recovering part of the lost streetscape or urban structure that was lost through this blanket monolithic land use thing that happened to create this industrial estate. So the repair is also not only in terms of buildings, but it's also in terms of the spatial fabric. And I say that in counterpoint to what Chris said in terms of the built fabric, but the spatial. I really challenge you to do that drawing. If this is a proof of phase one, and a wonderful one, this is a new industrial dwelling company emerging here. But what is your spatial strategy for Tottenham Hale? What are the new and perhaps some of the old streets that might be recovered here that might allow for an intenser piece of city to arise out of a longer-term generative process? And again, what is the role of nature in that? We're in an architecture school here, but I really want to hear more about the landscape, the natural condition underneath the city, and how you're thinking about that as well. It's a complicated question, but I would love you as a conclusion to do. You did a very quick sketch. I would love you to put more thought into that sketch and to see what is the longer term vision which guides the longer term regeneration process.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So Fabio Chica is our next student who's already here, who is dealing with a similar topic about how can we retain jobs in the cities, how can we mix this with residential uses in a quite different way. His starting point is the typology itself. What's the spatial infrastructure that allow patterns of life and patterns of work to happen at the same time? And if you're ready, we can start right away.
Thank you. That's a good summary. That's it. Welcome. Hi, everybody. My name is Fabio. I'm here to present Miscellaneous Estates Weaving a New Industrial Fabric. The starting point of this research and typological exploration focused on the skip-stop corridor by creating these split levels. Based on this project, Hansa Virtual Tower, I'm gonna push you through a little bit how this skipped corridor works. What happens is that we have the central core. In every 3 floor levels, we have the access corridor that gives us the opportunity to enter to the flats, in the upper part or in the lower part. And in the central part of the corridor, there are studio flats. Here's a plan view of how it works. The studio flats are in front of the corridor and tucked in between the 2 dwellings, the multifamily dwellings. And here are the multifamily levels, which through the corridor you access one part of the level and the other part of the level through the stairs. Here I want to show you a diagram of how this tripartite or system works. Is that we have the studio with the access corridor, and then we have these intertwined, interlocked dwellings on the top and the lower part of the access corridor. What happens here is that we can consider that in the future we have these longitudinal strands of studio flats and a transversal strand of multifamily flats, all interlocked in one building. I'm gonna drive you through a little bit of how it looks, because sometimes it's difficult to understand this typological exploration of the skip-stop corridor. And what happens is that you have the access corridor, then you enter the flat through the stairs, then you access to the living room, and in the other half of you then turn right, and then you access to the private dwellings or the bedrooms on top of it. What happens here is this Hansa-Virtual Tower brings us the opportunity to create continuity in visuals and also allow this dual aspect without any interruption. Here, the project, the typological exploration, is set in this foggy London in an industrial site. Very accurate, no? And what happens here is the typological exploration and the innovation for this proposition is that based on the Hansa-Virtual Tower, 24 meters in length and 20 meters in width, in depth, what happens here is that when we push the type towards an elongation and deepness, we can create a new way of living. Also, jumping into a structural framework without this compartmentalized or cellularized flats with a very rigid framework, we can jump into a beam column structure that can freeze the plan, and also this can allow us in the ground floor bring more activities for the challenging pressures in industrial sites. Then jumping into the course and circulation by the duplicated the course. This is also to respond to fire regulation in London. So if we wanted to go higher in terms of for this building, we need a second core that it's obliged for the building to work. And also what happens here is that the depth of the building also is increased by virtue of creating more height in the interior of the flats. What happens here is that the result is that we have an extension of the central zone, an increase to floor ceiling height, and a deep depth of the plant, which allows to think a new typological exploration, which brings a dual aspect, complete dual aspect into this interlocked arrangement, but also start to think about what happens here in the central part of the building in respect with the Hansa-Virtual Tower. So here are the floor types for this typological exploration. What happens here is that we change the studio flats are changed towards a working and living environment in this typological exploration, which is changed for studio workshops for the dwellers and users in the tower. And then what happens here is also the addition of a vestibule that precedes the entrance, so people can enter and leave their big carriages, strolls, and all that stuff before going up to the apartments. Jumping into the cluster flat, what happens here is that it's in between the two cores, and the proposition is consists of pushing the units into the sides of the cluster flat, so we can free the central part for the collective activities. What happens here is the cluster flat is meant to house from 8 to 12 people. Each of this cluster house can have different types of activities, but also accommodate these young professionals in a cluster for creating and solidify these network activities towards a creative environment. Here is this is the cut section showing how it works, and this new central zone starts to appear, creating a gradients of privacy, gradients also of light, without compromising the activities that are happening in the entire project, but without or having this virtue of the Hansa-Virtual Tower that are the continuity in visuals and light. These are some visuals from the interior of this area. So what happens here is that in this case, it can be accommodated for a library to have different activities, or a more secluded part to study, otherwise from the living room and the kitchen area, or even more from your single unit. Here, what happens is there is an exploration of how light and soft partitions can start to emerge and start to also change and bring a new ecology of light within the apartment. So some of the units start having these glazed or panel divisions that can open, and it starts to create a new way of living and patterns of life inside the apartment, in which for a gathering you can open these partitions or these divisions, and you can start to have and use the full length of the apartment for different purposes. This is another way to understand this apartment, which, as you can see here, is the units are interlocked with the collective environments. These collective environments, or in this example, allows like diagonal views from one side to the other. So what happens here is that the structural frameworks allows to free the units inside based on like this compartmentalized way of the Hansa-Viertel Tower. So new ways of living starts to emerge without compromising light and visuals and creating gradients of privacy within the building. This is a visual from the living room, so how we can understand how the light can enter throughout the whole level and the plan of and depth of the apartment. And these are like some images showing that there can be some gatherings, like creative, having a parade, music people that work in the music industry, while having also the other people in the cluster flat can still have their own privacy and units, but their own rhythms. From the kitchen area, again with the diagonal views and how this extension of the visual can go deepen. And now I will want to jump into the standard flat. What happens in the standard flat is that this is an update version of the Hansa-Viertel Tower, Hansa-Viertel dwellings. What happens here is that this flat, what happens is that it has an infrastructural wall that folds and it starts to host all the services tucked into one side of the apartment, freeing the other side for a collection of memories, decoration, and depending on the users to use. Another important thing here for the standard flat, as they are pushed in the corners of the type, is that we can free the structure or the walls and have like a triple aspect in this apartment, enjoying these corner windows in these flats. This is a view of how it works. These standard flats are in the sides of the building, and what happens here is that from the cluster flat to the standard flat, the project tries to accommodate different types of lifestyles. So if the cluster flat works for young professionals that are trying to network and solidify these relationships, maybe in the standard flats, two people that don't want to be away from all their relationships and networking that are like built up in this apartment, but they also want to have their own traditional life, or can come and live here and can accommodate these rhythms through life that people have. Like, we want to live together at some point, and we want to have some privacy, or maybe we can accommodate families in the future. So this is how it looks in terms of this infrastructural wall, how it folds and it starts to create in different gradients of privacy and spaces without compromising light into the inside of the dwelling. From the upper part, so you can see how these visuals also can enrich from one side to the other. And moving to the patterns of life for this project, what happens here is that I explained this interlocked part, and now we're jumping into the studio flats and from the access corridor. So what happens here is that we have the working and living environment. So the people that live in this in this building can also have, young professionals can have their own practices. So this longitudinal strand can start to host different activities such as ceramic studio, art studio, design studio, all related to creative industries where people can have their practices and start to accommodate these new things here. This is a glance of how the building looks in an industrial site. I will later explain why there, and in the Walthamstow reservoirs on the back. So jumping into the ground floor, what happens with the split level? A split level is that it can create a different scale of heights from one side to the other. This brings us the opportunity to accommodate different activities. One of it can be related to retail. So one side of the building can be related to retail or collective use spaces of the building. And thanks to this structural system, we can also think of a way of passing through from one side to the other. Also, it can be related to logistics, taking into advantage the double height of the building, which it can be used for warehouse, logistic, and transportation. Or finally, it can accommodate these industrial facilities related to food industry, which this warehouse can also pop up and start to like feed the ground floor of the project. Moving into the top floor, what happens here is that the top floor also have like this special things happening, is that we can think that the top floor can either finish in a double height in one of the sides, or it can accommodate this split level. What's the purpose here is that when we have here the split level, we can have some greenhouses on top of one of the sides, or when we have the complete full level, we can also bring other types of activities or greenhouses that accommodate activities on the top floor. What happens here on the top floor is that this is a special occasion for the building to use this double height, and allows the light to enter into the depth of the apartment and increase the opportunities and special things that happens inside of the apartment. Now I want to move jump into where it's located, like this project is located in terms of the strategic industrial land. There are all around London, but in the north-south direction, there is especially in Black Horse Lane, is a strategic industrial land that it's very near to the motorway, so it has like a very key possibility for access and distribution in terms of industrial facilities. But as well is now, according to the Great London Authority, also it is a specific point for revitalization for creative industries and young professionals in this area. So when we jump into the Black Horse Lane, we start to look what is happening in this present moment, is that we are having in the southern part new housing developments where they are increasing the height and bringing density. We still have like this suburban housing, row housing in one side, the Walthamstow Reservoir on the other side, and the industrial facilities in the middle. So the project what wants to provoke and bring into a future speculation is that itself the project can work as an object. The project has the power by itself or of being a standalone and start to work with all these 4 scenarios that I just told you, and bring a new innovation and new activities and creating change in the immediate area. But what happens in relation or different from the Hansa Viertel Tower, that it's also an object that works alone? What happens if we start looking the project as texture? It's like an assemblage of buildings, of this type of buildings that start to work within the industrial areas with the different conditions that I just told you, like with the warehouse, within retail or industrial facilities in the ground floor, but also start accommodating young professionals for the future. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabio. Who would like to start? Sarah?
Thank you very much for that excellent presentation, and very, I suppose, very contained, because you did really well to give a sort of quite a rich narrative, and you're just looking within the confines of your sort of building type and your arrangement of space. And I have to declare an interest, because before my current role, I spent 9 years working for an architect developer, and we were very passionate about split-level homes, and that's all we did. And we tried to convert the world to split-level living, and nobody really got it. Yeah, we have one advocate. And people, and it's very hard, I think, to understand the benefits of it, particularly when you're using sort of plans, because you're designing in section. Yeah. And I think how you sort of communicate all the benefits is really important in the type of drawings that you use, and maybe some of the comparisons, because I think it would be quite good to see, for example, because you're designing volumes, and actually how we typically design apartments is is just in 2 dimensions. And so being able to compare the sort of constraint that we impose on ourselves of space standards, and actually, like, we always ran into problems because we would say, well, we're giving you volume, and then the planning authority would say, yeah, but I just want it to meet the space standard. And we're like, well, we're giving you a much better quality space. And I think being able to show the qualitative benefit through your project, because the question is always, well, why are you doing that? That feels really indulgent. But actually, through being able to compare the benefits over the typical and the existing, and particularly at the ground floor, because the only way you can do split level like that is by splitting the ceiling on the ground floor, which you've done, and you're using it for the industrial use. And then just the last thing I wanted to say is that the other opportunity with split level is being able to express it externally. And I feel you've been quite, you can see it in the slabs at the edge of the building, that it possibly is split, but actually how you might be able to use it to articulate the facades of your building. But well done. It's excellent explanation of your thinking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. I've also got to come in on this, having a very personal interest in split level, but I don't think you can find a better example than Sarah's Western Street project, which is a contemporary interpretation of how to meet current needs in split level apartment. My personal interest is I lived in one for 10 years at the Barbican, which is exactly the same model, just down the corridor from Dominic, exactly the same model as the Hansa Virtual one, and also delivered split level scheme at Agar Grove. And I suppose the question I was asking of ourselves, which I'll ask of you, is we're very drawn to those kind of models of living and types of housing because of their kind of spatial richness and qualities, which you've admirably demonstrated in your plans, the beautiful views. I think you've really grasped well the kind of possibilities of split-level living in the kind of obsessive layouts you've shown. But perhaps in focusing so much on the plan possibilities, and in taking the Hansa Virtual model so literally, I thought I was going to see a retrofit scheme, and then I see a sort of planting of those ideas up in Waltham Forest. And I think, therefore, you've got to ask the question of what are the strengths and weaknesses of that model? Hansa Virtual, or the British equivalents at the Barbican, or contemporary, from that period, don't lend themselves to kind of current needs, particularly around accessibility and climate adaptation. My flat always used to overheat in the Barbican. It was the same section. So orientation of these blocks is really critical. So I think in picking up a type that you want to run with and interrogate, I think you need to be a bit more critical about what works and what doesn't, and how can you overcome some of those challenges? Okay. How could we make split level accessible, which is something we achieved in a different way at Agar Grove. But I really kind of admire the sort of hooking, latching on to a really wonderful kind of precedent and then trying to evolve it for today. But I think there are probably a few more questions that you need to ask in order to adapt it for current needs and current climate and context.
Cool. Thank you very much again. A really good set of drawings. I particularly enjoyed the rigorous process you've had of developing the plan and how you develop the plan into, from a unit to a home, into the communal space, how you layer that up, and then you had other uses, kind of ground and basement. I think a couple of points there. You started with a lovely image of Annie Alber's weaving, who I'm a particular fan of. And I think there's a level of control there, but there's a level of freedom in her work. So she'll often throw a thread across the loom and let the thread follow its own path. So I'm wondering whether, and when in her later work she moved into graphic design, she designed patterns, and it lost a lot of the rigour because she couldn't cope with how long it took to weave something. So I'm wondering whether some of the texture and the serendipity and the randomness of that one thread, that often set of threads that goes through that weft and warp, would help loosen your design a little bit. And that may come from orientation, it may come from geology, it may come from contour, site, and so forth. And I think that'd be quite interesting. Secondly, I think it would be good to interrogate the kind of pieces of this jigsaw a little bit more. So I think the quantum of communal space is always a really tricky one. I think we always think we need more and more space. But actually you can have too much space, so you don't have the community and the vitality because everyone's sitting in their living rooms in their flat. So if you look at co-living, the rooms are really small, but the communal spaces are bigger. And the different types of people and the different types of functions that they may want to undertake. So how does the introvert get to their flat in your building? They still may enjoy that level of community, or how does someone who's got to do some proper deep work go and do that work? So having enough different types of spaces that your structure provides before you look at your fit out, and then I think over time how that might evolve. So if that couple that moves into that flat then have a baby and have a family, how does your typology kind of evolve and grow and change? And there's some really good work down in Greenwich in the sort of noughties that looked at adaptability of plan. But no, I very much enjoyed that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd like to follow on that. Just as we've declaration of interest, I've worked for, I think, 3 years on one of your corner plots that you showed for the collective doing a co-living scheme for 300 units. And I can confirm it's a really tough part of town to get any viability to work. So the housing standards that we were working to were incredibly tight. And that partly, I think, kind of, when I look at your plans, kind of, we never had the luxuries that you have. And I think in that sense, there is questions to be asked as to where does the viability of this come from, and we kind of didn't quite make it work. I just wanted to briefly start, I think, with the IBA towers in Berlin, or the concept of the International Bauausstellung. The reason why these buildings were built in that way was to show the Germans what's possible. The Germans didn't do much of that afterwards. The rest of Germany doesn't look anything like this. Because there was basically a series of experimental towers, a series of experimental buildings to show to the nation that was rebuilding itself, shall we try to do something a bit more innovative? Shall we try to experiment with housing? And therefore architects had a certain amount of freedom to kind of maybe do things that hadn't been done in Germany before. Sadly, when you kind of look 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years afterwards, there is a lack, I would say, of split-level housing in Germany and elsewhere. I would say, though, that there is a couple of interesting Berlin projects, for example, that have looked very carefully at your example, but have come up with slightly more diverse options. For example, Robert Neuengleis Dreieck is an interesting version of split level, but it is really accessible. The flats are sometimes 1 up and half down, or 1 up and half up, but quite often you can get in there, you can age in there, you can probably die in there in a wheelchair without having to move out, or you can just move to one of the other flats. So they have addressed in slightly maybe more radical way some of the shortcomings of the original model, which I think is something that I think you could have questioned a bit more. I think the bigger one that I was hoping you would speak about a bit in your presentation is just, is there something in here that makes a really strong case for split level and makes a really strong case where this model would be viable in that location? And I think you've taken a luxury of more space. You're taking a luxury of building split level, where in the UK we don't tend to do it, and we keep trying as architects, but we don't succeed. But I think you need to be stronger in making a case for your project in that sense. Why would it be viable? What is it? You look at Switzerland, you look at Hunzinger, there's other cases to be made for different plans, more innovative plans, different ways of co-living that maybe address viability. But I think it leaves the question, I think, in the audience's mind a little bit as to kind of, isn't this just a very beautiful project, but would never actually happen? And I think that's a shame if it gets stuck in that. And I think it is important that you ask yourself that a little bit more. If nobody else is doing it, what are the elements that I can put forward here that make it more efficient, generate the land value? Is there ways for you to integrate industrial in a much more fundamental way? Therefore, you basically could say, because I haven't had to pay for the land, because the land was free, I can spend more money on housing, and I can actually, land value in the UK probably is 40% of the price. So if I would have 40% more space because I don't have to pay for the land, that's why my apartments are bigger. That's where that came from. But I think that's important for you to make a kind of comprehensive case.
Okay, great. I'm going to be contrarian because there's lots of good things said there. But, Thunderbrook and Bakema, that's a Dutch import. This interior double volume or half split, that's something. It's deep plan. It's a dark space. Is it really the whole purpose to drive a whole project out of that? I would really question that. So I think the diagonal split level is a fetish which every architect needs to work through. I did. I worked in Holland for a year when I was a very young architect, and I actually interviewed every single resident in a Hertzberger scheme, which was called the Diagonal Woning, which is a 3-story split-level interior, and it's fascinating to understand how the life cycle of a family works within that space. So I think my job today is probably to challenge you more on the urban side of the spectrum, because I'm left feeling, looking at this, the Van der Broek and Bakema is a tower. It's a very dense project in Berlin. I saw you thinking, post-rationalizing the justification of the split section with different types of space, the retail, the warehousing, the manufacturing space, but I would really like to see that transferred into an urban plan. Yeah. Right? So again, the previous scheme was fantastic. I think it really took us right into the depth of the architecture. But I really want to see an urban plan where you prove that we are actually increasing the industrial capacity of this land. Okay, and at the same time, and here's where it gets tougher, reintroducing nature and the social realm within the working environment. So as for housing and urbanism, I think that's really what I want to see. And actually, you need to step over the split section fetish and really look at the urban question, because that's very important. I think the other thing I want to say, because this is now the 5th, 6th scheme that we've seen where I think this explicit part of the brief to look at this group zoning, the shared house, and the tower architect in the morning, she was looking at the trade-off between a very compressed 4x8 single dwelling for a single person, a couple, elderly person, elderly couple, and the advantage of the shared space. And I think, to Ludwig's point, I think you actually, I'm saying this because you're a very accomplished designer, but I really want you to be serious about that and see what is the trade-off there in terms of every square meter of that space is valuable, and the individual household has traded from 32 square meters, they've traded 15 square meters into that shared space. So this looks very loose to me, and I'd like you to, because you're a very promising young architect, I'd like you to be tougher on yourself there. So how the building comes to the ground, what the urban plan is, just having a nice double height top to the building, okay, maybe in some context, but again, there's a roofscape question. Why did this building not just continue to extrude to 32 stories? I don't know. You didn't answer that one for me. So I'm going to be a little bit more critical, and that's not to say that what you haven't done here is a very accomplished, rigorous piece of work, because it is. But I think we are covering a spectrum which is from architecture to urbanism, and you're opening a question, but not answering it sufficiently from my perspective on those points.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
We have a couple of minutes more.
So, very briefly, I suppose it's an evolution of an existing building that's been talked about. I felt that in the process of you kind of evolving it, it wasn't really clear where your boundaries were. You didn't show you're working out how did it go from 19.5 meters deep to 24 meters deep, how did it get to 54 meters long. It seemed kind of arbitrary. And it seems like a sort of slightly false systematic logic. And then, for various reasons, the way you drew it, although you draw well, it seemed insular and melancholic. I found myself depressed.
Only the way the Barbican can make you depressed.
Now I find the Barbican uplifting. But so I think there's something about...
Beach Street? Beach Street is the worst street in London. Let's be truthful about it.
to stay on topic. No, but so I just got this feeling, which one could spend more time talking about, but there was something about the plan, there was something about the section, there was something about the sort of insular nature of the building, the idea that you live and work there, and that workspace is kind of partway up the plan. I don't know how many times it happens, but it just happens once. And then its overall appearance. I kind of felt like I was on a spaceship somewhere on the way to Mars for a very long time. I mean, and I just think it's an interesting kind of sense of the role of, it's both configuration, but also representation, which whilst this is my illusion, as it were, it's an impression no one gets. But it is more than an impression, because there are aspects which are typological, configurational, which lead me to feel melancholy. We don't have time. You've got unless you want to abandon the...
No, just a quick one. I completely agree. I think the sectional studies are fantastic, you know. Yeah, we need to get over that. I think where it's sort of is lacking, I think, is the question of the urban plan or the question of the city. And I think, and here perhaps I give you the benefit of the doubt, I think the renderings, the desolate renderings of the urban plan or the urban space, I take it as something deliberate, right? And if it was deliberate, I think my reading is that in a way one surrenders, that, you know, one can't activate this vast amount of ground plane in an industrial site. Why do we even bother, right? Let's take that as a premise based on your renders. Now, if that is the case, then what is the idea that you're putting forth with regards to the question of collective living? There are lots of precedents for this. Unity de habitation, in a way, embraces that fact that housing could be an object marooned in a landscape, in open field, but the core of collective living is like the ocean liner, right? There is the decks, the roof, all other amenity space jammed up where circulation is. And it is a fundamental acknowledgement that the life of a city can occur in the project of architecture. That is to say that architecture is the project of the city, right? Likewise, we could also say that Gifu apartment, Sana, does the same. It does not pretend to create tight fabric. It does not pretend to activate the entire ground plane. But what it does really well is to make the slab incredibly thin. It cuts away the walls that creates the separation between dwelling units. They have all the interlocking types. But when you look at the plan, when you look at the elevation, you know that you are living amongst others, therefore you're living in the community, in the collective living, but you can't tell where one apartment starts and where one apartment ends. So there is a clear commitment, there's a clear vision of what collective living is within a confined piece of absolute architecture. Now, if that is the case, you have to be braver to say that there's an intention to the desolation of the renders, right? And I think it's not enough to just say that there's all that mixing here, right, where in housing, let's say in dwelling units, where space is delineated by walls, yours is delineated by datums. Now, you need to go further than that, right, with regards to its section that is alluded there. In regards to the way in which it's experienced from afar, it induces certain sense of collective living, but at the same time abandoning the project of the ground. Right? So that I'm, in a way, reading to...
That's for next year.
Yes.
Thesis dissertation for
Well,
PhD.
thanks for the trip to Mars. Pedro Martinez is our next student. His project is almost an amalgamation of what we've seen before. It's working with the existing, but through adaptation and addition, he is introducing a new type. And then more interestingly, it's again about collective life, but also collective ownership, changing an entire morphology and neighborhood.
Good afternoon. So, terraced houses, what if? Continuity and intensification in the inner city. Could terrace houses support a common culture built upon cooperation and collectivity? Might they become an environment that promotes gregariousness and interactivity? Or could they also provide a framework for simultaneity, allowing varying degrees of privacy and sharing? Terrace houses as a group form are very extended across London. It's one of the biggest group forms we could see, like based on Mackey's theory of collective form, thanks to their spatial and formal continuity that just repeats all throughout London with different varieties, different variations, but at the end it's the same typology, same type repeating over and over and over again based on the party wall system. So in creating this urban pattern of street, house, garden, garden, street, house, so it goes on forever and ever with the different variations each sector of London has. But the key here is, can terrace houses as a group form encourage and help build a collective competence and more cooperation amongst the people living in them based on their continuity? So the project has two sides to it. One is a typological reconfiguration of the terraces. The other one is the amalgamation of gardens to capture value in the inside of the blocks, which is something London does a lot, like through muse development or very small infill, but at a very small scale. While there is a bigger ambition, like MBRDV's project, where the greater value is captured in the inside of the block and greater diversity can be generated. So what I will show you stands right in between these two approaches. First, the typological reconfiguration of a terraced house. Like we can have endless design strategies. Just to show you some, like the typical permitted development that occurs in most of them. We could also elongate them to have double aspect views, or insert a new building on the backyard and connect it to it, or create an atrium and interlocking apartments around it, or a grid structure for life to occur in it. But the one I'm interested in showing to you right now is the gap. Like how if we insert a building in the backyard and separate it through a gap to the existing, what could happen in it? So by having this gap that mediates between the new and the old, and where the circulation can happen, we can have wider and more extended views and a wider generosity and change completely the way of life that takes place on a typical terraced house. We would have to demolish the back facades, which don't have much value and have already been very much altered, and the internal partitions and stairs to end up with a comp-shaped structure, like with the free facade on one end, and then alternating some demolitions of the end of the slab to create ridges and platforms that you'll understand later on. So adding, continuing the party wall system, but now with a dashed line, adding this new structure with like concrete portals that are there, then connected between them with the floor slabs, and very specific locations for the riser shafts to the future location of the bathrooms and kitchens. They determine this spatial infrastructure where we have a perpendicular banding to the facade and a parallel banding that creates this layering of the life within the expanded dwellings we have created. And this mesh determines how the activities and life can take place within the plan. So based on Katsura's palace, like sequencing of rooms and how it creates a matrix of interconnected rooms, or the house in Butanta by Paulo Mendes da Rocha, where the corridors, where the life on the rooms spills out into the corridors and integrate in different ways. And also through strategies of screening that can allow for simultaneity of events to take place at the same time through the use of opacities and different materials, or also through the use of fixed furniture as in the glass house to help divide the spaces between them. We can end up with a very indeterminate floor plan. So, for example, this would be a floor plan of 6 smaller bedrooms accommodated around a shared space with the circulation right in the middle. And this one, I'll just go through many different variations. This could be one level, then another level, and note how the shared space can alternate on different sides of the plan to create this diversity of life within the dwellings. So seen in an axonometric view, take for instance that one row of 4 houses changes itself amidst all the others remaining the same. So this is what the variety that we can start getting. And notice how the living spaces, like instead of having very dingy and small 1-bedroom flats, the living spaces composed by this fixed furniture can relate to a wider shared space that forms like a cluster flat on each level, which also has views to the cluster flat below it, and they all relate with the stairs and circulation between them that create this interactivity without fully disturbing the life that goes in them. And the variations are infinite of how to accommodate these spaces inside and the life that can take place on the houses. In terms of the section, this would be the original terrace, and we are adding 2 floors above it and all this new structure in the back gardens, leaving a gap between it, and creating a new relationship to the garden, extending this garden relationship instead of prioritizing so much the street, creating also double height spaces that can allow light to permeate through the depth of these 18-meter deep buildings. And here you can observe how the different spaces and the different life can take place within the building, and creating different types of relationships, both to the garden level and to the street level. In terms of the longitudinal section, which is now on the perpendicular, parallel to the facade, it's a space for circulation through the gap, where we can see this layering and screening of daily life taking on in the regional terraces. And the new structure we have inserted that follows the grid and the structural logic of the terraces now has create these voids and interlocking spaces for the shared spaces, while also retaining some of the more private dwelling spaces, and a very wide and generous ground floor and even basement space that allows for collective activities to take place. So with an attitude towards the existing that space more on contribution rather than a differential addition, as it's usually done in London, and with a facade that setups a grid and a framework for different variety to take place, we can have this type of facade that establishes a grid, but within this grid there's lots of variety and different options that can portray the life that's going on inside of the cluster house, of the new converted house, and how this section changes as we go through. And now cutting through the original houses, like the cellularized approach is still there, but contributing to a new way of living. So we can experience a wider exteriority through extended double aspect and diagonal views, and light wells and double height spaces that bringing more light into the plan, and a circulation system that's established by like a main circulation through the gap that distributes to each cluster flat on either side, and is the space for interaction and gregariousness and informal meetings to take place. So the gap mediates between the old houses and the new insertion, and between the more private life and the more collective life. Also connects both horizontally and vertically the spaces, and is where all this screening for the private life takes place through the use of fixed furniture and shading and sliding doors, etc. So this would be a section perspective through the original terraces, and how the cellularized framework allows for a specific type of living to take place, but by adding a new framework on the back gardens, we create a new type of living in it. Through this screening, we can differentiate activities that take place on both sides of the house, and keeping the Victorian facades that are so cherished in London, we can end up with new ways of living inside these converted terraces. And through simultaneity and layering, can have many different activities taking place at the same time. Now seeing from the garden that the new structure created creates a completely new spatial infrastructure with still a views of the Victorian old elements on the back. And again, through this layered approach, we create a diversity of life and opportunities to take place. So now what about the gardens? I told you that was the second part of the strategy, because this is key. Like London devotes too much land to private gardens. 25% of the land use in London, which is this part, is private gardens, while even residential buildings are less than 10%, like the land that London occupies. So they don't all have to be private gardens, and London has many examples, like by Finchley Road Station or in Notting Hill, where there's big collective gardens in the middle of the blocks, where you have very generous wide green spaces for neighbors to enjoy, and compared to a private gardens experience where everything is subdivided and the spaces are very, very small, where you can barely fit a barbecue, to very generous gardens like Rosemead Garden or Ladbroke Square in Notting Hill, where there's a generous space for socializing and sharing and meeting others around you, and with a threshold also that mediates between the houses and the more public life in the collective gardens. So what if this strategy, this scheme that occurs in Notting Hill, could apply to the Beauvoir Town Victorian development, which has mostly privatized gardens? It's in a Victorian fragment of London between Essex Road and Southgate Road, north of Regent's Canal. Let's take, for instance, these three very elongated blocks, all with private gardens. And what if we start amalgamating some of the gardens and opening alleys through the blocks to fragment them, where the typological reconfigurations can start taking place as the gardens are amalgamated, and a new associational practice can take place within the neighborhood life. So just very briefly, because it's a very deep subject to go through, but land tokenization could be one of the mechanisms to capture value for this type of projects, where the houses that are grouped together, their land can be divided and tokenized according to the number of units that they are creating, and be able to capture value at a wider scale and promote this type of practices to take place. So this can turn completely the block inside out. This is an existing condition of a typical street in the Beauvoir Town, and with all the garden sheds and back extensions, but a new reconfigured collective gardens could bring more life to the center of the block, and carving these mews that connect both streets, and also act as spaces for even garbage collection to avoid it being from a house-by-house basis. And having a new approach to the ground, where there's more permeability through the block, and precisely this is where the access to the wider collective gardens can take place. And to finalize, like, the block could become a meaningful social unit, where the amalgamation of gardens and the typological reconfigurations brings in a new associational practices to take place, and intensifies both the capacity, numbers of people who can live there, like approximately 25 to 50% more people could be accommodated in these areas of London, but also intensification in terms of activities. Like, you can have pottery workshops or nursery places or childcare places on the ground floors of these extended houses facing towards the garden, and many more activities like to take place in the heart of these blocks that bring life and contribute also more services to the neighborhoods where they are inserting themselves, and even allow for possibilities of not engaging. Like, if some neighbors want to keep their own private narrow gardens, they can also keep them as everything else around them changes. So to finalize, all this typological reconfiguration of terrace houses and the amalgamation of the gardens, based on the continuity of the terrace houses as a group form, can bring a lot of intensification to the inner city and a new way of life to these neighborhoods.
Thank you, Pedro. before we go into the argument, I'd like to congratulate you on your graphic material, which is really fantastic. And this goes to all students. The work that you put in is amazing. Friedrich, we're going to start with you. It's going to make me sound like a stalker, but I know you live in one of those environments with shared gardens. I was told by Larry, I'm not stalking.
Yeah, so I have to declare an interest. I've moved out. Because it's actually really hard. I've tried to instill life into a collective garden that was at the back of my block, that has been created in 1985 by a couple of really engaged women at the time who were kind of getting together, demonstrating against the Islington Council to try to get them to do something in a block that was nearly all council-owned. And that maybe is part of, I think, the question that sits inherently in your plan, and some other elements have managed to do something where they owned all the context, and there was one industrial use in the middle of the block, and when that industrial use came free, all the ladies, all the households around pestered the council to buy it for the good of mankind, to demolish that industrial unit and to turn it over into a community garden. Just slightly against the principles, I think, of this unit in terms of just taking industrial out. It has given the block 20 years of a really good community garden, and then all these ladies became quite old and eventually passed away, and the garden basically fell out of use. And during COVID, I started gardening in it as the only person out of 70 houses around it not going into it. And then suddenly more people came out, and suddenly actually it became a bit more of a community space, but it generally gets used by 2 or 3 families who are super loud, who have got lots of children, and who thought it's really good to kind of work, particularly where, because it has no management structure, it isn't managed by anybody. And so if you don't have people in the community kind of knowing how to care for it, it's actually quite a hard space to make work. But one could address that, and I would think your project certainly isn't going to fall over on that front, because you will certainly need a structure. I think that the principle, I think, is an amazing one. I think kind of having had a community garden and having seen the potential of how good it could be if it would work a little bit better than my one, I think is really to be applauded and makes a lot of sense. And one looks at not just the Borough Town, but many parts of blocks and long gardens that aren't used, and kind of think, do they need those long gardens? And if you just take 70% away, wouldn't they be equally happy? I think I slightly struggle with you kind of characterizing the Borough Town as a place that doesn't have community and doesn't have a life. I think it's a reasonably expensive part of London, and most people would love to live there. But I do think it is a place that we should question whether we could make it denser. I think I wasn't, in many ways, I think many parts of your project make a lot of sense and are not, in that sense, I think, kind of unreasonable. I think I wasn't so sure whether by attaching yourself to existing buildings as a very basic proposition, you've limited a little bit the potential of the project, because it makes it a bit more attackable. The ownership structure in most blocks is not 100% council-owned, it's not owned by a number of entities, it's owned by an enormous amount of entities, and getting 2 people, 3 people, or 4 people to agree is very hard, not to speak of 60 or 80 or 100. And the value is in the Borough Town. I think each of these houses is probably 2.5 million. It's a very significant amount of money that somebody would need to find to kind of either get all these people to buy in or buy them all out. And I think in that sense, the question would be if I would have liked to see, I think you started to touch upon it with the 4 guys you showed who didn't play ball with their gardens and just kept them. What happens if more people don't play ball? And how much consent do you need for this project to work? Would it also work if it isn't 4 blocks or if it is 2? Or would it also block if you just say, I have an interesting proposition to have with all the people around there, I just want to ask them for a little bit of their garden, I'm not going to touch their house. Because touching people's houses, making them move out for 2 years, is a quite hard thing to do. You kind of assume that all of the Borough Town is kind of vacant and you can move them all out. But if you were to say they're all living there, they're all full, I can't quite move them all out, but I still want to achieve my 25% densification. How would it look like if you can't make anybody homeless, but you just achieve the same principles? You don't at all try to touch a Victorian block, but you can achieve all the good things that you're doing about the depth of the block, the proportions of the block, sitting in the middle, which is, I think, slightly what MVDB, but other projects they showed at the beginning, I think we're starting to touch upon. Because I think it is slightly limiting by saying I need that level of consent by that many people around me and that much availability of properties to make it work. But I think there's many, many good things, and I think that's quite an easy one for you to address. Did you discuss that in the past in terms of just... how married you are to that availability?
In a way, it sort of started with a kind of speculation on the challenge of intensification in areas where we expect continuity. So let's say we recognize that there's a fairly extreme challenge against this kind of intensification. But one of the things that we were working with as an idea was that there is a move towards trying to ask bigger questions about land tokenization. Now, if we were to use that in various settings, could it be applied to something like this, where we would begin to look at the idea that the garden might be a starting point? You'll notice that, in a way, what Pedro was speculating on was that there's a range of possibilities. He focused on this one just because we wanted to deal more fully with the architectural question of one set of four, which is in a sense already given by the fabric. But there's another thing, and that is that quite a number of the groups of houses in the area are actually owned by the council. So it's an area where the council could take leadership and begin to explore a way forward for intensification of some of these central city environments.
But I think that there is a really, in my experience, having seen what happens if a council gives you not your long garden anymore, but just shuts it off and just says after 4 meters it becomes communal or a project. People use those 4 square meters very intensely, but they do feel that they have a garden. And I think in that sense, I think there's a really strong project in there which does not touch the houses and just says your garden is too long. Let's see what we can do with that, which is much more than a muse development, but something of a very different scale.
I think it comes down to the question a bit, what can we share and what can we afford together, what I can't afford myself alone. And that's true for all the collective housing ideas, but also, for the external amenities. And so I think it's really nice that you extend this idea of collectivization to the urban fabric and not limited to the house.
I love it when your tutors defend your critics. I think it's really interesting, this idea of extending the rear of these huge terraces that we have all over not just London, but the country. I'm really intrigued on the phasing conversation that was just happening, and whether if you accept the premise that these need to be renewed and intensified, how would you phase that throughout? Do you move from the front to the back? Do you move from one end of the street and shuffle down? But I think that's a really important question to ask because you're working in existing conditions. It's also interesting that you've increased density, but I'm wondering whether you've increased density in terms of area, not necessarily habitable rooms or spaces. So you've taken what normally is 2 bedrooms at the front and made them into 1. And I think you could test that and maybe be a bit more rigorous with that. And from a person who in terrace house, I find the back of your building incredibly transparent. And if I get up in the middle of the night, want a glass of water and wear my pants, I've got to go across the corridor into the other space, get my glass of water and go back again. So that idea of where your privacy stops and starts and the layers of community, I think are really important. I think you should be commended for mentioning the nursery. You're the first person this afternoon since I've been sitting here that's talked about wider communal services within the housing environment. We talked about working, but we haven't really talked about schools and doctors and all those other things and how that can be folded into these newer spaces. I was also finally wondering that if you had a slightly tighter block, of which there are many, what is the use of the roofscape? So there's been some conversations about bringing more nature in, and it feels like if you're taking garden away, you maybe should be putting garden back up on those upper floors. But no, a very interesting project.
Yes, in terms of the density, it does increase the number of people around 25 to 50%, depending on how many floors are added. It's not just adding more built form into the place. And in terms of the back facades, they do have lots of screening possibilities, and it's where the shared life takes place. So it's not the private life mostly takes place in the Victorian facades towards the street, and the shared life taking place towards the garden is precisely like you want this type of transparency and gregariousness and interactivity to take place. Like not everybody has to live here, but it's precisely for this this way of living that encourages more socializing, but at the same time that you can graduate how much you want to interact and how much you want to retreat into the spaces.
Yeah, there's somewhere for the introvert. Thank you.
I think that degree of transparency, that this particular view makes me think of Hitchcock's film Rear Window, and I can just see Jimmy Stewart sitting in the window, gossiping and speculating about the life of his neighbours. I think it's a strong proposition, and it's been designed like an architect, it's been drawn like an architect, but I'll be a bit critical. I think it's been presented like a developer. By which I mean, you started the presentation talking about capturing value, but in my mind, you haven't really justified or explained how you value different things. So your interpretation of value in the way you've presented is around maximising development within these existing sites. Whereas I'd like to know what sort of value you place on biodiversity, open space, urban greening factor, greenery to help reduce the heat island effect, the value of open space to strengthen community that you talked about. And so how do you quantify the trade-off between the value of open space and greenery that we are, I think London is one of the greenest cities. We're a national park now, I only learnt last week, because we've got so much greenery. Does that undermine the value of London being a national park? So as intrigued as I am by the proposition and the design response, I'm also hesitant about the way you've kind of built your argument, and would perhaps ask you to kind of step back and say, articulate more clearly or demonstrate why commercial value, as I'm reading it, is better than other form, environmental value, for example.
No, maybe I wasn't clear enough when I was talking about value, but I don't mean only about commercial value or bringing more people here and densifying it, but it's about increasing the capacity of these neighborhoods to have different ways of associational life to take place, and encourage people to negotiate precisely how to treat these collective gardens. And I didn't mention, but the collective gardens are a very big, good space for having biodiversity, and expanded biodiversity even better than the garden by garden approach. If it's collectively managed and maintained, it could be like a landscape of wildflowers and a big forest in the middle of the block. Like, it doesn't go against it. It depends on what the people getting together will decide to give value to. And it's not just about like commercial value, but about getting together and having more access to more activities and more spaces that you cannot have by having only your own house and your own private garden. That's what I mean about value.
Okay, I think that's a good comeback. I'd just say today, however, in planning, we have to demonstrate that we're increasing the biodiversity net gain of a site, or the urban greening factor of a site. And so I think Justin pointed out about the roof space. I think that's the thing you've got to perhaps add to this argument is the sort of quantifiable social or environmental value you're adding.
I'm sort of not quite as reassured by this as some of the other people. How many people live in your building?
30 to 40.
In the morphology of the space between the buildings. So one of the things I suppose about working with existing buildings is that there's this sense of what's the latency within the existing structure. On your early diagrams, where you sort of start to pick the building up, take the building apart before you put it back together again, there is that evidencing a sense of a kind of an intuition about what its latent potential is, and that kind of growth of space and structure. The word's contiguity, but there's another word. So I guess that's a question. It's not, it doesn't come with a dogma, but it is an interesting thing when you leave. It feels like you leave something unfinished. Maybe that's the nature of the project. Mm-hmm. The building isn't unfinished, but the city is sort of unfinished, which I think is interesting.
Yeah. Yes, precisely. The idea is to make it a provocation of considering other areas of London for reconfiguring these typologies based on their continuity and their valued aspects, but also on their limitations and very restrictive typological limitations. But this is not like a very deterministic project. It has to be done like this. It can be done many ways, and I explored thousands of them. Like this was one to show, but at the end, it's more the provocation of rethinking London from another perspective.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Pedro. And I enjoy this project because I think what you've done is accepted that actually the Georgian Victorian pattern that has shaped London, the street pattern and the elevation and the heights of the buildings, I know you're adding 2 stories, you're saying, oh, that works and we don't need to change it. And you've also shown that policy, local policy particularly, but also to some extent national policy, has tried to sort of keep up with the potential or the endless adaptability of this Georgian and Victorian terrace type, because they were all mostly built originally as whole houses and then converted into bedsits and then flats and then now returning back to whole houses, showing the sort of economic ebbs and flows. And actually what you're saying, perhaps, is that, well, this will probably still be here in 200 years. Somehow on the fronts we'll have kept them going, we'll have done all sorts of engineering wizardry, but somehow we've got to expand them. And I just enjoy the boldness. I think you can get the sort of communal aspect to work, because in the 70s, all over London, councils used to own lots of these sorts of houses, and in the 70s in Hackney Council couldn't afford to keep them all, and they let them become, well, I say squats, they probably didn't call them squats, but they let people move into them for really cheap rents because it was cheaper for people to live in them and look after them, and lots of architects would move into them. And I can see this as the late 21st century opportunity to extend. I agree with the points about the relationship to garden space, and those are really important. Gardens, even if they're shared gardens, the dimensions. So the dimensions of these blocks are really important to understand, the space between the back-to-backs and what you can do with them. And I think being able to, you've used a particular block that has a particular dimension, but I think if you were to look at that further and be able to sort of demonstrate that there is a limit to where this can apply, and that maybe in, say, Columbia Road, where you have blocks, but they're much smaller, that sort of cottage-type terrace, it couldn't work there. It has to be. So there's a certain, and then what you're locking in is that economic value where this can work spatially, but perhaps it has to be a certain economic value where you can do this, where you can, afford to get the return to develop in this way. But I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
I think we have to move on to next. Yep. Quickly,
I'm just going to say congratulations, fantastic. You're prodding a holy cow, right? This is the London Terrace House and its garden. That's a sacrosanct subject. I want to just go away from conservation areas like de Beauvoir and go up the other side of South South Kilburn to Harsden, we did a little bit of analysis of a big, long, endless street, a carelessly built terraced house street, 2.5 stories. And we counted the number of houses, and then we researched how many people actually lived there. And what was demonstrated was that this was in the made down bit. So the life of a London terrace house, it goes from a family house with servants to being made down post-war because of shortages. There were incentives to do that. There was a whole kind of industry which did that. Primrose Hill was basically bedsits through the 1960s and 70s, believe it or not. Land was consolidated into larger and larger freehold ownerships. Okay, so in the case of Harsden, what we found is that people were living in really suboptimal conditions. It was actually, you would call it a slum, or on the edge of a kind of slum in northwest London. And we were left thinking about, what to do about this. Because of the leasehold, the question about, long leaseholds and the variability, it's all so locked up. And I go back to Singapore again, and Singapore intensifies through a process, a well-developed process called en bloc sale, where essentially people, Londoners are as unsentimental as others about trading their flat for an upgrade. Or, let's not worry about that. It's a tradable commodity, your flat in London. And there is certainly a case for creating a mechanism, an instrument, to facilitate en bloc sale, to allow the intensification of suburbs, which is what you're talking about. You're not talking about intensification of inner city, although people will say that Hackney is an inner city suburb. It's still a suburb. So I really commend you for your polemic here. I think it's a really, really important challenge. And yes, this is one exotic example of how you would do it, but actually the model is right. And if you look at transforming that Harsden block with its 250-metre long street into a 19th century shared garden made of Vale style, that would be a transformation of people's lives. And in order to do that, you do need to double, maybe even treble the GFA to drive value, by economic value, to create additional value, like meaningful shared garden space, biodiversity net gain, increase of housing numbers. So I think you're tapping well on a very important subject, which is really how do we intensify suburban London. We've looked at your images and the previous two before you, Tottenham Hale, where you have these extreme compensation for high density around a Victoria Line station, industrial estate, and then terraced houses. And we have, we're not getting to grips with these questions from a policy and mechanism perspective. There are instruments in there which can incentivize owners, either in collective form or freehold owners who own more of these things than once, or indeed institutional public owners who can actually intervene if they had the courage or the capacities to do that. So I think this is a fantastic provocation, as I don't know if London is your home city.
No, I'm from Colombia. I just arrived to London 1 year ago.
But you've arrived, you've said that, and this has happened through the whole 19th century. I mean, the invention of the elevator, the mansion block. We think of London as a house, terraced houses. It's not. It's also apartment building city, and it's done that very well. Technology allowed that change, the intensification. So I think you're right on a really good subject, which is how do we intensify our inner suburbs, which remain very, very locked up in some very suboptimal conditions. And de Beauvoir is a precious little place. Let's leave it for what it has to do. But I think we need to get to grips with this question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. We are moving on to Tufnell Park with Engin, who is dealing with another condition very typical of London. It's the lost spaces in between. And I hand over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Today I will talk about a life that we spend mostly at home. But it will be slightly different. It will be more like about making things and developing ideas. So what I want you to see right now is two pieces of linear building. One of them is this working? Nope. Do we have a one? Pointer. Okay, perfect. Okay, that one's working. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. So, let's get back to the proposition. We see two pieces of linear buildings. Each one of them is facing a park. Another one is attached towards a bus garage. And as you can see, these two pieces of linear buildings are connected by a platform above the overground. So we can say that they are working really close together with different kinds of urban infrastructures. And another thing I want to tell you is these two pieces of linear buildings are located in Tufnell Park area, a kind of a neighborhood which has a diverse social cultures, such as manual labor workers, young professionals, and makers. And today I will try to convince you that a convergence takes place in these two pieces of linear buildings by using housing, productive infrastructure, and civic grounds to form a coherent piece of a neighborhood. So then this leads us to one main question, how we treat our major productive infrastructures in central cities. And this particular one, Holloway Bus Garage, which has a 200 capacity for buses, is owned by Metroline, alongside with 14 other bus garages distributed around London. And as we all know, according to the recent shifts and developments in our governmental policies, the number of buses in the traffic, and so their facilities that they have been taking care of, is increasing their numbers. And there's a tendency to juxtapose these infrastructures right next to the overground, so we can say that they are becoming key part of our transportation infrastructure. And what the thesis basically suggests you that maybe we can use housing as a tool to reintegrate these really large pieces of infrastructures while keeping their presence in central cities. And there's one small thing that I want you to notice in this drawing. We have kinds of spaces that are small, medium, and large. And when I say convergence, I'm not only talking about a convergence that only happens in the ground level, but a kind of convergence that can extend itself towards our dwelling environments by virtue of a diagonal vector that will extend and flow along very different types of dwellings with different types of lifestyles. So if we go back to the Tufnell Park area, we can see two main critical works that has been going on. Which one of them is the culture of making and repair, the manual work. And it happens that it can operate on diverse scales. It can be something as small, like a bicycle repair station. It can be something medium, like a pottery atelier, or it can be something extensively large, like a warehouses. And also, if you look at the neighborhood again, the young professionals, which some of them are working in tech clusters in King's Cross, or some of them are working in creative industries located in Fitzrovia, they are actually forming a type of culture of innovation. And interestingly, just like the culture of making, it operates in diverse scales. It could be something as small, like a couple of desks embedded in our domestic environments, something medium, like collaborative workspaces, or something extensively large, like King's Cross Google headquarters. And today, what I will do is basically show you that these two pieces of linear buildings are actually juxtaposing these two very different cultures of working. And by doing that, it will also juxtapose small, medium, and large. And by doing that, it will also take advantage of the presence of the Holloway bus garage located in the neighborhood. So I want you to notice that here's our bus garage. Together with the Bush Industrial Estate and Whittington Park, they form a 3-hectare piece of a lost space in the neighborhood. So what you will see when you look at this drawing, look at this image, satellite image, you see a kind of lost space. What I see is a field to experiment with new kinds of housing, with different kinds of living and working. So actually the instance that we see in Tufnell Park area is not a weird condition. We kind of see this repeat itself throughout the London. So it's related to an urban condition based on layered mobility systems. And what basically happens is when different kinds of infrastructures and mobility systems juxtapose, we always end up with these kinds of lost buckets. And traditionally, they're associated with essential urban surfaces, manual production, manual labor, and productive infrastructure. And since they're all dotted throughout the city and well located, what we mainly do is demolish the infrastructure and replace it with tower blocks and perimeter blocks. So especially in places like Tottenham Hale, the one that we see, this makes a lot of sense. If you consider its proximity towards the Tottenham Hale station, densifying these parts of our neighborhoods and bringing necessary services, this makes a lot of sense. But what we don't see is actually a kind of an effort that really tries to keep the productive infrastructure where it's supposed to be and actually integrate it to its neighborhood. And by doing that, no one will ever try to create new opportunities for local jobs and new resources for local communities. And if we go back to the architecture of the neighborhood once again, what we see is really long-running armatures juxtaposing to each other and create these congestion nodes. In the overall neighborhood, they break the grid system. And in these nodes of congestion, only small things tend to occur. And as we move forward, we have medium and large elements that happens to located at the low spaces of the area. And the thesis suggests that maybe instead of demolishing them, we can go, instead of going tall, we can go horizontal and take the edge conditions of these very large urban elements and transform them into civic thresholds. And by doing that, we can introduce new opportunities for job creations, new types of living, and new types of work. So the question that I'm looking for is actually not a question of morphology, but a typological one. And actually, if you look at the drawing, you can see some of the typological qualities start to emerge. We see a condition of ground, middle, and top in both of the cases. So while if you look at this one, this piece contributing to the life of the park with different kinds of activities and stuff. So what's happened is it takes people, take up to the middle, transform to car cross. And by doing that, it will introduce a middle part that will introduce different kinds of living and working opportunities. And if you look at the top part, we will see a collective roofscape, which I will get back to this later on. And if you look at the ground level, you can see that actually these two pieces of linear buildings are behaving a little bit different. While one of them is creating an active age in the park, another one is taking advantage of the lost bucket here and introduce some making spaces in the ground level. We can also start to imagine that maybe the Holloway bus garage can extend itself towards here, but if not, we can easily see spaces for bicycle shops or wood and metal workshops, blacksmiths, things like that. And in order to create such a variety and diversity in the ground level, what I'm actually working on is taking a really, really rigid and repeated structural system and exploit with it. And if you look structural system briefly, you can see that it's majorly shaped by the orientational bias of the site. So on south, we have a 12-meter depthness here, and on north, we have 5.5. So there's a creel hierarchy, which is forming a front and back side in the building. And by doing that, I'm also attaching the risers, the wedge spaces in these two strips. So as a result, what we have is a kind of a layout that has a tremendous amount of capacity to generate different kinds of spaces. And I will get back to this later on, but in the next 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, I will talk about how I take advantage of this 12 meters and 5 meters in order to generate different conditions of living. But right now, what I want you to see is how well the structural system works in order to create a system in the ground that can consist of repetition and variation. So what you see here is double-lighted making spaces that are taking advantage of this opening towards the overground. They take advantage of this logistical uses. On their backside, we have 5.5, these shallow spaces, which I will also come back to them later on. And they're opening towards the backyard, and that backyard open towards the Holloway bus garage. So one of the reasons that I found this drawing really helpful for me is actually we can start to ask questions. Can Metroline, the owner of the Holloway bus garage, what if they want to increase their number of storage spaces? Well, they can. Or what if they want to introduce some new learning environments to teach new programs for their drivers or their blue-collar workers? Well, they're also welcome to do that too. Or what if they want to increase their office spaces? They can also do that. So what I'm trying to say, I guess, is they are more than welcome to engage with the hard interventions that the proposition suggests. And at this point, you might ask me, how do you know what Metroline really wants? Well, that's a really good question because I have no idea what would they actually really want. But there's one thing that I really know, you guys also don't know. And one of the primary reasons behind this is one of the fundamental parts of my thesis. If we do not draw these drawings, if we do not suggest these proposals and circulate them around the field, no one will actually ask Metroline what do they really want. And as a practice, I believe we lost an opportunity for a potential stakeholder that can really start to be engaged with how we transform our neighborhoods. And again, in this drawing, you can see the types of qualities of these making spaces, double-light spaces, plenty of storage, capable for different types of making, and you see some working spaces down there. And I want you to notice this striated formation of the ground. So what I'm basically doing is quite simple. There's a really deep plan, I'm placing it, and I'm taking advantage of this deep plan in order to respond to really different kinds of environments. So the 12 meter, responding this part, 5.5 responding here. And as a result, what we have here is a layered ground where really different kinds of environments can actually start to form a whole. And one of the generosity or opportunity that this really rich environment, ground level that I'm imagining, is actually things like display of work can actually start to generate new values across different people. Let's say the worker in the bus shed, one of the blue color workers, share his cigarette smoke break with one of the workers in the making spaces. First, they will share a smoke. Second time, they will start having conversations. And the third time, they will start asking questions about their work. So it's kind of an unconditioned knowledge environment, which is a little bit informal. And these are one of the views of making spaces. Opening tower is the 5.5, and that 5.5 opening tower is the backyard. And if you look at the assemblage scale in the ground, what you see is actually these two buildings are taking the challenge of the severance, which is a problem for the neighborhood, and actually transforming it into an opportunity by extending the already use of production towards the severance. So we don't really have to deal with the severance anymore. What we are doing is we can create an active edge in the other side of the buildings and introduce a wider continuity for the neighborhood. And in a kind of environment which is so diverse and rich, then the next question is how can we exploit the structural system in order to generate and accommodate different cultures of living? And this layout is one of them. And what you see here is, first, it starts with a collective gallery, and that gallery opens itself towards almost typical conventional studio flats for one people, for maybe two people. And they are opening towards a central corridor, which has a 3.5 meter depth here. So you might say, this is not really conventional, it's somehow more wide, yes. And if you look more in detail of this collective environment, you can see that there are types of qualities. It's illuminated by the light wells, it's illuminated by the openings from the both sides, and it accommodates spaces like collective workspace, laundry rooms, kitchens. And what this introduces an opportunity is actually, we can start to have really small apartments too, so they can work together with this collective environment. And when I say collective exteriority, this is the kind of image that I'm imagining. So the flats are almost encouraging people to go outside to their dwellings, go towards the opening, and start engaging with one another. If not, they don't have to. Or we can take this idea of collectivizing exteriority and actually try to invert it. So by taking advantage of the deep plan, we can also ask questions about how can we collectivize the interior space. And a quite simple answer to that is the light wells. And what you see here is an apartment for 8 to 10 people, especially for young professionals, which will be suitable. And what you see is an almost tortured collective environment. It's stretched, cornered, extended towards this deep plan. And what it happens is that it has a kind of capacity that at the same time, simultaneous uses can happen naturally. And what I mean by that is, while some guys can play PlayStation here, some of them can have a dining party right there in the collective kitchen. Another guy can have a Zoom chat here, or someone can fight with his girlfriend. And right now, I want you to imagine yourself woke up early in the morning in a weekday. Before you go out for a work, you need to circulate some mails. What you will do, you will wake up, you will get yourself a cup of coffee, and you will grab your laptop, and you will sit at this desk in order to circulate those mails. While you are circulating those mails, this will be your POV. What will happen is that you will realize that your early bird flatmates are already woke up and preparing a French toast for the breakfast. Or you will see another flatmate watching the morning news. So I guess my point with this drawing is, I think we are underestimating the value of our light wells in the dwellings. I think they have a tremendous amount of capacity to increase the interaction in living environment while giving a nice amount of privacy. So while these two past layouts are focusing on this interaction of the living environment, we can actually start also thinking about taking advantage of the structural system in order to generate high levels of privacy for more market-driven approaches. And what's happening here is we have 2 meters wide of winter gardens, which can be open towards children's bedrooms for children and will act as a play area, or it can make an L-shaped living environment with a guest room, or it can be a generous living environment if they don't have any friends to stay. So while doing that, the second floor, since these are duplex apartments, can accommodate extensive and generous floor plates for the parents. Then one of the questions that needs to be answered is, how can we integrate all these kinds of different living cultures into a coherent whole? And actually the section shows you that in order to integrate them, first we need to separate them. So what you see in the section is same kind of living environments are clustered to one another and connected by a single collective network, a diagonal double-loaded corridor. And what I want you to see, and I think which is really exciting, is even though all these units are segmented, they are working together in order to form this collective domain. A collective domain, which is a double-loaded corridor, outside gallery, and the light wells. And I want you to quickly notice this diagonal corridor takes you from rooftop towards the platform level, which is what it is right now. If you look at the platform, you can simply see that it does more than connecting two pieces of neighborhood, but it actually provides kinds of spaces that can accommodate small lectures, temporary exhibitions, coffee, breakout rooms, cocktail bars, I don't know. And while the rest of the proposition works really hard in order to juxtapose all these kinds of people, the thesis suggests that maybe we can leave the rooftops aside. So what is proposed here is, let's understand our rooftops, much more natural, isolated spaces, like play areas, hobby gardens. So while the rest of the assemblage is working for the neighborhood, rooftops can work as an extension of our dwellings and private environments. And I would like to finish my presentation by simply stating that I think we need to think different of our productive infrastructures, and in such a way that stakeholders such as Transport for London, Metro Line, and many others can start to contribute how we shape our cities. There is a tendency to avoid juxtapositions and contradictions in urban environments, and this thesis suggests all of you that maybe we can start thinking differently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engin. Just a short introduction. Stefan Sinzel has joined us, who will be our keynote speaker later. There will be a longer introduction of you later on. Who wants to start? Maybe here on the right this time, because we started on the left the other time.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely fantastic presentation and an amazing set of drawings, not least this one that you pretty much started with and have ended with, the power of drawing to convey an idea. I mean, and in a sense, you've threaded many of the things that other people have been talking about in one project. You know, I won't list them all, but you know, the role of the gallery, the question of adaptation, the nature of the public realm, civic ground, all sorts of things like that. But you talked. What really struck me, just as a graphically, what you found in this lost bit of city felt to me like an acropolis. It felt like a beautiful space. The juxtaposition of the three sheds, not least the geometry of the bus station, immensely powerful. And without, again, there's so much in it. You know, but I think that, you know, I'm not saying we have all been, but last few people, I've been questioning things about social structures, depth, melancholia, all sorts of questions of kind of efficiency, capacity, viability, not that you used the word viability, but not that they did or I did, but what comes across is that you found a kind of, you've been given a geometrical, dimensional structure. You've found a depth of building that's allowed you typologically to create almost every house type seamlessly, at the same time as threading them all together into a whole building. Obviously focusing more on this one than the other, but they're of a type. And through this very powerful image of the planimetric, that you've given it a face, which is kind of an approximation to what it will be in the end. A really strong sense of the contribution that any building makes to the city in that kind of... So, earlier, one of your fellows talked about the idea of the sort of civic front. I mean, this seems to me to be an exemplar of a kind of really strong visual impression, and which then, of course, comes across as a visceral kind of image of that possible new place. Just really wonderful. It's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
No, likewise. I enjoyed this project very much, and I think where it's, to me, the most innovative contribution in the afternoon. And I think that essentially, I think it touches upon some of the obsessions of architects when they have to do large housing projects, right? And it really reminds me of Eisenman's remark on the Smithsons, right? Essentially what the modernists, architectural modernism's contribution to housing, it's the slab housing, and it's the obsession for having streets in the sky, yeah? Now, of course, we know with the Smithsons, the streets in the sky were failures. And the failures were very simple, right? The failures essentially was that the streets on the ground works very differently from the streets when it is placed in a section on a housing block. Precisely it's because on the street, you have a reason to move from one space to the other, and you have higher footfall. Now, I think in this project, I think, to me, the most interesting part is, to me, the diagonal section, that route that peers through your lateral structure and your lateral arrangements of units. And as it peers through, it's illuminated by light. And at the same time, as you said, it also gives a glimpse of those airwells, of those internal courtyards, that gives a sense of social space that gathers around it, right? And in which Smithsons did not do, right? Because as they enter the street of the skies, it was turned the other way around. So I think where I think this could have been brought further is that you have given a reason why people will move through the diagonal section in which, let's say in Smithson's Golden Lane, there wasn't a case for that level of footfall. And precisely it's because in your last drawing, the project actually is broken to two. There's two slab housing, right, that needs to be connected, right? Not just the housing that needs to be connected, there are two severed sites that needs to be connected. Therefore, there is a real need, or there's a compelling argument to say that this street, this street does not belong to the ground, but it belongs diagonally to bring them across and over the railway track and then complete the project as a whole. And I wish that middle portion, in a way, it's the culmination of that amazing experience of the diagonal movement, right? But
well, actually it is.
It is, okay. Oh, I believe you, it is. I just don't see it in that,
that little stairs is the last stairs of the section that we see.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that I was just dying to see that image from the ground looking up diagonally, right? That route, right? Mm-hmm. I wish I could see the route. It kind of reminds me of, Libeskind's cut through his slab in Jewish Museum, let's say, right? But I commend you. I think that there is a real reasoning why we think about streets that run through buildings and run through housing, and there is a real reason behind this.
Thank you.
I wanted to, I think, maybe pick up on Chris saying, I didn't see the diagonal quite as positively, maybe as Chris says, because I thought, I've experienced those courtyards, those light wells in residential projects, and there's, whether you look at Swiss examples or German ones, other ones, there's a certain scale of community that works quite well, where I want to look down, I want to see what my neighbor is doing. It doesn't start working if there's actually lots of people walking somewhere else that I don't know or are just quite far away. And I think at that point, I wasn't quite sure if this is really the public trying to get across or not across, because I think it really only works if it is within something that I would consider a community. And I don't think this block can be one community. It probably would be a number of communities within that. And I think in that sense, I couldn't quite understand why it had to be one building and why, as much as I would applaud, I think the skill you have brought to working with one grid, but actually accommodating very different conditions within that grid, why it has to be that one scale on both sides of the tracks. Because I think you started very clearly kind of saying infrastructure creates these weird forgotten pockets of accidental plots that nobody quite knows what to do with, that are normally much different in scale to the uses that are around them. The normal scale around them is quite fine-grained. Then you end up with these weird random plots, triangular or whatever shape, with quite big things on them. But your response has actually been to work in that scale. And I don't think I've heard a clear enough explanation why there isn't other scales that might be sitting in between the tiny scale of the terraced house and the mega scale of a big box environment that actually is the right scale. And I think the other thing I would have liked to see is kind of you've addressed certain parts, but you've kept in the foreground, if you go back to your axiometric across the side, you've kept the 5 or 6 sheds that sit across there, and you've created quite interesting public spaces facing somebody else's back. Why did you decide to leave it like that, and why were you not slightly more critical about some of the other parts of this plot? Because it probably is a bit rough, and as much as I think the bus station might be quite beautiful, I think I look at that left edge of a bus station sitting on a road, it probably isn't a particularly nice place to live. And when you look at what TfL and Places for London are doing in the moment, TfL is bankrupt. TfL can't actually develop anything. But what developers are doing with TfL is they're trying to work with TfL and Places for London to say, you've got land, it's free, you haven't got money to invest in infrastructure, can we help you by making you slightly better infrastructure if we can build loads of housing? So you look at Edgware, you look at Waterloo, Victoria, other places where at the moment other people are working with TfL, they're doing much more comprehensive redevelopments where the bus station doesn't stay as it is. The bus station is fully reformed into something that becomes part of a much larger development. Where you've just kind of said, I'm pretty much leaving it as it is. I might just give them a little bit more space. I think other people in the moment are taking a more proactive, optimistic view of kind of the bus stations of the past probably can shrink in the future. They will not necessarily grow. But you could be more critical of how it sits there, how a perfect bus station would actually look like for the 21st century, not the 19th century, and how you would then group industry uses and residential around that. Where I think at the moment you've done a really great job working on the edge of it, but you haven't quite addressed the biggest parcel of land that actually is available above there, which is the bus station itself and the bigger shed that sits below.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I just want to comment one thing. Thanks for the comments. The levels of intimacy of this double-loaded corridor is also one of our concerns when we are discussing about the project. And I believe this diagonal segmentation, this staggered formation, is kind of helps people to form communities, segment the corridor in between them. So when I look at this corridor, I don't only see one single piece, but actually I see fragments connecting to each other, but they don't have to work together all the time. But thanks for all the other comments.
Hi. Equally enjoyed both your visual presentation and your verbal presentation. I think it was really eloquent and very convincing. I was writing a note about, for summing up later, about representation, and Larry and I spoke many years ago, earlier iterations of this course, and there was a sort of struggle there. And I'm thinking, when I was looking at your drawings, that you're able to hold the urban design conversation without us getting sucked into a kind of architectural and kind of facades and aesthetic conversation. And I think maybe some of the earlier projects we were looking at, we were getting sucked into a visualization issue, notwithstanding foggy landscapes and so forth, show a different consideration for the exterior and how that previous project was kind of introverted. So I think actually stepping one layer back in that visualization and making it more diagrammatic helps us retain conversation about urbanism and typology rather than about architecture. So I think it's an interesting conversation for later. The second one is, I think you've taken a sort of, you were very analytical about the site, and you picked up a series of triangular sites in different parts of the country, different parts of London. And it felt to me that you started a little bit more strongly with the influences of the site than maybe some of the other projects had. And that then created anchors for you. And I think, as has been discussed here, the fact you've come over the bridge actually helps you rationalise where you put things in your systemised building. And I think if you didn't do that, it would be, well, maybe the street should be on the ground or should be up. So the clues have come out of the quirky elements of the site, not the rigorous, rational grid that you've set up in the project. So I think it's really fascinating and a great piece of work. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. This is a really good image for my comment. So you've presented a really compelling project and with a level of depth and thinking that and sort of coordination and integration that we haven't seen yet. But there's a sort of underlying question I have about the diagram that's behind this and whether it's the right one. And perhaps the answer lies in how you describe the sort of public realm. Because when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, well, why don't you put the bus station up against the tracks where it's noisy and polluted, and then extend that street that we already see on the top right and make that a residential and commercial street. But actually underlying this is that point that Chris was saying, the sort of diagonal that could link the park on the bottom right to the new public realm that you've created on the top left, or rather sort of just immediately next to the tracks. And I think the sort of transition is slightly disappointing because you're going up staircases or a lift through a co-working space where there might be a cocktail bar, I think you mentioned, and then down into the park. Whereas for me, that should be an extension of the public realm. And you think about the park becoming a continuity of your new public space. And I'm missing that link because if done, I think there's scope to kind of strengthen that, and it would strengthen your overall proposition, because at the moment it feels like it's possibly kind of missing a trick in terms of kind of holding on to the bus station, the bus depot for the sake of it. Whereas actually, by leaving the bus depot where it is, you can create a really kind of compelling link, which I think is not quite working hard enough. But on every other level, I think it's a really intriguing and really well thought through project. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I think what is interesting is that you're challenging that sort of development model that Frederick outlined of, I mean, TfL, there are very particular reasons why TfL is struggling. Part of it is COVID, and the other part is because they were stopped being given the money that they needed, that they lost through COVID. So there was sort of political reasons there, but actually all too often with our infrastructure, particularly transport infrastructure, it is really quite shocking. We're a very small country, and we're very prepared to just give away our infrastructure, not look after it, not maintain it. And I think, buses we probably in London take for granted, but actually, they need to be kept somewhere. And near where I live, there's actually a very nice, quite brutalist bus station that is going to be redeveloped in a very short space of time. And taking, I think sometimes where they were put was a bit incidental, because at that time, people were quite prepared to demolish. I assume those might be Victorian blocks on the back, on the other side of it. We're quite happy to demolish it, and because it was near the railway, it was a good place to put it. But you're giving perhaps a sort of happenstance situation purpose. And I think taking the role of the opportunity for architects to actually be able to influence that discussion about how development might come forward is probably one that happens very rarely, maybe at a community level, sort of community-led housing. But with this scale of land, architects are very much not in control. This is a negotiation between a big developer or several developers and the landowner. And I think being able to turn that and give this sort of concept that actually you can have different ways of living and engaging with the street and the public realm, and in a way celebrate some of that infrastructure, which, although I'm not quite sure I'd like to live right on the back of a bus station, but still that idea that we should value our infrastructure and bring something extra to make, to give it social value, I think is a really sort of strong proposition.
Thank you.
Can I make an observation, which I think is true for the previous scheme as well? But I agree that I think the ambition of this project is very, very, very good, and I think the scheme you've done is pretty good. But I wonder whether there's a point in one's education where you take a step slightly back from the thing that you've ended up with, and where some reflective criticism of the kind of problem of housing as urbanism comes in. And what I mean by that is that there's in both the last two projects a great care for the scale of the body and a kind of phenomenological interest in layers of materials and layers of spatial encounters and the plan and the program and neighborliness. And there's also a kind of urban analysis, but they don't quite come together in a way that's truly critical. And so there's three things I'd like to suggest that you might find useful to look at. One is the wonderful essay, Corridors, Passages, Rooms by Robin Evans, which talks about the invention of the corridor in English country houses as something which has to do with the class system, has to do with the relationship between the servants and the nouveau riche and the attempt to keep them separate. And he contrasts that to the ethnographic situation of Mediterranean cultures where the enfilade plan encourages what he calls carnal social life, where the body is more sociable. So I think you probably read that, but I think and then the other thing is there's a very brilliant book written by a social historian, an art historian called David Brett, called The Plain Style, which has to do with the relationship in his mind between ethnography, religion, and capitalism. And he talks about the late 18th and early 19th century housing of Dublin, London, and Bristol. And then the third thing I think is worth looking at is Dalibor Vesley's work looking at what happened when the railways came into the Georgian city and you got these kind of fragment sites that are left over. And I would suggest the thing that connects all these together is topography. And by which I mean, arguably, the housing in London is not very urbane. You know, it's largely party walls with back gardens, which are completely private. A kind of degree of decorum added to the front facade, the areas, the steps, but it's not really civic, and it's certainly not ground. Then you get a high street, and you'll get pubs, churches, you know, that kind of metabolism. But there's no real spatial layering going on, such as you find in Paris, for example, where the urban blocks are, you know, are porous, or in Mediterranean cities where the courtyard type gives a much more layered social experience. And therefore, I think what the other critics are getting at here is that there's a degree at which this is a diagram which has to do with breaking through the limits of the city, i.e. you're going over the railway line and you're taking the kind of triangular geometry of what gets left, where roads which have to do with topography, parts of ancient Roman roads, you know, the way in which an engineer will cut a road through the topography that creates not a grid, but a kind of amalgamation of a kind of spatial order formed by the party wall and the gardens. And this is a typical situation. I think I know the bus garage you're talking about is the one on Mare Street, right? Into that duplicitous situation, i.e. where the front and the back, there's two faces and they don't talk to each other, the modernist objects of infrastructure get placed, and they similarly don't reach out very far There's no real kind of mediating territory or program. And what I think you're doing here is you're suggesting that there's a route through one block, over a bridge, through a kind of, through the section, but it doesn't really go anywhere. It could get you up to something, and whilst I think your critique of the type of development that's happening in places like Tottenham is fair, it's morphological, it's kind of type objects, and what you're doing here is dealing with typology and the body. There is a morphological aspect that has to do with all the things that have affected what the city looks like previously: economics, building acts that relate to fire, that relate to safety. And I think that therefore the connection between the room and the skin of a building and what cities look like based on their economic, social, ethnographic character, I think you could be, I think everybody has alluded to this, a bit more critical about the bus garage and about the leftover space, because the first thing that springs to my mind is the area that you're, the kind of civic ground, as it were, the threshold to the left of the new housing and below the bus garage. That's probably the best place on the site to put a new building where you wouldn't get rights to lights issues, i.e. you wouldn't be overshadowing the neighbours, which in the historic city would be where they would build a big bank or a pub or a school. And what I'm getting at here is there's something to do with geometry, and there's something to do with form, and there's something to do with morphology, which, as you said, you're not dealing with, you're dealing with typology. But I think that typology without an urban design strategy, which offers opportunities for new morphological moves, risks being, it works at micro scale, but is it really working as at a strategic scale to challenge what actually in London, I think the modernist buildings are quite like the Victorian buildings. They fit into something. They're not really very spatial. They're not really very critical. Notwithstanding that, I love the layering of the south elevation, and I think that all is really, really strong. But I think and it reminds me of bits of the Galatasaray housing by Ado Rossi. But if you kind of zoom out from just the facade, there's loads of stuff going on in that project of courtyards, playgrounds, tennis, retail. There's a load of stuff. And the last thing I'm going to say, and that reminds me of Robert Maxwell's criticism of Alexandra Road, which is it would be great if there was more life than just housing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're moving on to our last student, Ritika Reddy. And it's nice that we are concluding with you, because you sort of draw this circle to how we started this morning with Julio. The investigation, the typological investigation of the deep plan, how the assemblage of such a type can create a new collective form and integrate, ideally, an entire neighborhood. So I give over to you.
Okay. So Barnsbury Estate is a 3.5 hectare housing development that is located to the east of King's Cross area. The wider area is rapidly expanding and developing in both east and west direction, and that's one of the reasons why Barnsbury Estate has become a topic of regeneration in the recent discourse. Moreover, this area is part of a long-term vision to become one of the most well-connected parts of UK. It is a center of knowledge production, but it also, at the same time, is at the edge of relatively deprived boroughs and housing estates. All this points towards the fact that these estates now need to find a way to bring value to the communities here so that they can participate in the growth of the economy. To do this, housing should then also support services, work life, knowledge production, and create possibilities for jobs that are related to these sectors within our estates in order to integrate it better and provide wider urban benefits. To do that, we need to think about morphology in a bit different way than to what is already being done and to make it work harder along the edges of the estate. The 8 buildings that we see here are of a deeper plan than the pre-existing ones that were part of the estate, or even the ones that are surrounding these estates. They as a whole do 4 things that I'm going to elaborate on further in the presentation. 1, they create a diversified series of spaces and network paths so as to give greater possibility of for sociability and interaction within and outside the individual buildings, building meaningful in-between spaces. They accommodate a range of apartment types centered around the questions of collective living. They have the potential to achieve density without the risk of towers or constraints of typical perimeter blocks. And they create a public realm as a place for resource, encounter, and civic environment, not only for residents, but for the wider neighborhood. If we zoom into the estate, we can clearly observe the advantages of these deep plan buildings and the life it supports. Its all-sidedness gives charge to the in-between spaces and also addresses the streets surrounding it. Even though they have rigorous orthogonal structure, they can adjust themselves to the perturbations of the grid. They can allow us to give particular emphasis to certain spaces to vary dimensions by maybe pulling them back from other buildings and addressing adjacencies, and or also aligned to the unorthogonal or irregular site conditions that London has. They also relatively have relatively expansive ground levels, and as you move on the upper floors, you can see that they break down into much generous, nicer flats. And this expansion gives us the opportunity to handle basic aspects of the building as something for residents, while also accommodating civic resources that serve the community. In summary, it creates a ground that is generous, a middle that has a social life, but also the complexity of the dwelling, and a roofscape that offers something in addition to the residents. The type also shows tremendous flexibility in responding to the topographic variation. The existing conditions of the slope and the basement conditions of the estate present opportunities to generate distinct ground levels that vary across the site. So when we take a look at the arrangement, we see that the 8 buildings are organized in such a way that it creates a strong edge facing the Caledonian Road. It sharpens the way Copenhagen Street is being treated. It responds to the slope and the existing green within the estate near Charlotte Terrace, and it steps back in two places to create recreational grounds where maybe this can become a resource for the surrounding estate also, and this can maybe articulate the future developments that may happen near the canal. The arrangement develops a morphology that moves away from the isolated, quiet estate model of the past that we are used to. Traditionally, the dormitory character of such estates, predominantly residential and inward-looking, provide limited civic resources, services, and opportunities for interaction. However, this morphology creates a field of spaces that work collectively as a shared resource for the surrounding community, integrating it better within the wider neighborhood. Now, if we focus on one of these buildings with an odd shape, we can see that it is repeated 4 times in the entire assemblage. but it is doing something different in each of the cases. Let's now look at the genesis of House H. So House H evolves out of something that is more compact, like the one project in Vienna, which from the, it looks like a regular rectangular block from the exterior, but it is compressed around a central corridor, and relatively deep in plan, it is addressed by the cuts that happen in the perimeter, which do two essential things. One is bring in light into the depth of the building from the sides, and the other is it multiplies its corners. So it goes from what may look like a regular 4-cornered building in the image to something that has 8 corners. These cuts essentially convert the building into having 2 interlocking L-shaped wings, which can be then pulled apart, expanded, broadened, or even rotated in order to further deepen the plan, to get more interesting environments in between, or more importantly, what we can call a collective surface, all the way that runs from the perimeter cuts and the circulation. Moreover, in the original plan, we see a concentration of services around the central corridor. And it starts to raise the question whether this central corridor, along with this domain, can act as something that provides a greater collective value to the entire floor plate. The collective surface that's at the heart of the building can either be diminished simply to carry circulation, or expanded to increase the sociability and interaction at different points, creating these different zones of hierarchy. In combination with the cutouts, new spaces can emerge around these areas over here that sometimes become part of the collective surface, and other times they become part of the dwelling. So we can also, when they become part of the dwelling, they are relatively expansive, but they can become spaces of engagement, storage, common services, or activities. It can be reappropriated in many ways by the people living on the floor plate. We can also pierce the surface at different points, creating different degrees different degrees of variation on each level to establish vertical visual connections. The collective surface can accommodate shared services like kitchen, laundry, and in doing so, we can create more efficiency within the flats. The flexibility of this is such that you can privatize things or collectivize them according to the requirements of the people on the floor plate. The new depth of the plan gives the building the capacity to take on a greater diversity that can be supportive of the life of the estate and the neighborhood. The ground can now accommodate social or civic services like a creche or a kindergarten. One of the things that comes into focus in everything that I've been showing you is that the building not only has this collective interior surface that runs as a common surface all along, but also the multiplied corners that I've mentioned before. As the corners go from 4 to 8, that can now strategically be treated in multiple ways to provide generous environments. So in one case, the collective surface extends up until the perimeter cuts, and here we get spaces for shared services or work. New spaces like these can emerge around the cuts, which become part of the collective surface. In another case, it becomes part of the corners become something that a dwelling can react to, where it opens up in the corners in some cases, increasing the overall permeability of the building, or the living space is tucked behind in an L shape, creating harder corners in order to address adjacencies within the assemblage. At the same time we get all these corners, we also get a continuous face that is space shaping. So it can adjust such that one side has gotten an aspect that gives a rigorous orthogonality, and whereas the other cranks open or like steps back in order to make space for like an exterior roof garden or other spaces of different character. This exterior envelope is another element that extends the domestic space, the domestic life of the dwelling towards the outside. The balconies can extend or contract more based on the orientation, and through a steel framework supporting shading devices, it can become an expressive urban feature that can establish various patterns of engagement with the surroundings. The three volumes acting together, the inner central surface, the dwelling domain, and the external envelope contribute to a layered environment that balances privacy and collectivity. There is a lot of opportunity in this to think about, but sometimes we want to be more commercial and go taller, and particularly with the new fire regulations, we can also think about the spatial infrastructure of the type to respond to these demands. In this version, we can see that because it is not an atrium building, instead it has these cuts over here. The fire staircase can be incorporated as a central staircase, and this can now go up to 14 to 16 stories. And if we really want to achieve the density, incorporating this idea into the original morphology could allow us to do that. Right now, I'm focusing on buildings of up to 6 floors to try and move fast and redevelop the area rapidly because it's low risk. But if we start to become more comfortable with what these kinds of shared environments can offer, then we can work with something like this that meets contemporary fire regulations and push it taller. So now if we look back at the buildings back in their context, we can see that we have the hard edge of the Caledonian Road to the west, and we have a softer environment that forms along the Regent's Canal to the south. Both of them give a lot of life to the newfound active mobility running through the area. Currently, the approved redevelopment plan puts 3 tower blocks in the park space near the canal, but if we step back, we can use this opportunity of the park space to that space to promote new ways of thinking about soft mobility and its integration across the wider area. So the area currently works like this. We notice a strong north-south system with York Way, Caledonian Road, the upper street, and but the east-west system is slightly truncated, which creates these zones of residential zones that are pretty quiet, which is one of the charms of London. But these days we need these, as I've said before, we need the housing estates in such environments to work harder and offer more services and create opportunities for younger people and tie in more effectively with the knowledge economy of King's Cross. These areas between the buildings develop distinct characteristics supported by diversified activities on the ground levels of each of the deep plan blocks. We can have commercial uses along Caledonian Road. Other larger civic uses in between that spill out into the larger civic environment. We can retain the existing green spaces and emphasize their role in the estate, and we can also here get smaller serialized spaces that that support small shops and services. The organization of entrances allows us to differentiate ground floor users and address the situations of the urban environment in different ways. This emphasis gives us a hierarchy of spaces that we can use for different kinds of, that supports different kinds of programmatic uses. We can take a look at an instance where the two buildings, E and F, these two, E and F, that are common between two groupings over here. One is this, and the other one is with this building and the Barnsbury Green. On the left, we can see it becomes part of a grouping where it encloses, along with houses C and D, it encloses a courtyard, and the buildings can accommodate communal activities that would generate a higher degree of interaction amongst the residents. Spaces like creche in the ground and lower ground levels, community centers, cafes, and even workshops can open up into this area, encouraging an associational way of life. On the right, the two buildings group up with House G and the existing estate, existing green within the estate, enabling the formation of a pedestrian path that becomes part of the Northwest continuity. We can begin to imagine an emergence of tailoring shops, hairdressers, boutiques, bicycle repair shops, etc., that start to generate a greater richness of activity and engagement within the pause points of the estates. These are the kinds of services that generally do not find place on the high streets that we value within the City of London, and such arrangement or organization of buildings and within this morphology gives us the flexibility to think of incorporating such services. We can also begin to create spaces for the creative industries over here that are the creative industries that are complementary to the tech industries that are part of King's Cross. The strength of the D-plan block really reaches its full potential in a grouping such as this, where the whole becomes more than the sum of its parts. The morphology with the D-plan block strengthen the movement, absorptivity, and collectivity of the estate, making it work harder. It not only provides quality dwelling spaces, but a range of civic resources for the communities to participate in the growth of the larger economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritika. Who wants to go first?
Well, look, thanks very much. And I think, as you said, this is a very nice complement to the project that we saw at the beginning of the day. And for those that have been here all day, it's a great way to finish. So, I think there's a hell of a lot to really commend what you're doing here, the compression of the block to see a more intimate interior and then to form these external spaces. I thought from a townscape perspective, actually, the locality, the way you've thought about that was really excellent, from the Cali Road through to the diagonal routes, et cetera, the topography. The question I'm left with for this project is, of course, estate regeneration we had. We had one of your colleagues looking at that earlier in South Kilburn, is a negotiated process. So you didn't tell us about the existing condition. There are existing buildings there, yeah. There is a mature community there. And so to achieve this outcome is a long process. And without being too prosaic about it, there's a phasing question in there about how you unlock that. And you opened by saying that this was about existing communities benefiting from the economic progress that this part of London's making, and they're not shipped out while you clear the site and then build a whole load of high-end flats. That's not your intention. So I think that process of change, I would say that's the one thing that I would love to hear more from you about. How do you achieve this over, what is this going to be? It's not going to be 5 years. It might take 5 years to build this, but it's going to take 15 years of renegotiation and adaptation around households change. So look, I think we're running to the end of the day, so I'm just going to say a few things to remark your project in context of others today, if I may, just to, the last thing I'm going to say. So I think it's wonderful, actually, what the unit here is doing. I think these are real-world questions which you're grappling with. And I think that what's what's very encouraging for me coming today is to see how seriously the Masters group are taking this and these questions and creating really meaningful propositions which are full of positive things. We have a very locked up system at the moment. The whole system, you could say it's broken, but it's not broken, it's just seized up, it's kind of calcified. And each of these questions about either instruments to encourage en bloc consolidation of land, to intensify land, are the ways in which freehold owners can, with industrial, Serco or whatever they're called in Old Oak Common, Park Royal, can they be encouraged to see how we can intensify industrial land and add industrial space at the same time as achieving volumes of housing? So I think what's really impressive is the way in which all of those subjects at a strategic perspective are being considered and then applied at a kind of 3-4 hectare scale, which is truly an architectural and urban scale. So I'm left feeling incredibly hopeful and positive sense from all of the devoted work that we've seen today, and the seriousness by which it's being taken. Behind it all, of course, is a big question about communitarian living, and from one extreme to the other, how plausible is that? But certainly that's part of the future that's being imagined here. That there is a trade-in of some of your private space, whether it's your apartment or your garden, to achieve something better as part of a community formation process. And that speaks to me very positively about how urban change can happen and how architects are the advocates, are part of the advocacy for those changes. There is a more constructive and more promising outcome that can be achieved through the change process. So, yeah, thank you very much. And that's the last thing I'm going to say, but thank you for everybody else today as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a very clear piece of work. I think it feels, not in a negative way, quite commercial, as in certain ways at least, I think quite realistic. I think the things I've learned working a little bit at the back end of the Haygate estate in Southwark is, the deal was done before my time. I'm not here to comment on whether or not 10% affordable was a good idea, but the community never quite came back. I think the idea of moving people away and then saying, but some of them come back, is that they didn't come back. It's just, ultimately, if somehow Southwark gave you a replacement flat, you actually kind of stayed in that replacement flat. You didn't, and there were too many people of that community who just weren't there anymore afterwards. You didn't feel an attachment to coming back. So I think when we've tried to do estate regeneration, we have really tried hard to say you move once and you move on the estate. And I think for you that is a really important one to answer, because you are actually advocating for a deep block, and therefore your footprints are fat, and therefore you actually need to demolish 3 buildings to put 1 new one. Yeah. So I think in most instances where we've tried to make it work, we always had to be skinny. We had to be tiny because we had to find a little green space where we could build the first building, and then we could move the first people into the first building. And I think because you're so strongly advocating for a quite different typology of block, you do need to answer that question a bit more loudly as to kind of, how would the first community, is there a block that's so small that you think you can move people out? But I think it is important that you need to get the community to vote for you, that you need to achieve more than 50% of people actually voting for regeneration of this scheme. And it is an interesting hurdle to jump over. You really have to actually kind of achieve that. You can't just, there's nobody who's going to just say, we're just doing it. I think you started saying, this block needs to be part of the knowledge economy and needs to be kind of becoming more productive. I think that's a very high aspiration. I think if you could just say it achieves double the housing, there is enough for a part of the Bambian state to do. It doesn't also have to compete with King's Cross. And I think if you look at the spaces knowledge economy needs, they are quite deep sometimes, they're quite complex. And I'm not sure that's something that you need to put on yourself, that you need to kind of say, as part of knowledge economy, this needs to be playing all parts of what a knowledge economy is about. If you could just keep the existing residents, but actually double the density. And I think that would be the last thing I'd say is you should speak slightly louder about your numbers. How many residents do you have now? This is not a simple scheme to do. You've clearly not retained next to anything. So you're clearly, somehow funding, rebuilding everything. So the expectation will be that you've doubled the density, I'm assuming. at least, and that will put massive pressure on how much of that's affordable. So I think if you could show that you're quite conscious of that, and that obviously to make this work, you do need to really show how much more you can deliver without, I would agree with you, I don't think it's interesting to go tall, but then especially if you're saying I want to stick to 6 floors, then you really have to convince us that this is a significant increase in density.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I thought it was interesting when you started, it looked like you were creating the sort of triangular block to almost kind of regularize the street pattern, and you're creating this really interesting communal spaces inside. And as I looked through the urban grain that you created, I thought what was really interesting is actually the angular blocks help you create street patterns that work with the surrounding areas. So normally when you design a typology, it's very kind of rectilinear. And then you deal with the funny corner shape that's slightly chopped off. So you've sort of turned that on its head. And I think that's really, really clever. I think it's really interesting. I think it's very hard to pick it up though and rotate it. And we've not really talked about a lot today about orientation, sunlight, daylight, prevailing weather, and how it would be interesting to see how that block might be very slightly different as it rotates around into a different orientation. And then I think thirdly is a comment, a broad comment about numbers. And I think we haven't really drilled in today about how denser is each site. And there's a lot of space in these flat layouts. And I think maybe there's an interesting angle of starting with something that's more standardized and tighter. And can you create the level of generosity that we've seen in the schemes today with those tighter layouts? But no, it's a really lovely piece of work, very well drawn as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think what you've done really well, and perhaps Jonathan has said already, is thinking of this as a whole urban piece, as a block, and actually perhaps of all the ground plans that we've seen, or the sort of landscape plans, I think you've really thought about this and sort of walked, mentally walked through those spaces, and you can see your sort of allotment plot and the different characters of your spaces between the buildings, which really sort of gives this its life on top of the story you told about the arrangement, the internal arrangement. And you said, I think, in relation to the potential for having a tall building, or you could build these more dense. And I thought actually if you were to do a sort of final exercise, or a sort of an additional exercise of, well, what is the optimal height in relation to that ground plane, and getting it to work as it needs to, because obviously the higher you go, the more people, and then the more bikes and bins and all that sort of stuff, which is all on the ground floor. So I think that you've given such detail to the ground floor, and you showed that those ancillary spaces on the ground plane. I think that exercise of when would this tip over and not work, and actually because you've got more communal, it's a very different living arrangement. It's not a normal commercial private sale arrangement. It feels your internal layout. So maybe actually there's a different solution to having to have bikes internally and bins as you have them. Maybe people are just take much more care about their waste. And so perhaps that element, that sort of narrative of how you might encourage people to go further than have to just meet some sort of standard set by a sort of local policy, I think would be interesting. But yeah, well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I agree with most of that has been said, and I enjoy this project a lot. I think you enjoy it as well, especially in the plan, and I think that's where I want to start. I see a lot of dexterity in the typical plan and dexterity in the use of geometry to open up potentials, to think about housing, to think about spaces. And I think really, to me, where this project raises to me the most interesting question is the question of where is home? Does the home start after the front door? Or the home actually is a journey? And I think precisely, where the strength of the project lies is that the journey from the city to the front door is also part of the home. And I think this is made possible in the way in which you handle what I would call delayed spaces so well, because you consciously use spaces or spatial slippages to create that delaying effect from the street right up to the front door. And it really, your typical plan reminds me, if you were to push it a little bit further, it almost has the quality of Sharon, has the quality of Miralles, where that overlaying, that dancing of spatial slippages in a way prolongs the city to the front door and the front door to the city. So I really love, in a sense, the dexterity of the typical plan. Where I felt that it could go a little bit further is that same thinking of the journey is the home is brought onto the larger ground plane of the site plan. Where if you have used, let's say, a chamfered block or a diamond block, let's say, I think the clear potential that it opens up on the site plan is that it creates funneled spaces, right, as an open space. And a funneled space is quite different from a rectangular courtyard, right?
Yeah.
Because a funneled space implies entrance, a closed entrance, and a widened entrance. It implies a funneling inwards and opening up. Right now on the ground plan, we see almost a default, leftover promenades, grids, and so on. And it lacks that promise of the typical plan of the housing, typical housing plan that you had. But this is just a small complaint, as it were. But I really enjoyed the project a lot, and it really makes me think, yeah, really, where is the home? And journey is part of home.
Congratulations on a really thorough, kind of well thought through and kind of beautifully presented project from this first one where we've seen kind of richness in sort of a suggested landscape and ideas of ecology. The interior views you created were kind of really enticing and conveyed the spatial qualities of the homes. And I think I'm sort of drawn to the cleverness of the plan of taking a standard or two blocks, L-shaped blocked, and then both creating kind of urban richness by morphing them into sort of triangles or into streets and objects. I kind of welcome the fact that you acknowledge the building safety challenges we have at the moment in terms of housing delivery. It's kind of literally stopped housing in its tracks in London. So you've kind of been quite thoughtful in understanding that actually 6 stories can perhaps unlock development, unlike the presumption that density and height is the thing that unlocks development. Actually, if we kind of go to a sort of mansion block, more comfortable or shoulder height for a building, it might speed things up. Where I was kind of left in doubt, though, given, and the reason I kind of mentioned that is because you're kind of exercising that understanding or thought about things like regulations. I guess when I'm looking at this plan, I'm kind of thinking, well, actually, it doesn't really work because there's no alternative means of escape. And that space in the middle, I'm kind of left thinking, usually when you're providing in housing a lot of shared amenity space, it's because you're denying that within the private domain of a home. So you're trading off space within the private space to a more collective shared space. And yet your flats are enormous. I mean, they're kind of wonderful and kind of have their own kind of qualities in them. So I'm sort of left asking the question of how is this space in the middle really kind of working? And where the answer might lie is that at ground floor and first floor, you're providing a lot of co-working space, workspace, creative industry space, whereas actually maybe it needs to happen in here. Maybe there's something clever about trying to add employment space within the depth of the plan. Because at the moment it seems profligate, it seems overly generous, and I would, I mean, if it was a commercial head-on or even local authority, I'd then say, well, why are we building all this? Why don't we just leave out that space in the middle? It's got to work really hard for its living, either because it's compensating for something that individuals are losing, or it's making the ground plane work harder.
Yeah.
So there's much I love about the scheme, and I think you've got the right sort of level of kind of understanding and thoughtfulness about housing that you could really take this further. I mean, just on the fire question, you've got this lovely continuous balcony around the edges, and if you look at the Barbican, what they achieved there is that it gives you an alternative means of escape. That's the advantage, whereas here you can't get to your core through the balcony. So it's kind of probably there's another layering to go onto this, which is to really try and drill down into those sort of questions you've started asking yourself. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, wonderful, really well-developed project and well-explained and well, very well developed in the drawings. And like Alex, I guess I have I mean, at that balance of there seems to be too much private space and too much communal space, I agree. I think that's a problem. The other problem I think about that communal space is even at 6 stories, there's a lot of people on those 6 platforms coexisting acoustically. I think the light wells they'll seem mean. So ironically, this generous space starts to take on a kind of labyrinthine quality where no doubt there can be a certain amount of very sort of successful skylight that will fall through the section. But I think there's this kind of, it's a bit like the earlier project where two families were sharing a flat and there were no doors between the 2 living rooms. So these 2 families would sort of be acutely, almost theatrically aware of each other's silence, let alone the noise. It's not about the TV being on. And there's the same sort of thing going on here. There's a lot of potentially people coexisting in that space.
Yeah.
Now, if it's a library like Sharoon, then that's a sense of being really connected. But also, if the library at Berlin is incredibly open. I mean, it's sort of like an ocean-going liner turned inside out. So it's very generous. Whereas, in a way, ironically, the kind of generosity of the excessive generosity of your communal space is kind of made mean by these other kind of perceptual and I think very real problems. So I think whilst the geometry is interesting, because then when you come to the city, to the urban structure, it works. Actually, when you start to kind of really try and work out what is appropriate. I mean, I think, so in terms of that central space would consolidate, and the flats would probably consolidate. So in fact, the block would become smaller, and so there's, of course, the urban proposition would become different because you probably end up with more pieces. But can you go to your urban plan, the one that was sort of coloured you had later on? This one. And I think, whilst, again, it's a strength, it's also a vulnerability, but it's only just the fact that it's a project which is ultimately a work in progress. And I think that there's methodologies that you should bring to bear on the project to tighten it up, not least the kind of critical reassessment of the building block. But actually, for example, if you made a physical model, then I think you'd find, for example, so that bottom right-hand or the right-hand side of the plan, if we go from left to right, there's a kind of a density to the site, quite at odds with the openness on the right. Now, I'm sure that's sort of intentional, but I think there's a kind of, it's leaky, on the right. And it's an observation, and it may be exactly what you want, but I think if you made a physical model, you'd literally be able to judge whether your assumptions were correct. So not only would you then be able to, as it were, place yourself in the, you'd be able to get into those spaces and judge the juxtapositions and the the tightening of thresholds and the opening up of spaces. So, in other words, it's back to this question of building shaping spaces.
Yeah.
And are you're there's a balancing act of making objects and making spaces, but where I think you should be shaping spaces and I guess the other thing is you could then also light it and really understand what the shadows do. Mm-hmm. It's quite prosaic, but in the end, actually, it's the success, because in summer, people will gather in the shade, and in winter, people will gather in the sun. Mm-hmm. So actually, the microclimate of a city will inform the social structure, the sort of social phenomenon, patterns of congregation and gathering and conversation, even if it's just two people stopping to have a chat, or whether it's a larger group of people. So there's a kind of refinement to this urban plan that can come from that. And so I guess it brings me back full circle to what I said about the first project, which is, I think this is a really good example of the architect using two things, which is, one is reason, and the other is empathy. And in a way, the urban structure is perhaps one of reason, as well as sort of constructional logic and those sort of things. The experience inside the building is one of empathy. And it's, can you really place yourself in, can you find, either through your own sort of accumulation of experience yourself, that you can make that judgment of experience, or you can put yourself in the mind of the inhabitant. Actually, one last thing. Your cores and your entrance halls are dark grey. They're the darkest bit in the plan. But if you were to make a kind of a Noli plan, they would be the extension of the public realm. And they're curiously, almost without exception, the journey to the lift and the journey to the staircase is difficult.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that's another thing which just what this really suggests is techniques of study. Whether you're making a physical model, photographing this physical model, making types of figure ground plans, Noli plans. These sort of techniques are what takes a project like this further.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, I've got two quick ideas in listening to these guys. I don't see any reason why you can't have a double entrance.
Yeah.
I have a developer client who once said to me, "Don't let the tail wag the dog."
Yeah.
So if you're doing housing, you don't need that much retail. You need really good housing. And then what that would do, it would mean that it wouldn't just be spatially dynamic in the spaces between the objects, it would be spatially dynamic through the objects. And therefore these long frontages wouldn't be monocultural, they wouldn't just be relying upon public or civic programs, shops or libraries. There would be the domestic within it. So you would break down the problem of the singular program.
Yeah.
If you go to the plan above, there's another idea which has to do with which I need to point out, I'm afraid. The one bit I think this is great. I think the idea that you take a type and you twist it, and that gives you urban morphology and it gives you public spaces is fantastic. I think it's what I was alluding to in the last project. But the other guy was doing typology really, really strongly, and the typology of this is a bit confused, and it comes down to one little bit of building regulations and human rights law, which has to do with environmental strategy, which is a lot of your bedroom as a single aspect, which are illegal. And the reason they're illegal is they have to do with people's rights to daylight and sunlight, and they have to do with people's rights to fresh air, which has to do with energy usage. I.e., if you have a porous plan, you don't need to use fossil fuels, which means people's fuel bills aren't high. And so what I would do is I would just get rid of all the glazing around the edge and treat all of this stuff as a porous outside space that you could inhabit in various ways in a non-programmed manner. And what that would then allow you to do is to basically ventilate the plan through its centre. But just as the balconies are popping out, when you get a condition like that, that's good because you get a triple aspect flat, so you get air and light from the three sides. Here, you need to push that out in order to deal with the London plan. And there's a very, very funny diagram in the new London plan, which you'll understand better than me, which has to do with a 45-degree angle about what is a double aspect flat. And the reason I mention that is because then the geometry of the block and the geometry of the flat, or the geometry of the room and the geometry of the body and the geometry of air and the geometry of the city would come together. And then you probably then you get, if you do what Alex is suggesting, is you just stick an external staircase there, you end up with a much less air-conditioned, enclosed, I would say conventional environment internally, and something which is probably much more like Dennis Lasdun's project at Keeling House, where you make 3 blocks and the space between them is a kind of social condenser, but it's outside.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ritika.
Thank you.
And this is where we are at the end. Larry will have a few closing remarks and will thank you. So it's up to me now to thank the students for all their work in the last 6 months. Also the 10 students that haven't presented today, because you've only seen half of the work simply due to the fact we can't tackle more than 10 in a day. So thank you to all of you who haven't presented as well. And now.
I would like to second that appreciation that Flo is just naming, the amount of work that the Phase 2 students have done since October. All the work that you've been seeing is basically projects that have kind of hit the ground to start running in October. They form their themes and begin to get a sense of a brief back in the spring, take a break in the summer, and then hopefully come back ready for a fresh start. And so what I kind of enjoy about what's happened in this afternoon session is that we have a row of some of the cities and perhaps the world's top architects now wanting to fix, engage with, refine, challenge a series of ideas, ideas about a building, where the role of that idea is not so much to fully resolve a single project, but to open up a line of thought about how we see the relationship between architecture and our urban challenges. So today we've seen projects that work with existing productive infrastructure, projects that work with light industrial sites and try to retain pieces of it. We've seen efforts to rethink our housing estates. We've seen ideas that work with awkward adjacencies. We've seen deep plan, linear block towers. And I think one of the things that I enjoy about this is that the students have all come here and presented individual ideas, and yet their thinking has been in engagement with one another all across the year. So you can see threads of repeating themes, a kind of argumentation about things, and indeed, I think many of you have spotted ways in which the final conclusions are open to challenge, as they should be. But I think I want to thank our jury for being so generous in a way with their comments, that they have fully engaged with the material and really looked at it as something that deserves a response. So I'd like to thank all of you very much for the time you've given and the attention you've given to that. Thank you. Just a few more thoughts about the rest of the day. We're going to, I'd like to invite the jury to join us and the students. We're going to go next door and open a bottle of
something sparkling, if you would be willing to join us. And I also want to announce that something I think all of you know, we will have the pleasure this evening of welcoming Stefan Zinsel for our keynote lecture. And one of the things that I think is really wonderful, Stefan, is that you could come and see a couple of the projects so you know something about the audience to whom you're speaking. But Stefan, in a way, arrives here not by chance. It's interesting because in the same way that one of our former students works with Chris at Siri Architects, and several of our students work with Jonathan Rose at Pryor and Partners, it turns out that one of our former students also works in Stefan's office in Zurich, Julio Spierig. And I think the ways that these connections are working is that we're starting to see several generations of thought move back and forth between practice and academia. And this is something that we really want to build. And now incorporating, Sarah, your thinking inside the government ministry and how we can use this work kind of as a think tank that begins to bring together the work that we encounter in practice, the challenges that you've all been expressing as being the real challenges that we face, and how academic life has a certain amount of freedom to pose alternatives, or as Pedro put it, what if? So these kinds of crossovers where we relax some of the certainties and some of what perhaps leaves us stuck in our development patterns is very much something that we want to push. And part of the reason then for inviting speakers like Stefan is that it turns out that our students were the first ones to kind of keep on pulling your projects in front of our face and sort of saying, God, you've got to look at this. This is absolutely wonderful. So we're going to say a little bit more about that when we introduce you in the evening. But in fact, it's sometimes the young teaching those of us who are old, and sometimes it's the reverse. And so it's this combination where we learn things from what is attracting our students and then know whom to invite. So I hope we'll see you all in 40 minutes after we share a drink, and then we'll begin with Stefan. Thank you very much.